Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Sorry. They gave me the small chair. I get it. It's all funny. Well, thanks everyone for joining us. I think we were just having a discussion. I don't know if additional designees from the legislature have been designated yet. So I'm not sure if someone from the Senate or House Finance will be joining us, but we will get started here. I just want to kick it off with a few kind of opening statements, and just so folks kind of understand where I've envisioned the budget process moving forward. I think there's a lot of opportunity on the table, to be sure, but we also have to be cautious with where the economy as a whole could be going, and therefore what some of the variables that we'll have to consider as we move forward in the budget process. And again, this is a budget that effectively begins in July of 23 and will run for the subsequent 2 years following. So it really has to be a budget that puts a lot of forethought into not just where we are today, but the very different aspect of where we're likely to be in the coming years. So we are in a very strong position financially. There's no doubt about that. I think we've managed our finances here very, very well over the past couple of years, and the past couple of years have been very tumultuous in a variety of ways, both nationally and here within New Hampshire. But I think we've managed our programs very well. We've managed a very tight budget with the 21-22 budget cycle that we're currently in, making sure that the programs that we have are fully funded, making sure that the opportunities that we can provide our citizens and that our citizens are depending on are really there for them. So I think we've had a lot of success in that arena. On the economic front, locally, again, we're in a very good position in that we are the fastest growing state in New England. Businesses want to be here. Families are moving in. Those are all very, very positive economic variables that we really key into, and that can provide a lot of opportunity in what will, I think, be undoubtedly some more economically unsure times for the nation as a whole. Some of the challenges that we're looking at really revolve around workforce, right? It's all about workforce now, whether you're looking at New Hampshire or across the country. And workforce is especially important, not just in the private sector, but as it pertains to the budget within the state of New Hampshire. And so, again, we can have it's not about the dollars and cents as much as it is about making sure that we have the teams and the individuals to fulfill on the commitment of the programs that we do want to implement and we want to continue implementing. We've tried a lot of new programs here in New Hampshire over the past couple of years, and some of them have been extremely successful. Everything from embracing a new model with how we treat opioids, the huge investments we've recently made in mental health, the investments and the changes we've implemented at DCYF, making sure that child welfare is really at a foremost position in terms of our priorities. But at the end of the day, all of these opportunities don't really exist for the citizens of New Hampshire if you don't have the staff, if you don't have the people. Some of the more macroeconomic challenges that will have to be brought into consideration with this budget is just looking at everything from inflationary costs, and whether they be on the capital side and the capital budget, interest rates, which continue to rise and likely will continue to rise. And unfortunately, with the extreme rise in those interest rates, there's really no way to avoid some form of a national recession. It is real. It is coming. My guess is, and this is just my guess, and we can all have our debate. I'm going to look at Lindsay in the audience, and Charlie and James, the smart economic people, the real brains of the operation, so to say, to tell me where I'm wrong. But my sense is we're going to start really feeling a pinch of a recession somewhere in 23 into 24. You just cannot have inflation like this and interest rates rising like this. The math just works out that a recession is unfortunately very, very real. But again, given in the Northeast that we are the state right now that is the most desirable place to come to, and businesses want to be here, and we have, I think, far and away the most growth opportunity of any state in the Northeast. That does give us an upper hand on a lot of these impending and more negative variables that you'll see macroeconomically across the country. Just also on the capital side of things, to note, with those rising interest rates, the reality of borrowing money becomes a much more difficult proposition. We can borrow money and we get great rates when we borrow money, but those rates no longer really exist. When we were investing in a lot of our capital projects on the capital budget side, just a few years ago, interest rates were at historically low levels. It made a lot of sense to borrow the $125 million or whatever our budget was granting us for those capital projects and move forward. I think that legislature needs to be extremely careful. I will be proposing a capital budget much, much smaller than anything that we've proposed before, for a couple of reasons. Number one, the federal government has granted us a lot of money for one-time capital investments through ARPA and some of these other the infrastructure programs with everything from broadband and fixing up our buildings. I mean, there's a little bit of everything in there. Parks. We're doing more capital investment in the state of New Hampshire today, far and away, than we've ever done before. And that is a huge gift, if you will, from the federal government in terms of the dollars. So one-time money, I think we're spending it very wisely. But what it also means is, do we really have to go forward with a full capital, $125 million capital plan, knowing that to do that would have to borrow money at right now, quasi-historically high interest rates? Well, that might not be the smartest thing either. Also understanding that the inflationary costs of all these projects are absolutely huge. So I think those bigger negative variables on the capital budget will have to be taken into very serious consideration when we look at not just how much we're going to spend or where the dollars are going to be, but the timing. Timing plays a lot into the opportunities that you have. And we've been given a lot of opportunities. We're moving forward on a lot of these capital projects, but in terms of how the state borrows money and our responsibility to the taxpayer and not overborrowing and overborrowing at exorbitant rates, I think that definitely has to be brought into consideration. We're going to have a couple presentations here this morning, I think, from the Department of Revenue first, from Commissioner Stepp, and then from Attorney General Formella from the Attorney in the Department of Justice. I will say this overall, my philosophy in the budget process overall, and I'll be, sorry, just to be clear, I'll be submitting the budget around Valentine's Day. Is that right? Is it on Valentine's Day? Yes. I always have that in my head that it's Valentine's Day, so I know it's on or about Valentine's Day. I think the final date will actually be determined with the legislature once the new legislature forms up in early December. So around Valentine's Day, we will present the full budget. We've obviously been working, James Garian, as my budget director, has been working diligently with all the different departments on what their needs assessments are, where they are in staffing. But I'll say this overall, without kind of giving away too many of the details, because we're still a few months away. This is going to be a budget probably more than ever before where it's people over programs. Because I go back to that workforce issue. It has to be about workforce. It has to be about our state employees. We have some great programs, and we've been very innovative with new programs in the state. And that doesn't mean we're not going to keep trying new things, of course. But again, if we don't really shore up where we are and what our staffing levels are going to be, and making sure that at the end of the day we have the individuals to deliver these services, none of the other program. The program doesn't matter, right? And unless you have the people and the drive behind it. And so I think overall that is a good umbrella philosophy that you'll see at least out of my office, and hopefully the legislature will share that our priority really needs to be about a lot of the individuals, our state employees, making sure not just that we retain them, but we create opportunities for them, and understand that we are competing with a unprecedentedly expensive private market for labor right now. And there's a variety of reasons for that. That's nothing we have to debate right now, but there's a whole variety of reasons why the entire private market is really tight with staffing, and that's from teachers to nurses to folks that work in restaurants and the hardware store to folks that deliver quality child welfare services and opioid recovery services, and all of these really programs that I would consider prioritized and necessary at the state level. So with that, I guess we can. Now this is where I go and ask James what I missed. Any of the key points that I missed there?
You hit them all, sir.
Okay, great.
So at this time, I'd like to invite the Department of Revenue to come up for their testimony.
Good morning, Lindsay Stepp, Commissioner, Department of Revenue Administration. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity this morning to present the fiscal 24 and fiscal 25 operating budget request from the DRA. With me today are Assistant Commissioner Aura Lemire and Business Administrator Shelley Gerlano. The mission of the DRA is to fairly and efficiently administer the tax laws of the state of New Hampshire, collecting the proper amount of taxes due, incurring the least cost to taxpayers in a manner that merits the highest degree of public confidence in our integrity. Further, we provide prompt and constructive assistance to municipal units of government in matters of budget, finance, and the appraisal of real estate. Together, we developed a thoughtful operating budget that will provide the resources for our team to administer the tax laws of our state for another 2 fiscal years in a manner consistent with this mission. We also worked hard to produce a budget that is consistent with the targets that were provided. In fiscal year 22, the DRA collected $2.7 billion in state revenue with operating expenses of less than $18.7 million. Some of which of those operating expenses are for activities unrelated to revenue collection, such as local assessment review and state aid. When those unrelated costs are accounted for, our cost of collection is just over 0.5%. The slides included with this testimony explain how we were able to build a biennial budget that continues to be an unparalleled return on state tax dollar investment. We look forward to working with you, Governor, and members of the legislature as you build the next 2-year budget. Moving to the slides. Slide 2 is just a repeat of our mission statement, which I already went over in the testimony. Slide 3, just a high-level overview of DRA, who we are, what we do. We have the administration unit, which is my office and the assistant commissioner's office. They also, the unit also performs our legal and tax policy work, our back office support, our project management, human resources, etc. In our audit division is divided into multiple bureaus. We have the in-state bureau, which audits in-state taxpayers, our multi-entity bureau, which audits more of your regional New England businesses, our multi-state bureau, which typically focuses on those very large multinational companies, think Fortune 500 and the like. Our Discovery Bureau, which uses federal tax information that we receive from the IRS to identify new taxpayers that when they come into the state. And our Tobacco Unit, which ensures our compliance with the Master Settlement Agreement and reviews tobacco tax collected out in the field. We have our Collections Division, which does exactly that. They collect past due collections for the DRA. Our Taxpayer Services Division, which does our document processing. That's where all the money, all the documents flow into. They also man our call center. If you call into our DRA, we have a 5-person call center. They are wonderful. They'll answer any questions that you have. And the Taxpayer Services Division also performs routine maintenance on accounts. Lastly, the Municipal and Property Division, they are busy at the moment setting municipal tax rates. They also oversee property appraisal, the utility property tax, and gravel and timber, or sticks and stones. Moving on to slide 4, the big picture of our fiscal 24-25 budget. We have fiscal 23 adjusted authorized total for all funds of just over $22 million. Our 24 efficiency request is $22.6 million, and our fiscal 25 is $22.9, almost $23 million. The budget is approximately 90% general funds. The Education Trust Fund expenditures that you see there are for the low and moderate property tax relief program, which we administer, and the agency income is related to flood control for the Merrimack River Valley and the Connecticut River Valley. Both years are consistent with the targets, as I mentioned, that were provided. Moving on to slide 5, just highlights of our 24-25 budget. Current position count is maintained at 156 full-time classified and unclassified positions, including an additional 4 part-time positions. Our efficiency budget request does fund 6 full-time positions that are unfunded in our current budget. 2 of those positions are revenue generating and would each produce an estimated $1.5 million over the biennium. So those are 2 multi-state tax auditors. They obviously generate revenue. Those positions are currently unfunded. If they were funded, we would anticipate about a $3 million increase in revenues from those positions. Our general fund operating budget is 75% salary and benefits. We are a department of people, not things or programs. Our budget request includes sufficient funding for employee training, out-of-state travel for audits, overtime for peak periods in taxpayer services and collections, maintaining a fleet of state-owned cars for our in-state audits and property appraisal work, and also sufficient postage for DRA communications to taxpayers. There are no budget increases for one-time state workforce efficiency enhancement programs or SWEEP projects. We did receive funding for 3 projects. We are using one-time money for one-time expenses, so there's no increase in our operating budget related to the SWEEP money that we received. Division directors, business office, and other managers worked hard to budget conservatively and accurately, requesting funds for needs and not wants. On page 6, so the DRA's efficiency budget as submitted maintains all current operations. However, there are certain areas where DRA has requested additional funding in the form of prioritized needs. The first is for low and moderate income hardship grants. So Chapter 95, Laws of 2021, increased the income limitations and the maximum amount of relief available for the low and moderate program. So the change was effective for April 1st, 2021 property tax year. And there were 5,912 claims issued for about $1.4 million, and that's compared to 5,572 claims totaling $800,000 for the prior year. So we've seen an almost doubling of the program. The prioritized need of $700,000 is to bring the appropriation to the $1.5 million, which is what we expect to spend out of the program going forward. In fiscal year 23, the difference between the appropriation of $800,000 and the actual expense of close to 1.4 or 1.5 million will be covered pursuant to RSA 198:61, where the governor is authorized to draw a warrant from the Education Trust Fund to satisfy the state's low and moderate obligation. So we'll draw a warrant for this year, but the prioritized need is looking to have the appropriate appropriation for the next biennium. Moving on to page 7, we also have additional prioritized needs related to our Revenue Information Management System, or RIMS. Just as a reminder, RIMS was a $30,160,000 capital appropriation that included hardware and software maintenance, software licensing through fiscal 25, but it only included software maintenance and consulting through the first quarter of fiscal 2024. So our request includes maintaining our current levels of software maintenance and consulting through fiscal 25. So that's about $2 million in 24 and $3.6 million in 25. This also includes funding for 2 DOIT positions that are embedded at DRA that are currently unfunded. There's really 2 reasons for these positions. One is to prepare for about 40 to 60% of our current embedded DOIT staff will be eligible for retirement during the next biennium. And so we're looking to add additional positions, hire employees so we can do some knowledge transfer and make sure we don't have a lot of knowledge walking out the door with those retirements. And also those new positions would learn from our RIMS consultants to continue to take on more of the RIMS maintenance responsibilities. A portion of this request will also help us prepare for the version upgrade of RIMS to Core 21, and the funding for that upgrade was received through the SWEEP program. I would just note that the reason why we're now looking to kind of operationalize these expenses that had been covered in the capital budget is when we went out to bid for this work and procured this work, we opted to not select predetermined levels of support ongoing for RIMS because we really didn't know what we were going to need. We didn't want to overbuy or underbuy. So we have moved into a time and materials model where we're getting just the right amount of support that we need. And that gives us some flexibility, again, to make sure that we didn't sign on for support that was more than what we were going to need or that we were left shorthanded in terms of support. So that's how we're kind of transitioning from the capital appropriation into the operationalizing of these costs through this time and materials support. On to page 8, we have one other very small prioritized need of $3,000, which comes through the Department of Administrative Services. In the budget that we submitted in our efficiency budget, there were 2 additional prioritized needs, and those were funded by the SWEEP program. So one was in fiscal 24, $400,000 for a high-speed scanner, which is what we use to process the tax returns when they come into the building. That will replace our current IT5 scanner, which is at end of life. And so we will be discontinuing that, bringing in a new scanner. So we will be still maintaining 2 scanners. So they'll always have continuity of operations. So we currently have an IT5 and an IT6. The IT5 will go away. We'll bring in the brand new scanner and maintain the IT6 so we can run both at the same time. Also in fiscal 24, there was a $400,000 upgrade, an enhancement to our 11-year-old property equalization web application to the latest version and to include some enhanced functionality, again, to help us maintain continuity of operations within staff in that division. Those 2 prioritized needs are no longer needed, so they're included, but they can be removed because they were funded via sweep. And lastly, I just wanted to provide an update of how the department's doing in its current 2-year budget, the fiscal 22-23, our budget priorities. First, related to RIMS, the final rollout went live on August 9th of 2021. With the remaining tax types, we really have realized many benefits related to the RIMS system over the past year. The efficiency of the system has allowed the DRA to continue timely processing of documents received, even with a vacancy rate close to 15%. We also saw a revenue uplift as part of the RIMS project. So revenue increases from existing taxes attributable to the implementation of RIMS reached the cap of $4 million in fiscal 22. We can transfer up to $4 million into our RIMS revenue uplift account every year to help pay for the bonds that were used to purchase the system. Reminder to pay letters, just a simple letter that reminds you that you have a bill due to the DRA, that generated $2.3 million. And enhanced use of federal tax information, again, the information that we receive from the IRS that we can use to help identify non-compliant taxpayers, that generated $1.7 million. Also, customer service remains a priority of the DRA. In fiscal 22 and fiscal 23 to date, we have maintained a rating of 3 or higher on a scale of 1 to 5 from 98% of our customer satisfaction surveys that callers receive at the end of the call into our call center. They have the opportunity to rate the knowledge and the effectiveness of the person that they spoke with. They can also leave a comment, and some of those comments are very entertaining to listen to. There's a lot of praise of, oh, DRA in New Hampshire answers the phone. I don't get that in a lot of other states. I don't get that when I call into the IRS. I really appreciate being able to speak with a live person. So customer satisfaction still remains high, and included with RIMS was the launch of Granite Tax Connect, which is the online portal, which allows taxpayers and practitioners to access their accounts online, make payments, file documents, check their account status, and more. We currently have over 30,000 external GTC users. About 2,500 are third-party preparers and 28,000 are taxpayers themselves. So that's a huge step forward for customer service for the DRA. That's where we are for 22 and 23. That's all I had prepared for today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Sure.
The ongoing vacancy request for RIMS, 2 million and 3 million. It's really, how are those numbers determined, 2 and 3 million? Is that from the vendors themselves?
It's a combination. So within the contract, we have negotiated hourly rates. So it's the hourly rates that we negotiated in the contract, and it's for 5 to 6 of what we call FASTs. The vendor is Fast Enterprises, 5 or 6 FASTs to stay on at time and materials that were negotiated as part of the project. And the number of 5 to 6 has been a joint decision between the vendor and DRA in terms of, again, not wanting too many, but making sure that we have the right level of support.
So, their out-of-house consultants, there's a division that moves following RIMS people on site.
My hope is that we will always have a few on site. just because of their knowledge and expertise within the system. I do think that as we move forward, we might find that 5 is more than we need, and we might be fine with 2 or 3. But that will kind of depend as we continue to move out of this implementation phase and more into the actual operation phase.
You brought up the number 18.7 million. I missed what that was. The revenue, that was the revenue number for 22.
That was our expenses for 22, 18.7 million. That's total expenses, right? So, and then when you remove the non-revenue collecting expenses is how I got to the about 0.5%.
So this overall increase of paid for the maintenance part during the tradition didn't have to be involved. It's still, I guess, a 10-15% increase in budget.
Correct, roughly. I think I did correct. It would be about, yes, 10 to 15, maybe 13, I think, actually, when I did out the math, carrying that forward. We're currently about 15%. So on November 15th, we had 133 filled positions, 27 vacant. And what we've really seen is we've seen a lot of opportunity for DRA employees to receive promotions. So we have folks that have been promoted within their division. Just last week, I signed off on 2 hires of people moving into a different division, so a slightly different career path. But we're doing our very best to retain the employees that we have, right? We taught them taxes. We'd like them to stay. And so most of our vacancies at this point are at more of our entry-level positions. And so we're able to keep morale high by making sure that folks have the opportunity for promotions and rewarding folks with those when they become available.
And when you look at the total bill percentage, including unfunded positions, as well.
So 133 filled, 27 vacant, 6 unfunded.
Hi, good morning, Commissioner. I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about how, and we dealt with a little bit with SWEEP, but how technology has enabled you with the work shortage that not only your department is faced, but the entire country is facing, that how that technology has helped you bridge that gap with your vacancy rate and how you can use that technology maybe going forward over the next biennium.
Sure. So really, especially now that we have upgraded to RIMS, I mean, technology is how DRA runs. So very simply, there's basically 2 ways you can file a tax return today. You can file it online, either through the modernized e-file system, which is done through the IRS, or through Granite Tax Connect, our online portal from RIMS. If you don't file online, you're going to send us a paper return. We're going to open it and we're going to put it through our scanner. That scanner has optical character recognition, so it can read what is on the return, or many returns come in with one of those 2D barcodes at the end where all of the information is pulled right out of that barcode. So take DRA back 15 years, that return would have come in and it would have been hand keyed. Everything would have been hand keyed into the system. It would have taken months. Now we either get the information off the form or it's electronically filed. What the staff does at that point is they verify the amounts. If it is a paper return, they'll go in and say, all right, the scanner thought this was $100. Was it really $100? Yes. And they do more of data validation as opposed to straight up data entry. That allows us to process all of our returns by the end of each month. So October is a very large filing month for us, returns on extension. All of our returns that we received in October were in the system as of the last day of October. Then once it's into the system, RIMS does its work. So there's some automated processes in RIMS. Also, the RIMS will allow us to prioritize certain types of work. So when you're processing a return, you want to first prioritize those returns with money, right? The $100 came in with that return. We want that money to go into the bank. Next, we're going to prioritize returns that didn't have enough money. We're going to want to get that bill out to that taxpayer as soon as possible so the state can receive the money. Next, we're going to prioritize refunds. We're going to want to get that money back to the taxpayer so that we don't pay interest and so that the taxpayer receives the money as quickly as possible. RIMS allows us to prioritize all of that. We can see how many documents are within each queue, and so we can allocate our resources appropriately. So when we're down some number of staff, we'll know, okay, hey guys, you have to work on this today, rather than just kind of a free-for-all in terms of whatever returns had come in. Once the returns are processed, refunds are processed, bills are sent out. I mentioned the $2.3 million we generated just from sending an automated reminder to pay letter. That in the past would have been work that would not have gotten done until it made it to the collections division. So that's work that the system is able to do on its own, automated, without having bodies or people that needed to do that. So when we have vacancies in collections, that frees up some of their work. And then also, even when collections is fully staffed, rather than reminding folks to pay their bills, they can focus on actual collections and collect more money at the end of the day. So that's really everything we do at DRA these days is related to technology. And the sweep request that we asked for and received will just enhance and allow us to do more with the technology that we already have.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
See you.
Next up, we have the Department of Justice.
Yeah. Is she here? Give me one second. Morning. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Governor,
Morning.
Mr. Budget Director, Commissioner, all members of the panel. My name is John Formella, Attorney General, Department of Justice. I'm joined this morning by Kathy Carr, our Director of Administration. So I will try to answer all the questions, but if I miss one, I'm going to rely on Kathy to fill in the gaps. So we're happy to be here with the opportunity to present our budget for fiscal years 24-25. I wanted to start out just by giving kind of an overview of the department. We didn't originally include an organizational chart in our presentation because we're redoing our org chart. So the one I've passed out is a little bit out of date, but it does help you. It helps give just an overall picture of the office. So on slide 2, I just give a list of the many roles of the Attorney General. So the Attorney General has multiple jobs, and through that, the Department of Justice has a number of functions. The first is Chief Law Enforcement Officer. We supervise all law enforcement in the state. We work on policy for law enforcement. We coordinate with law enforcement. Chief Prosecutor. We prosecute cases within the Department of Justice, and we also supervise all of the county attorneys around the state. Chief Legal Officer. We provide legal advice and client counseling to all state agencies, and we defend all state agencies when they're sued. Public protection, the Attorney General has constitutional and common law obligations with regard to public protection, though there's sort of no firm border around those. The AG and the Department of Justice have broad authority to intervene in cases where they think the protection of the public is at play. And then, of course, the AG has to be head of the Department of Justice, so functions as a commissioner. And then we also head up the state's drug task force, which operates throughout the state, but focuses mostly on the North Country and the southwest part of the state, where police departments are smaller and there are less resources in local departments. So we help supplement those resources through our drug task force. As you'll see with the organizational chart, the department is broken down at a high level into two divisions. The Division of Public Protection, that contains the Criminal Justice Bureau, the Environmental Protection Bureau, and the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau. The Division of Public Protection is best thought of for shorthand as the criminal part of the office. And then the other division, the Division of Legal Counsel, for shorthand is best thought of the civil part of the office. There is some crossover and overlap between the two. Public Protection does some civil work, Legal Counsel does some criminal work, but for the most part, it breaks down between criminal and civil. Under Kathy Carr, the Director of Administration, we also have our business office, our victims compensation unit, and our grants management unit. And then the Office of the Solicitor General functions kind of as a standalone entity within the office. We'll be looking for some tweaks in HB2 to clarify that, but it functions as a standalone entity. It handles appeals. So we handle all criminal appeals in the state, and we also handle civil appeals where the state is a party. So the Office of the Solicitor General really does criminal and civil work. So that's a high-level overview of the department. We currently have 166 authorized positions. So those include full-time positions. That does not include part-time and temporary positions. We have a few temporary positions right now, including our YDC positions, which we don't expect to last forever, but to last for the next few years. The next slide that's in front of you, slide 3, just gives a snapshot of some statistics. I won't run through these one by one, but this is just some highlights of the things we've handled over the past couple of years. So we do one of the functions that I'll point out is just our consumer protection hotline. We're really the only entity in the state that takes those types of calls. So when consumers have an issue with a business or they think they've been ripped off by a contractor, it's the Department of Justice that they call, and it's the Consumer Protection Bureau that does that work, that looks at those complaints, that prosecutes those cases. That's just one example of where, in this state, the Attorney General's office acts as kind of the catch-all, where county attorneys may not have the resources to take complaints and prosecute cases. We do that work, and it's real on-the-ground constituent service. What some might call small dollar cases, but they're the types of cases that the average person experiences. You know, most people don't experience a multi-million-dollar case. The average person might experience an issue with their contractor where they're out $10,000, but to an average person, that's a lot of money, and that's potentially life-changing. So the work that the department does really spans from that type of work all the way up to the high-profile homicides and the multi-million-dollar cases that you see in the news. With that, I'll go into giving a high-level overview of our efficiency budget. The first thing to note, which is on page 6 of the presentation, is that we are a mostly non-general funded agency. A good chunk of our budget is general funds, about 38%, but most of our budget is either federal funds or other funds or interagency transfers or highway funds. It's highway funds that fund our Transportation and Construction Bureau. So that's an important thing to keep in mind when you're thinking about the total budget for the Department of Justice. So going to page 8, just on the efficiency budget highlights, the first thing I should note, I did not include this in the presentation, but it is important. We came in over target in our efficiency budget from a general fund standpoint, but if you look at the overall budget in the budget booklet, our total adjusted authorized in efficiency for fiscal year 23 was $40,390,064. And our fiscal 24 efficiency budget is $40,108,864. And for 25, the efficiency budget is $40,466,072. The important point to make there is that we are basically flat in our efficiency budget from fiscal year 24 to 24-25, but where there are a couple components that are causing our general fund spend to go up, which I'll talk about now. The first that you see on page 8 says position moves. What we're doing here is moving positions out of our consumer escrow fund to the general fund. So the Consumer Protection Escrow Fund right now funds a number of positions within the department, and it's always really been intended to fund the positions that work within the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau. That fund brings in a fair amount of money, or has brought in a fair amount of money over the years, with large multi-state settlements, other fines and penalties. Each year we're allowed to keep up to $5 million, and whatever is over $5 million in that fund gets swept to the general fund. For many years, that fund has given a lot of money back to the general fund, so we brought in far more than $5 million a year. The past few years, we've seen multi-state settlements trend down. I think part of the reason for that is COVID, but I also think the dynamic between attorney general offices around the country and the business community is changing. Businesses are pushing back on some of these efforts. I think offices are bringing less of these cases because they're trying to work with the business community and be more collaborative. So it's not the cash cow that it has been in past years. It still brings in sufficient funding. But one thing we saw probably over the past 4 or 5 years is that because that fund was bringing in a lot of money, gradually positions that were not actually within the Consumer Protection Bureau were being moved onto that fund. In other words, that fund was paying for non-Consumer Protection Bureau positions. What we're proposing to do in this budget and requesting to do is move, I think it's 6 positions out of that fund into the general fund. Those 6 positions are positions that are not part of the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau. So it's my recommendation and proposal that we move those positions back onto the general fund for a couple of reasons. One is I have a concern that over the long term, the Consumer Escrow Fund is not going to bring in enough money year to year to fund positions that aren't related to the Consumer Protection Bureau. So that's one concern. The second concern is I just think from an institutional standpoint, it's better from an incentive alignment point of view to not have a bureau have to bring in money, so have to bring lawsuits or have to impose fines and penalties to pay for itself or pay for everything that it's responsible for. So I think long-term institutionally, it's a good idea to move those positions back onto the general fund. At the end of the day, it's kind of a wash financially, because in years where we bring in a lot of money, anything over $5 million is going to go back to the general fund anyway. And in years where we might be shorter or under $5 million, by having less positions on that fund, there's less of a chance that you have to make a budget adjustment. So that's a big part of why we came in over target in the general fund component of our efficiency budget. The second reason we came in over target was just benefit increases. We've been pretty successful with recruitment and retention and bringing in new attorneys along the spectrum of experience. But one thing we're seeing, which I think is good for the state, are a lot of young families. Our demographic is attorneys with young families, and young families bring high benefit costs. So that's another reason for us coming in over target in our efficiency budget. Another big component of our efficiency request, which doesn't result in an increase in spend, but results in an increase in the number of full-time positions that the department would have, is our assistant deputy medical examiners. Assistant deputy medical examiners, or ADMEs, they are basically the investigators for our chief medical examiner and deputy chief medical examiner. So ADMEs, if there's a death, they go out to the scene, they investigate, they do an external evaluation of the body, and they gather information for the medical examiners in the event that the medical examiner is going to do an autopsy. So ADMEs operate all over the state. They're an important component of the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, and they right now they are contractors. So that presents a challenge for us, a number of challenges. If you look on page 10 of the presentation, there are a number of issues with having ADMEs as contractors. They've been contractors for a long time, but the IRS has raised concerns with that structure in the past. The reason is that while ADMEs are contractors, in many ways they function as employees. They can be difficult to manage when they're not employees because they're contractors. They're all over the state, and we don't have the level of control over them that we would have if they were employees. We sometimes struggle with coverage in certain parts of the state, and when ADMEs are contractors and not employees, we don't have as much flexibility to send them to different areas of the state. So we are proposing in this budget, if something, Governor, you're interested in and the team is interested in, to convert the ADMEs from contractors to full-time employees. We think we can do this and actually have our total spend go down slightly, because right now we're paying, if you look on page 12 of our presentation, the 5-year average spend for ADMEs for paying for them to be contractors is $1,367,150. And our total request, which would involve converting these contractors to 10 full-time employees with some additional expenses, would be $1,269,532 in fiscal year 24 and $1,282,158 in fiscal year 25. So we think there are advantages to having the ADMEs be full-time employees, and we actually think we can reduce the total spend by doing that. So I think there are some efficiencies there. So we thought we would propose that in this budget. This is also something that Dr. Duvall, our chief medical examiner, and Dr. Weinberg, our deputy chief medical examiner, are strongly supportive of, and they have asked for this. They believe that their operation will be much more efficient and much easier to manage if we make this conversion. As you know, we've also struggled now for about a year and a half to hire a third medical examiner. We do have an open position for a third medical examiner, and Dr. Duvall and Dr. Weinberg think that by making this conversion, we'll be more in line with other states, and we will be more competitive from a recruiting and a retention standpoint. This will just bring us up to par with other states. So that's a big part of our efficiency budget. And while it doesn't result in a overall spending increase, it does result in 10 new positions. So we know that that is always something that both the governor and the legislature think seriously about, adding that many full-time positions to the state rolls. Happy to answer more questions on that, but that's a high-level overview of that part of our efficiency request. So that's our efficiency budget in a nutshell. I hit it pretty quickly, but again, while we're increasing our general fund spend, we are basically flat in the efficiency budget. So I think we overall, from a total spend standpoint, certainly came under the 3% target, but we did exceed that target from a general fund spend standpoint. Next, I'll just go into our prioritized needs. We do have about, on top of an efficiency budget of roughly $40 million, we do have total prioritized needs request of roughly $9 million, but I think that number sounds higher than it really is, and I'll explain why. If you look at page 14 of our presentation, this lists out our major requests and prioritized needs. The first one that jumps right off the page is the litigation fund request. That's $5 million. Typically, the governor and you and the legislature don't actually budget our full litigation fund needs in the budget. Typically, we get maybe a few $100,000, and then we go back to fiscal as needed to get litigation funds. Our litigation fund spend has been going up in recent years, so I felt it would be prudent to include this in our budget request just to sort of give everyone a sense of what we think we will spend. But that is $5 million of our prioritized needs. So that's a big chunk in our prioritized needs that typically wouldn't even be budgeted, but we felt it was important to present that to you for consideration as to whether you might want to budget part of that this year. The next big piece of our prioritized needs is rent for the new space that we'll be moving to over at Granite Place. That lease was just approved, as we know, last week at the governor and council meeting. So because we will now be renting a non-state building, at least for the first year, our rent is much higher from a budget perspective than it has been. So in talking with DAS, we felt it was most appropriate to include that in prioritized needs. It's certainly a need, but we would not have come anywhere close to our general fund target had we included that in the efficiency budget. So that's another big piece of our prioritized needs. The third piece is autopsy expenses. This is in prioritized needs because this includes mostly expenses for locums, so essentially temporary medical examiners to fill in when our medical examiners aren't available. I think we have enough inefficiency to get by, but there's some additional budget space that we would like, and so we've included that in prioritized needs. We included some money for attorney raises in our efficiency budget. We included some additional money for raises in prioritized needs. Again, I think we met the baseline in our efficiency budget, but as we all know, with inflation and with the competitive market, there's some additional budget capacity we'd like to have for attorney raises. Happy to answer questions about that, but we included that in prioritized needs because while I think it's important, I don't think it would be fair to say it's a core necessity, given that we already had some money for raises in our efficiency budget. And then the last major component of our prioritized needs, as it is for many agencies, comes in positions. So if you look on page 15 of our presentation, that gives a snapshot of the additional positions we're asking for in prioritized needs. We're requesting 6 attorney positions, 2 investigator positions, and 5 support staff positions. On the next page, page 16, goes into a bit more detail. The attorney positions are in the Civil Bureau, 2 civil litigators, 1 criminal justice attorney, 1 Environmental Protection Bureau attorney, 1 Transportation and Construction Bureau attorney, and 1 training attorney. So the civil litigation attorneys, the easiest explanation for the need for those can be seen in the litigation fund, in the increase in spending out of that fund that we've seen over the past few years. Essentially what happens is when we don't have enough civil litigators to cover the work that we need to do to defend the state against lawsuits that are brought against the state, we have to tap our litigation fund by bringing in assistance from outside counsel and tapping different e-discovery tools and other things to help us manage documents and manage our civil litigation load. We certainly could never eliminate all of the litigation fund spending by adding civil litigators, but I do think that our civil litigation unit is under-resourced and has been under-resourced for some time. And while we currently have 1 vacancy there, I think we could really use 2 additional civil litigation positions. So that is the reason for that request. The criminal justice attorney request comes basically from our cold case unit. A couple years ago, the legislature added a 2nd full-time attorney position to the cold case unit, I think for very good reasons. Through COVID, the department did not have the chance to increase the operations of the cold case unit the way it wanted to, and one of those positions was ultimately unfunded in the last budget. When I came in, I moved a position from somewhere else in the office into the cold case unit to expand it back to two full-time positions, which we're currently recruiting for now. So this additional criminal justice attorney position is essentially to backfill the position I moved into the cold case unit. The Environmental Protection Bureau attorney position, this is a request from our bureau, but it's also a need that's been expressed by the Department of Environmental Services. Part of the funding for that position comes from DES. So I think the Environmental Protection Bureau has been flat position-wise for quite a few years. There's a lot of work there. That bureau doesn't just handle DES, it also handles energy work. And with the new Department of Energy now being its own department and not just the PUC, there's enough additional work there that we felt it was appropriate to request a new position, at least in prioritized needs. Our Transportation and Construction Bureau, which is kind of deceptively or confusingly named, I should say, because it covers not just the Department of Transportation, but the Department of Safety. That bureau could really use an additional attorney because over the past couple of years, as we know, with all the criminal justice reform efforts, the new litigation surrounding the EES, now that it's public, all of the efforts the Department of Safety has undertaken, there are just additional needs for the Department of Safety that could be served in that bureau by a new attorney. There are also some temporary needs in the short term that a new attorney could help with, given all of the money coming in through the federal infrastructure bill that the Department of Transportation is managing. And then the last attorney position is a training attorney. We currently have one attorney who is essentially a training prosecutor. They both help train prosecutors within the office. They train prosecutors out in the county attorney offices. Given all the workforce challenges right now that we're seeing throughout the criminal justice system, including among the prosecution bar, we think it would be helpful to have an additional training attorney who can help all of the new attorneys coming into the various county attorney offices around the state. So that explains our position requests from an attorney standpoint. Support staff positions, we have 5 requests there. One thing that I think is important to emphasize is that the Department of Justice at the end of the day is basically a law firm. And while when you think of a law firm, the first thing you think of is lawyers, support staff are just as critical and frankly, in many ways, more critical than the attorneys. And I think the office has fallen behind in recent years from a support staff position. Sometimes in tough budget cycles, when you have to make a cut and you're a law firm, your first instinct is not to cut an attorney position, it's to cut a support staff position. So part of what we're looking to do here is make up for some of that. We won't make up for all of that. I don't think you can in one budget cycle. I don't think you should try to in one budget cycle, but adding one civil paralegal and one civil legal assistant is part of the effort to make up for that. Another position that we're asking for on the support staff front is a HR coordinator. When it comes to prioritizing our prioritized needs, I would say we probably have no more important need within the Department of Justice than an HR coordinator. The department has grown big enough that I think we really need someone dedicated to managing our human resources issues. I think a lot of agencies have that function. We have not had that function. Our chief of staff manages a lot of that, but the chief of staff is also an attorney. And so having an HR coordinator to work with the chief of staff to manage the many HR needs that we have within our office is perhaps our most important prioritized need when it comes to positions. And then we also have 2 position requests for our Office of Victim Witness Assistance, both an additional victim witness advocate and an additional victim witness program specialist. That office, the Office of Victim Witness Assistance, is a critical component of the office because it works with victims of crime. It works with witnesses in our cases who often are also victims, as you can imagine, with various criminal cases. And it also does a lot of important programming, working with the Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, with CASA, with the child advocacy centers around the state to train, to provide continuing education for these various professionals around the state. So that office could use a bit more resources, but we've included that in prioritized needs because I think the office is doing a great job now. That office can get by, but it could certainly use some additional resources. So that is our presentation. I know I ran through that pretty quickly. Happy to answer questions.
I have a couple very quick ones. Just so on the ASMEs, I'm sorry, the ADMEs.
ADMEs.
You think $1 million is enough to cover the cost of 10 individuals? Am I hearing that right? That sounds low, but if that's what it is, that's what it is.
So it's about 1 point. The total is 1.2. The 10 full-time positions is $1 million. So ADMEs are different than medical examiners. They're not doctors.
Right.
So they are basically technical support staff for the medical examiners. So yeah, based on the labor grade they would be, we think that's enough.
Okay, great. Okay, well, that's all I had.
Okay, good morning. One of the great things about when you contract out is typically you don't have to find the employees. You hire the contractor, they find the employees. with the ADMEs, if we go this route, how confident are you that you're going to be able to actually find the employees to take these jobs?
That's a great question and something we've thought about as well. I think Dr. Duvall and Dr. Weinberg are confident that we will be able to find people to fill these jobs. It goes without saying that there's a chance we may not be, and if we aren't, I think we're going to have to reevaluate. But they're confident we can find people to take these jobs. We'd start with the individuals who we're currently using as contractors. Perhaps not all of them would want to work full time, but we're confident that some of them will. So we're confident. We certainly can't guarantee it, but we think it's worth a shot.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
First of all, your presentation is very pretty. Did you get it done at Graphic Services? Of course you did.
I noticed, I'm going to interrupt and say I did notice it was in color, and I encourage all the future presentations to be in black and white. It looks very expensive.
In Kathy's case, though, having previously run Graphic Services, I suspect she got a deal. A couple of questions. Your Consumer Protection Bureau, and do you have stats for maybe 4 or 5 years on how much that's raised each year? I know there's the over and above a number goes back to the general fund. I think that might help make your case. I don't expect you to have them with you.
Yeah, so one slide I glided right past, but probably to our disadvantage is slide number 4 in the presentation. This slide gives a high-level overview of the money that the Department of Justice has brought in over the last 2 years, and it's significant money. So we've collected and deposited $126.7 million into the general fund over the last 2 years. That does not include the $52.7 million from the opioid settlements, and the Consumer Protection Bureau did a lot of work on those opioid cases. The Consumer Protection Bureau itself, just for consumers, so getting restitution for consumers, collected $2.79 million over the last 2 years. That's just a small component of what it collected. So that gives a high level overview that answers your question, but we certainly have stats that give the exact amounts brought into the consumer escrow fund over the last few years, which we could provide both you and the governor's team.
That's great. This is a great slide, by the way. Attorney raises, I want to make a reference to everybody here. Not everybody will know this, that the collective bargaining agreement affects everybody, all classified and unclassified employees. One group of people it does not affect is attorneys at the Department of Justice other than the Attorney and Deputy Attorney General. And it's worth noting that it's why nobody else has money in their budget that way, and that you do. And I think it's just not everybody realizes that there's this one group of people that's paid a little bit differently as our 2010 reform. The second thing I wanted to ask about was ADMEs, and it goes to the budget director's question. Hiring, is it possible you end up in a situation where you hire some positions and you have some people stay as contractors? So in that sense, the request is scalable?
Yes, that is possible. The way I've thought about this is that if the governor and his team grant this request, then I think that will entail some additional work working with the budget director, working with Kathy to structure this in a way that allows for some flexibility on that front. So I think if there's an interest in moving forward with making that conversion, we can certainly assist with that work to do it in a way that allows it to be flexible in case we can't fill all the positions right away.
Thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This also has to do with those positions. I know that during the federal IRS audits, this definitely has come up in the Bureau of Accounts area. I know they are subject to they usually deal with all the federal audits. Have we gotten any penalties for these positions yet? Or is it just something that they've come up and they've been concerned about, but we haven't actually been issued any penalties for it?
We've not been issued any penalties, and we've not been told definitively by the IRS that we have to do this.
Okay.
I think the concern has come up enough that's a reason that it might be a good idea to get out in front of it. But I would, to be perfectly truthful and transparent, I don't see this as legally required at this point.
Okay.
Could be down the road.
And then just more of a general question, because a lot of your, both in efficiency and prioritized needs are position related. What's your current vacancy? And with adding some of these positions, do you think that, are you struggling with the same workforce issues as everyone else?
Yeah, so out of our 166 positions, we do currently have 20 vacancies between attorneys and support staff.
Okay.
Okay. I'll say this. One, that's as of right now, so we've got some folks coming in. Two, especially in the civil litigation realm, I actually think we have a vacancy there. Part of our inability to retain in certain areas of the office is the fact that certain areas are under-resourced, and so the people who are in those areas are overworked. But we have been pretty successful in recruitment and retention over the last year and a half. So it's certainly a fair question, and I think something for us to think about. But we feel pretty confident we can fill the positions if we get them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, at this time, I have to remind everyone, and you, sir, that your schedule requires you to be upstairs at the moment.
Sorry. Okay, thank you guys.
Thanks.
Sort of, yes.
Yeah.
Rightly so. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'd like to invite the Human Resources Commission for their testimony. You want to move over, or?
No.
I don't think so. If you're good there, I'm good. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. And again, I'd like to invite the Human Resources Commission for their testimony. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ani Malachi. I am the Director of the Human Rights Commission. We are a small state agency, and our opportunity is to help the citizens of New Hampshire in the area of civil rights. And I'm very pleased to be here this morning. I don't usually have an opportunity to be an advocate because we don't take a side in the cases that we have before us. But today I get to advocate on behalf of my agency and the amazing staff that I have that do the work day in and day out. If you look, and we are at the back half of the Department of Justice's presentation, so I believe we start on page 17, and if you go right on to 18, I will start with who we are. So just a very brief history. The commission was established in 1965, and we are governed by RSA 354-A. And our purpose is to eliminate discrimination in the areas of employment, housing, and public accommodation. And as of 2019, K through 12 public education was included. And public education means public schools, public academies, as well as charter schools. The commission is comprised of 7 volunteer commissioners. They are nominated by the governor and confirmed by the executive council. They serve a 5-year term, and they come from various walks of life. Each commissioner provides an opportunity from their perspective of what area of life they come from, whether they be business owners, people that are just in the community, whether they work with the disability community, and a variety of other areas. The commission, and I'm on page 19 now, the commission has the power to receive, investigate, and pass upon complaints of illegal discrimination. And we also are responsible to engage in research, education, and community outreach. And all of this is to help to prevent discrimination. In addition to the authority vested in the commission, we also have a work share agreement with the EEOC, our federal partner, and the EEOC is the United States Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and we work with them to enforce the federal laws as well as the local state laws here in the state of New Hampshire to work towards ending discrimination. On page 20, I have an organizational chart, and this is how we are currently situated. So there are 5 full-time investigators. There's an intake coordinator. That job is now a full-time position. There's an assistant director who is specifically responsible for supervising the staff. We have a part-time paralegal, and we also have a part-time secretary. Currently, the administrative assistant, which is a part of our organizational chart, we still have that position on the books, so to speak, but it is unfunded, and we have a part-time intake coordinator, and that position is currently unfunded. So we'll do a quick overview over on page 21 and the numbers. So this is an average of cases that we've taken in, cases that have been closed, and our average number of cases that we have per year. So the way that the commission works with our federal work share agreement, we close a case and then we are basically reimbursed for what the EEOC is offering for the closure of that case. And we have a contract, and that contract number changes every year. For federal fiscal year 22, we have a contract amount of 200 cases, but actually this year we were able to upward modify, and we actually closed 245 cases, federal cases, not including the in-state charge cases that we have had and have closed. Our budget is an 85-15, so 85% we are general funded, 15% is covered by our federal reimbursement work share agreement. And over on page 22, I have a nice long list of prioritized needs. Certainly to reinstate the administrative assistant position, that position has been unfunded since 2020. It has been definitely a blessing to be administratively attached to the Department of Justice, who helps us tremendously with some of our administrative functions. But to not have an administrative assistant has been a challenge, to say the least. So to also reinstate funding for that part-time intake coordinator. In our intake department, we could have as little as 9 cases that come in a month, or as many as 30 that we've had over the years. It really just depends. But that person is not simply taking in a charge. There's a lot of administrative paperwork that accompanies that charge, as well as other elements of how we do our internal process, and having the additional set of hands, that part-time employee, definitely will make the difference. I'm also requesting 4 additional anti-discrimination investigators. With having 5 currently, we are doing everything that we can do. However, having more hands to pull from the pot, so to speak, will certainly assist us in moving through what we currently have right now as a case backlog. And it will make a big difference in helping constituents be able to file charges appropriately, to be able to, for us to be able to do things in a very timely manner. And also adding an informational representative. Of course, there would be a much snazzier title, but that individual will be responsible for training. That is part of our statute, that we are supposed to do outreach, education, and training. And currently, that is limited to the time available for myself or for the assistant director to be able to provide training. And as any enforcement agency would tell you, certainly you can write tickets and serve fines, but the way that you work to assist people in no longer doing whatever that action is through training and doing outreach and connecting with, whether it's state agencies, nonprofits, or other non-governmental entities, to further the information and making sure everyone is treating everyone fairly and in a non-discriminatory way. I'm also requesting the conversion of 2 part-time positions. So currently, the paralegal position, which is funded, would like to have that become a full-time position, as well as our part-time secretary. There is more than enough work to be able to be done, and the creation of the paralegal position as of 2020, that individual is very important in providing the legal support work that's necessary for motions that come in that we need to rule on, as well as preparing for hearings that we do have, and we take care of those in-house. And then having a full-time secretary is certainly making sure that packages are received, that information leaves in a proficient manner, as well as being available for projects. With our contract with the EEOC, we are also responsible in making sure that we do outreach events, and so having someone that can field phone calls and prepare packets for workshops that we may do, whether free or charged, is important to the agency. And as well as funding a cost for a move to a new location. Potentially, there's an opportunity, hopefully, to move with our partner, the DOJ. Something of that nature would be a very logical step to have us in the same building as them. Not only do they represent the commission in times if we have need of legal representation, but it is also imperative with our day-to-day work to be able to have our client services representative available for us. And if there are larger lawsuits that the commission needs to engage upon on behalf of the state, as well as ending for our mission, which is ending discrimination, to be right next door or a floor above or below is a very logical step for us. And in that, the move, of course, costs money, and the larger space would have certainly be more money because we need additional space if these additional staff members that I'm requesting are awarded to us. We will need a larger space, we need a hearing space, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, there are DOIT shared costs that are always a part of our prioritized needs budget. So with that, I will end, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. First, good morning, and morning again. And on page 21, you have a list of a number of the cases filed per month over a 12-month period of 193. And then the cases closed. Two-part question. How long does it take to typically close a case once it's filed? And two, is 193 a big number, large number historically? Is that is the problem getting worse, better, staying the same? How does that number work historically?
Okay, thank you for the questions. I would not say worse. I would say that in terms of the 193 number and which you're quoting is the cases filed. I think part of it is that there has been some outreach, there has been some education over the past few years. People are beginning to understand more and more what their rights are. And I think there's become some clarity in that I think I may have been discriminated against. There's a place that I can go to get to find out if this is the case. And we take a charge based on what the person filing the charge is telling us. And obviously there has to be an investigation to determine if there is what we call probable cause, if this discrimination did happen or not. Or sometimes we have a situation where there was discrimination, but the company actually did what we call prompt remedial action and did everything they were supposed to do. The person still can file a charge with us if they so desire, and then we would go through the process to determine if I shouldn't say if the charge has merit, but if there's further action that needs to be taken based on the investigative findings of the commission. So that part, to answer that first part. With that said, on the average 193, it actually ebbs and flows every year. So at the very least, what we're going to have is whatever our contract number is, because that's what we're obligated to provide in terms of fulfilling our portion of the work share agreement with the EEOC. So there are some years. So for example, this year this past federal fiscal year 22, we had 245 cases. So there could be more, there could be fewer. It really does depend. Right now, where we are is we have a pending file. So we have cases that are waiting for investigation. And we have a little over 200 of those that are currently waiting investigation, which is why I'm asking for the 4 additional investigators. We have a situation where once the person brings a charge and it's docketed and both parties are notified, moves very smoothly. And that is, of course, based on when the complainant will bring the charge. Once the case is once the case is assigned, it moves pretty smoothly through to investigation, to a determination, whether it goes to court, whether it goes to a hearing with us, whether the parties settle. That moves pretty smoothly. The hiccup happens in between. Once it's docketed, prior to being assigned, that's where it's waiting. Obviously, there are going to be outlier cases. Sometimes there are things that are very complex. Sometimes there's a bankruptcy, for example, and we may have to stay and wait until those proceedings go. Those are the outliers. On average, it may take a year once it's assigned to completion. There's some that are that long, some that are more complex. There's some that could be 3-6 months. It just depends. So I know that's not the pinpoint answer, but it's a moving target because it really depends on the complexity of the case, how many elements are in the case. So that makes it a little difficult.
I just wanted to note that the commission and I are the same age. That was nice. We were both established in 1965. You have 193 cases filed, 276 closed. And the number that's greater is the reverse of what I would have expected. So you closed 50% more cases than were filed. I'd suggest a backlog.
Still, yes. So within that year, within this time, there are these other considerations. So we have staff turnover sometimes, and so when a person leaves, their caseload is then reassigned to other investigators that remain. And so that's on top of whatever their regular caseload is. And so those cases that are awaiting assignment will need to wait a little longer until we're able to move through the cases that were reassigned. And so for this year specifically, even with investigator turnover, we had 2 investigators leave the commission. We still were able to upward modify and close an additional 45 more cases than we were contracted to close with the EEOC. Yes, we do get paid for those. Sometimes they'll allow even more, so we go back to the well and we do ask for additional funds. But the way it works, as you can, I'm sure you can assume here, but cases come in, that doesn't stop. And so as they're coming in, when we pull from those that are waiting, we take from the oldest and move to the newest. And so that's a part of that number.
I mean, it's nice to see that you're reducing the backlog. The only other thing I would add is that on space, you don't seem to, I understand the need for space, but you don't seem to have budgeted for it.
In my prioritized needs, I
Yeah.
did put in the money for the move.
Oh, where's the move? I'm sorry, where's the moving money? I missed it.
So it's in the efficiency instead of the prioritized.
Oh, okay, that's great. Yeah. How much are you anticipating the new rent?
I am not sure. We are still working with the Department of Administrative Services, kind sir, to get an actual target. The estimate was around $200,000. I'm certainly hoping it will be much less than that. Oh, what did-
Well, I'll just make it, and then we should talk about moving costs too, because
Yes. Yes.
ask Kathy how much she has to set aside to move. I think it's $1 million to move DOJ.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
And I'm sorry, there was one other thing. So I think it was on page 22 at the bottom. Just to add to the moving, thank you for asking that question, Commissioner Arlinghouse. Our lease where we are currently, it expires October of 2023, and we do not have a renewal opportunity at this point. And the building is up for sale, so fingers crossed. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to invite the Liquor Commission to come up next for their testimony.
Thank you.
The presentation is not about this, it's over, and we didn't want to spend the money to reprint it.
The governor and I are most appreciative of that. So. Okay, thank you. Good morning.
New Hampshire Liquor Commission. Oh, thanks, Tina. And with me is Tina Demers, our CFO. Just a couple of brief numbers before we get into the presentation. I just wanted to let you know that our total net profit from the Liquor Commission year-to-date through October 31st is $54 million. We've transferred $11.5 million to the Alcohol Abuse Prevention and Treatment Fund. And revenue before additional funds to HHS is 42.5 million. So that puts us on plan. We're half a percent below plan at this point for the year. Let's see, our retail numbers are down 4.25% or 13.6 million, even though we're on plan. We're pretty pleased with that, given the structure of the economy at this point. And we feel, due to the lack of employees, we weren't able to expand our summer hours this year, and we weren't able to expand holiday hours this year. So we feel that given those additional employees, when the time comes, when we get to that point, we would have been on plan or above plan. $500,000 to us is on plan. So we're down at this point about 100 part-time employees and about 40 full-time employees. And then we'll go to the presentation. So on page 2, the introduction is that the Liquor Commission is self-funded in a separate fund outside of the general fund, and none of our appropriations are used, none of general fund appropriations are used to maintain our operations. Last year, we did $771 million in F22. It shows that we operated 67 retail outlets. 9 are state-owned, 58 are leased. And at the bottom, the budget presented is a level funding necessary to accomplish the Commission's duties under RSA 176:3. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
So on page 3 are our revenue estimates, and since we're self-funded, our projected revenue is dependent on the budget that we are requesting. And as the chairman mentioned, we're on target for this year's plan, which we think is notable in this ever-changing business environment and unpredictable national economy, especially since current year plan was created 2 years ago. It's important to also remind everyone of the RSAs governing the revenue transfers prior to our transfer to the general fund, and you'll see those on the bottom of the page. The first transfer is under RSA 176:16, and this is calculated in our plan since it's the 5% of the prior year gross profit, and this is on line 2 on the table. And then there's RSA 126AA:3, and this one is not in our revenue plan because it's the additional funds by HHS, and that is identified as line 5 as additional transfer to Granite Advantage. You'll see in the table that our liquor and beer plan numbers are rows 4 and 7. Our liquor plan for FY24 is $139.5 million, and FY25 is $140.1 million. Beer tax is consistent at $13.2 million. So if you go to page 4, this is a listing of our major expense categories, and they correspond to the table and the line numbers identified on page 5 as a map. So I won't read through all the categories, but there are a couple of categories we think are important to highlight. The first one is number 1, salaries and benefits. It's decreasing in FY24 in spite of us requesting the 28 new positions that we have in our efficiency budget. And this is because of a reduction in overtime and part-time budget requests and changes in positions as a result of turnover. And the FY25 increase are a result of salary steps and benefit increases. The next notable items are number 6, technology, hardware and software, and number 7, DOIT. These are both for increasing for additional prioritized needs requests to support the next-gen D365 software platform that is replacing our current point of sale and back office financial system. The increase in technology, hardware, and software is for subscription and existing support and maintenance contracts. And the DOIT request is for 2 new positions to support the new system, handheld devices, and cloud services. You also see that a few of the categories are underfunded in FY23 based on the FY22 spend, which is causing a greater percent of increase in the FY24 numbers. And this is a result of cost increases and shifts in business needs. Pages 6 and 7, these show the annual breakdown by class and accounting unit. You'll see that the breakdown is consistent for both years for the class and the accounting units. Our FY24 efficiency budget is increasing $2.3 million or 2.7% more than the FY23 adjusted authorized budget. Plus, there's a $3.3 million increase for the additional prioritized needs, which brings us to a total increase of the 6.9% or $5.7 million. And that $3.3 million is the increase in hardware and software, technology, hardware and software, and the DOIT. Salaries and benefits and travel are decreasing, while the other categories are increasing due to cost inflation and projected needs, such as utilities, equipment, or debt, rent, contracts, and then the DOIT and technology software. And then on page 7, you have the FY25 total budget. It's $3.1 million or a 3.5% increase over the FY24 total budget. And this is for the salary step increases and benefits, and for the same cost inflation and projected needs in the FY24 budget. So on page 8 is our organizational structure. The commission is made up of 3 divisions that report to the chairman and the deputy commissioner. The chart shows each division with the number of unclassified and classified positions assigned to each, along with a list of the departments assigned. You'll see in red the 28 new positions we're requesting. 2 are in audit and inventory control for an accountant and an additional internal auditor. And this was based on a recommendation from a prior audit report. The other positions are under marketing and merchandising. 2 are in marketing. One's for an additional marketing, beverage marketing specialist, and a program assistant for data research and analysis. And then there are the 24 new retail store clerk positions that we're asking for various retail outlets to meet the needs of customers, processing transactions, and managing inventory in the stores. Then you have page 9 through 13, and these are all a summary by division as they're listed in the budget requests with page references to the budget book. There's a pie chart on each showing the breakdown by class category and an explanation for major changes. So the first is on page 9, and this is the Office of the Commission. The Office of the Commission is overseeing all operations of the Commission with the primary goal to increase sales and maximize profits while operating in a cost-effective and efficient manner. The one item to note is the increase in FY24 of about $307,000. This is to add a consultant line to support DOIT with the next-gen system. We currently are paying for that out of another class line for FY23, so we wanted to add it for the 24-25 budget. And 25 is increasing for the same reasons of salary step increases and benefits, and then increases in cost to support the headquarters location. So on page 10 is the Division of Enforcement. This includes enforcement, licensing, education, and grants. The division is responsible for enforcing alcoholic beverage laws, enforcing youth access to tobacco, and providing licensing, education, and support for over 6,100 licensees. In FY22, the division collected over $19 million in revenue. In FY24, their budget is decreasing 6.6%, and this is due to changes in positions as a result of turnover. And then there increases for salaries and benefits in FY25. So then on page 11, you have the Division of Administration. This includes DOIT, HR, and finance. And included in finance is audit, inventory control, and legal. All of these departments provide support to all the other departments within the commission. The FY24 increase of 20% or $1.7 million is primarily for the additional prioritized needs for DOIT, along with adding an allocation for indirect costs, and then the 2 new positions that I previously mentioned. And then FY25 is also for salary steps and benefits. On page 12 is the division of marketing and merchandising. This includes marketing, merchandising, advertising, our retail store outlets, and the headquarters warehouse. The division oversees the buying, pricing, marketing, selling, and distributing of products throughout all our channels to promote sales and maximize profits. FY24 increase of 5.2% or 3.5 million is in large part for the increase in the technology, hardware, and software, for the additional prioritized needs to support the next-gen system, and for continuing operations for contracts, rent, equipment, supplies, and utilities. And then the FY25 3.9% or 2.7 million increase is mainly for the salary steps and benefits and the cost of doing business in areas such as increases in our metal store shelving, supplies, utilities, and rent and debt. And then on page 13 is workers' comp and unemployment comp. Workers' comp in FY23 is actually underfunded, and the increase in FY24 is based on the historical trend. The increase is because as we continue to be understaffed and ask more of our employees, we are seeing a higher amount of claims. And at this point, I will turn it back over to the chairman.
Thanks, Tina. So just quickly, on page 14, establishing a retail employee incentive program. This is something that you'll just turn your attention to paragraph 3, 4, and 5. This is something that has been adopted, has been through JLCAR, the rules are done. It's something that I put into action in 2011 with Governor Lynch. It's something that we've never used at the Liquor Commission, but we've had it available to us since 2011. Given the circumstances that we're under and basically the pay disparity between what we're seeing on the outside in business and what the state is paying, we felt that it's now time to put it into action. It'll be broken down by the 7 areas that the supervisors, 7 supervisor areas. The employees will be allowed to gain an incentive based on additional sales. So this is something that we've worked closely with the governor's office. I had 3 or 4 different variations of how this was done. The governor was very supportive of this piece because it allows the employees to garner some additional wages while the commission garners some additional revenue. One of the couple of the caveats with it, our average part-time employee now works about 15 hours a week. This will require anybody that's involved in this program to work at least 21 hours a week, as you'll see in paragraph 5. Obviously, our goal is to see part-timers that have various jobs, not only with us, but with other outside businesses, to come work for us for an additional day or 2 and then be able to take part in the incentive program. And then on page 15, you'll see the language in italics that will be added. Basically, what we're asking for is for this to be paid from the additional sales that take place at the commission. Give us the ability to pay the incentive program based on the additional sales. And on page 16, this is to establish an independent retail outlet pay scale for an employee program. Basically, what we're seeing is just, it's every businessman that's successful and worth his salt, quite frankly, has allowed their employees to take part in some sort of a raise as they move through COVID and into the post-COVID operations of business. We're clearly below what other retailers are paying, and that you'll see the language on page 18 and 19. As I said, we weren't able to expand our summer hours. We weren't able to expand our holiday hours. We're certain that we'll be able to increase sales to cover these additional expenses. We don't know what that will look like yet as far as dollars and cents are concerned, in addition to the incentive program, but it's something that we certainly think that we need to look at. As I said, the language for that is on page 19, and both of these have been brought forth in HB2. Now, this is not for the headquarters employees, it's not for enforcement, it's not for marketing or warehousing. It's just for the retail employees in our stores. And obviously, that's where the rubber hits the road. Retail equals revenue. And you'll notice on the last page, on page 20, as a summary source that was in the New Hampshire News, the rates of pay around the state, the medium hours, and the goal of any retailer is to attract consumers to the brand. It's to offer competitive prices. It's offer convenient locations. We feel that we've done all of that. It's to benefit our business by consumers having a longer shopping experience in our stores, which leads to higher basket rings, which leads to shorter checkout lines, which leads to a positive experience and greater revenues for the state. Happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question. I believe you mentioned in here that a part-time employee now is around 12, is it 1283, 12, around that range? Where does it, two-part question, where does it need to be in order where you'll be confident that you can attract employees? And number two, do you have even a rough estimate on, for every full-time employee that you have in the liquor stores actually selling, how much sales go up?
Absolutely. We feel that it needs to be between $16 and $18 an hour. And what a full-time employee brings in to sales is around $1 million annually per employee. And that's historically, we've tracked that data for years, and it's varied between 750,000 and $1.2 million. So we're pretty comfortable with the $1 million number per full-time employee.
Thank you.
I have two questions. First, that number's about a couple of orders of magnitude greater than I had any idea.
It makes a huge difference.
So we should pay him double and add 60. I imagine there's a curve at some point. One is the incentive program, and I read your 800 rules, and I would ask you to describe the incentive program to me, but I don't think I could understand it any better than when I read it in the rules. But where are you going to pay that out of? What class?
Well, we were looking for the authority to be able to fund the incentive through the profits. So transferring money from the liquor fund to a class line, it'll probably end up be like the class 10 or like class 17 special pay.
Okay. Okay.
So it's not in the budget right now. We're just asking now for the authority to be able to transfer the additional profits to fund the incentive program.
So it's also not in your efficiency request?
Correct.
And this would be paid functionally out of gross?
Correct.
Okay. Secondly, my question about the classification language, this would have to be bargained?
For the incentive program?
No, nothing, I'm sorry, the removing the retail employees from the bargaining unit. Or the classification system.
I would imagine, yes, that it would be.
Have you had preliminary discussions with the SEA?
Not at this point. We've had many discussions about the pay itself, but not about the language that we've put forth here.
Okay.
Two questions. One, on the proposal for the retail, is that part-time and full-time? Or just or part-time workers?
For the incentive program?
No, sorry, for the,
The
correct,
pay.
for a proposal of a new pay scale.
Just retail, but full-time.
Full-time and part-time. And I don't know if you happen to have these numbers, but on average, what is your workforce split at your retail? Is it mostly part-time, mostly full-time? Is it depend on the store?
It does depend on the store.
It depends on the store, but right now we have about 600 part-time employees and about 230 full-time employees. That's for the whole commission. And as I've said, we're down about 100 part-time employees and we're down about 40 full-time employees. We've also noticed the termination rate using the terminology termination rate, being that people that have left the commission voluntarily over the past 4 years has nearly doubled. So we're losing employees double the rate we were 4 years ago simply because we're not paying employees enough. And I can't stress enough, and in business, that time that consumers spend in the store with an educated employee to basket build, shop, and spend more is imperative to what we do. Total Wine, who operates 7 stores in Massachusetts and who's the largest wine and spirits retailer in the country, operates in 46 states, around 260 stores. We average about six full-time employees in a 20,000 square foot store. They average between 18 and 22 full-time employees in the same retail space. So we're clearly lacking there.
And previously, the initiative was to run the stores more with part-timers because of the benefits. But now we're seeing, because we can't entice the part-timers, that's why we're asking for the 24 additional retail employees to see if we can get more people into the stores working.
Legislatively, that was something that was done years ago. The legislature wanted the Liquor Commission to run that way, and the Liquor Commission did. Different times require different attitudes toward business.
Do you find your terminations, and I know that's the wrong term for the public, but people leaving employment are disproportionately part-time?
They are.
And so you have a better success with full-time?
We certainly do. And what we're seeing now.
Sort of true of all of us, I think.
It is. What we're seeing now is a lot of employees being hired into those full-time positions are from outside state service. So we see quite a few people from other retail outlets and other retail structures coming to work for the commission in those full-time positions, because obviously the pay is equal to, but it's the benefits. And that's what we're seeing. And that's something in my 13 years with the commission, this is really the last 365 days we've noticed it.
I sort of get that. I'm here because of the benefits too. My last point would be on page 5, a terminology thought, which is that something you label as indirect costs to admin services. And I want to point out to everybody listening, it's misnamed. It is indirect costs that are deposited into the general fund. It is true that we are an agent of the state in collecting indirect costs, but they do not go to us. They do not affect our budget. We have no stake in them. They affect nobody's pay in my operation.
I'll make that change for you.
Thanks.
So noted. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite Employment Security to come up for their testimony.
Good morning. For the record, George Kapatis, Commissioner of Employment Security.
Good morning, Richard Lavers, Deputy Commissioner.
Good morning. Morning.
Good morning, Jill Revels, Business Administrator.
Good morning.
Morning. So to start off with, the department receives no general funds, and the majority of our non-matching federal funds come from USDOL. The budget's based on the knowledge and continuation of core services, which is employment services, unemployment insurance, and the labor market information. Department also receives 0.2% diversion of state UI taxes for admin support shortfalls, and from which $6 million annually is deposited into the job training fund. Without this 0.2%, we would only be able to maintain 6 of our 12 local offices. The variety of services we have is for claimants, job seekers, and employers. Personnel and budget costs represent the largest portion of our budget, which is 58%. When unemployment claims increase, we receive additional funds based on workloads in excess of the base budget. The growing economy and low unemployment rate results in decreased funding. In February 2020, just prior to the start of the pandemic, the total staff was 264, 235 full-time and 29 part-time. Total full-time staff now is 280, with 7 being recruited for. The highest point of staffing during the pandemic was 355 in April of 2020. At that point, we also had 94 extra full-time positions that were worked by existing staff in overtime hours. 2020 through 21, the department paid over $2 billion in federal and state UI benefits to over 175,000 people, which was more money and more people paid in the past than in the past decade. DOIT represents 11% of New Hampshire Employment Security supports 25 full-time DOIT staff, and 17 are embedded in employment security. We rely heavily on technology to administer our programs, and why we were able to get through the pandemic with lower staff totals with our dedicated and knowledgeable staff, despite much higher claims than during the Great Recession. 12% software equipment and equipment-related maintenance. The job training fund is $6 million, which represents 11% of our overall budget. The remaining 8% general operating expenses, postage, utilities, supplies. 3% designated for training and subsistence payments to eligible participants under the Dislocated Worker Program. $14,964,545 is our budget for fiscal 2024, and $15,269,329 for 2025 in the category of permanent classified and unclassified positions. 286 classified, with 15 unfunded this biennium and 7 unclassified. Also, 36 full-time temp positions for 2024-2025 in order to assist with elevated workloads. The Work Invest program is available for businesses that pay quarterly taxes. This allows businesses an opportunity to upgrade the skills of their employees, and it's a one-on-one cash match. Work Now New Hampshire's intensive case management to individuals receiving Medicaid, Medicaid expansion, SNAP, or TANF. And New Hampshire Employment Security will work with those to connect job ready to job opportunities, and those that aren't ready would provide support to them to get them job ready as soon as possible. The Work Ready New Hampshire is a 3-week intensive program through the community college. It covers soft skills, including effective communication, team building, problem solving, decision making, and adequate levels of reading and math. Since late 2019, over 3.6 million, which is a total of 221 Work Invest contracts we've done with businesses. The Work Now processed over 2,300 payments totaling 3.5 million and 2 million for Work Ready. The Unemployment Trust Fund hovers around 360 million since October 31st, 2022, which is over 60 million higher than prior to the pandemic. 23 states were required to borrow $55 billion from the U.S. Treasury as of 11/8/22. 7 states still have outstanding balances of $27 billion. The trust fund is higher due to the growth from historically low claim volume, employer-based growth, and infusions from the federal pandemic aid totaling $109 million. Employers are already receiving reductions, and the forecast is for those reductions to last into the first quarter of 2023, saving employers $28 million. Job fairs, we've done 57 job fairs this year, attracting over 7,000 people, job seekers, and we continue to do 5 every month throughout the different regions of the state. We look forward to the next biennium and continuing to provide essential services to the citizens of the state as well as the businesses of the state of New Hampshire. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. First, I want to congratulate you for shepherding the state through the COVID pandemic, having the state's unemployment rate in March of 2020 go from roughly 2% up to 16%. Certainly was a jolt, and it's been obviously volatile over the last few years. But in the governor's opening remarks, he mentioned about certainly the possibility, if not probability, of an oncoming recession. How well, it would seem like if our unemployment rate now goes from 2.2% up to 6%, you're probably very capable of being able to handle something like that. But you could just talk about what position you're in to be able to handle either a moderate recession or a deep recession that might be coming.
Thank you for the question. So some very important lessons learned during the pandemic and our ability to pivot very quickly, not only on an increase in volume like we experienced seemingly overnight, but also in how we deliver those services, which I think is even more important. So our staff demonstrated great skill and willingness to take on additional tasks and additional hours during the pandemic. But a few of the things that we have pivoted in how we deliver services that will be very important regardless of what we encounter next in terms of what fuels any economic downturn that we may experience and an increased unemployment claim volume. But now we are much more agile in being able to deliver our services virtually, which is very important, allowing people more flexibility in their desire whether to come into a local office to seek services. So we're able to do our one-on-one services, our workshop services. Those are all able to be delivered virtually, really at the turn of a switch with our system. And we have the ability to take on more questions over our hotline, and the ability to transition that service from something that right now is very localized, so that if you are in the Manchester area, you're calling in, you're going to get an individual that's sitting in the Manchester office. What we did during the pandemic was all of those calls coming in, they go to the agent that is available regardless of where they sit in the state. So we made some adjustments. Obviously, hopefully, we continue to hope that we do not experience any sort of downturn, but knowing that things are cyclical, we prepare for that. We do have temporary full-time positions for which we would fill as needed. The dollars to support those would be an additional above base federal funding if we need those positions. But again, I think we learned a lot of important lessons during the pandemic on how we can pivot quickly and how we can rely very heavily upon both our system and the technology that we have and the enhancements that we've made to that system, but what our staff are capable of as well.
Thank you. Questions?
You have a small amount of money, well, not that small, but overall, transferred from other agencies. What's the source of most of that? What are you billing people for?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last.
What are you billing people for, so to speak?
So the U.S. Department of Labor requires we have partners within our one-stop centers throughout the state. And so they share in the cost of the operation of those centers. So that would be the revenue received from those other partner agencies for residing in our offices, for their presence in our.
Oh, I didn't realize there were that many of them. I guess there are. Thank you.
That many of what, Charlie?
Hmm?
That many offices, you mean? Or-
Well, no, that many, I thought most of your offices were just you.
Any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Greatly appreciate it. Okay.
You want to take some minutes?
We're going to take a 3-minute break, and then we'll be back with the Department of Agriculture for their testimony. Good morning, Department of Agriculture. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Good morning. So the Department of Agriculture is largely a consumer protection agency, although we have very many other functions. There are 6 divisions in addition to the Commissioner's office. Most are located in the annex of one meeting Department of Health Services. In that state, consumer protection takes some different forms. The animal industry is largely responsible for protecting zoonotic diseases, and that's the primary purpose of that division. The division of pesticides is charged with regulating the pesticides that are allowed to be used in this state and allowing licensing those who are able to apply those pesticides. And there are thousands of people who are licensed with thousands of products that are licensed by that division. Regulatory services is protecting consumers through their animals or for their animals, whether that be domestic or livestock, to make sure that the feed that is being sold and used in this state is, again, only containing ingredients that are approved by the legislature for sale in the state. And also lime and fertilizer, and we do testing. We've just started the testing of fertilizers again, which is something that people have wanted, but we have been understaffed in that area. Weights and measures protects people from those who might not want to deliver the exact amount of product that they claim to, whether that be cordwood, beer, propane, oil, anything that is sold in this state by weights or measures is regulated by that division. We recently just had a very large settlement with a oil dealer whose trucks were not delivering that which they were supposed to. And in that case, rather than heavily fine that company, we chose to pursue a settlement that required them to provide reimbursements to their customers who were serviced by those trucks. Plant industry, which is located over at Hazen Drive, regulates all of the plant dealers in this state and is primarily charged with making sure that the plants coming into this state and sold in the state are not infested with invasive species. And so that, of course, protects people who are planting gardens or having anything that they're growing, so that we don't have any worse problems with invasives in this state than we already do. But that is, in some cases, unfortunately, a losing battle. Within the Commissioner's office is myself, Michelle Thibault, who is the administrative assistant, and an accountant. So the Commissioner's office is 3 people, although we did take from the Department of Health and Human Services a number of years ago the Food Safety Modernization Act into the office, and that is directly under the Commissioner. So I am responsible for that program. We have 42 authorized positions at the current time. One of those is a fully federally funded position in plant industry. There are 4 part-time positions, one of which is the executive director of the State Conservation Commission, which just began a couple of years ago after having no staff there or contractor for several years. In this year's budget request, we are requesting an assistant commissioner in the office. That has been a priority of mine since I became commissioner, soon realizing that was really impossible to do everything that was required of the commissioner without an assistant, but COVID got in the way and other things became a higher priority. And so we are making that request once again. I do have a deputy, but he's the state veterinarian who is busier than I am and really only acts in my absence, which is very infrequent, much to my wife's chagrin. But we have also asked that the state executive director of the State Conservation Commission be upgraded to a full-time position. State Conservation Commission is something that exists in all 50 states. It's a program that's about 75 years old. The state is broken by county into districts that have supervisors that manage it. There has been a real lack of coordination for probably 10 or 12 years, which does not allow us to efficiently use the resources that exist within the 10 counties because there's nobody there even knowing what's going on. We have found that having someone there, even part-time, has been a great asset to the state and really beginning to make, once again, the system much more beneficial. And of course, the state conservation deals with farmland. What we're really pushing these days is no-till. Soil erosion is mitigated by that. It also sequesters carbon into the soil, which is helping with climate. You know, a state like New Hampshire, we can't do much, but we need to do what we can. So this is a very important position for us to go from part-time to full-time. Obviously, to keep somebody in that position requires a full-time job and requires benefits. And we've got a great individual there who is supported by everyone within the system. Last year, the legislature created an invasive species position but didn't fund it. And they put money into that so that we can start to really do a better job of coordinating with the invasive species. You see knotweed probably everywhere. You see the, which is the Japanese knotweed. You see the, I'm always losing what it is that wraps itself around the trees everywhere. Something berry, and for some reason it's escaped my mind again. We're losing the state to that. If you've ever been down near Hartford, you might think you're in a jungle because they've lost that battle. We haven't lost it yet, but if we don't really start to put some serious effort into that and coordinate with DOT and with the towns and give them the support on how to manage these things, we will soon be looking like other states in that area. But I always use Hartford as the example of how bad it can get. And literally, trees can be killed with these things. So we're hopeful that the governor is supportive of that. So those are really the two new positions that we are requesting, but one was the legislature put it into the law but didn't fund it, and one upgrade in the position for the department. If you look on the first sheet of our budget hearing, you'll see that while we have we really do not require general funding in total, but of course we do, but we return more every year to the general fund. So we are not a drag on the general fund. We are a net positive to the general fund each year. 2021 obviously was our low point. As we're moving forward, we are expecting that in this year we'll return over $670,000 to the general fund from the revenues that we get in this proposed budget for 24-25. In total, nearly 1.5 million for the 2-year period. You will see that our budget numbers have increased relatively substantially. A lot of that is due to the fact that we have 2 revolving funds within the department, and during the pandemic, my choice was to draw those funds down rather than lay off people because of the important work that we have to do. And so some of that is a reflection of the fact that at the time I said this was not sustainable, that if we continued to draw down, we would empty those funds and not be able to do what we're doing. We didn't purchase vehicles. Our fleet is about 24 vehicles, and we did not buy vehicles during that time. We need to get back on our replacement schedule. But again, while the numbers look large, the reality is that we will still return money to the general fund when all is said and done. And from there, I could ramble on for another half an hour, but I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have, or if I can't, turn them over to Michelle and see if she can do better than I can.
Okay. Thank you for that presentation. Could you just talk, you have a relatively small number of employees.
Yes.
Other agencies have had fairly significant vacancy rates, averaging around 20%. What's yours, and have you found it difficult to hire employees for your agency? And if you could just expand on that a little bit.
So when I became commissioner, we had a fairly high vacancy rate, and there was no attempt to fill those. I eventually discovered what the reasoning was on that, but we've since corrected that. It was an overestimation of revenues, and in order to make everything work, we left positions vacant. Right now, I have 4 vacancies. One is a new position, which we just interviewed for. That's in FSMA, which is 100% federally funded. That whole program is funded by feds and will end if they stop funding it. There was a full-time position there when we took it over from HS, but none of us could really figure out why. And it's a program that ratchets up based on, or ratchets down in this case. You start with farms that have very high income, and then it goes down each year to cover more and more farms. We've gotten to the point where we need to fill that. So they interviewed on Friday for that position, and do have a candidate. I think we had 3 qualified for that one. And other than that, what we have is a few people who have retired or left for other opportunities. I get, for a very brief period of time, I do get to 100%. And in this case, the reason there's actually still 4 is that 2 people within the department moved up, which is, from my opinion, a great thing. All of those positions are advertised, and we have found that we have had no trouble whatsoever filling our positions, probably with one exception a while back. But we've been doing very well, and expect to be back up at 100% within the month, and then we'll see if anybody else retires or moves on.
Thank you.
Just because you're neighbors, I'm going to say hi. Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
Hi. And that's about it. So plant industry is housed at HHS over with public health.
Yes.
It's a dumb question, but why?
Well, I never asked. I don't know.
Because that's what the lab is, I guess?
They have a lab over there. They have an incredible collection of insects over there. And probably...
I'll take your word for that.
Probably because there wasn't room over here when they moved. The department has moved a number of times over the years. And I think they've been housed there for a long time. But of all the questions I've thought to ask, that's not one of them, Charlie.
Okay.
Morning. This is on your prioritized needs. Looks like there's about $1 million, give or take, in prioritized needs. It's 100% generally funded. You mentioned, a few positions. What's the other, maybe, is there a big chunk that's somewhere else, or is it just a lot of little things that make that up?
Michelle?
A lot of our prioritized needs are based on transfers to OIT, transfers to general services. And instead of dividing that fund out of all the general funds, we just all lumped it into the commissioner's budget instead of breaking it out.
And I should have touched on IT. This year, for the first time, we do have a embedded IT person, which is very helpful. My joke has been that before I leave as commissioner, I'd like to get us into the 1990s with our technology. Of course, given what's going on right now, I might not see that goal to fruition. We do have one that is going out to bid shortly on the animal database, which is very important. Unfortunately, we had a huge setback in weights and measures. A contract was awarded prior to my becoming commissioner, and just a couple of months ago, we all came to the realization that they would not be able to fulfill their contract. So we're still operating on a system that was developed by a prisoner at the New Hampshire State Prison. And we did find somebody who was able to maintain that because it was crashing. So we've got to start over again. Do anticipate that there will be a bill in the legislature that will be looking to fund our IT needs to get the other programs done. We're developing the current one with the idea that they would be able to actually build off of the animal database, probably everything except for the weights and measures program.
To Sherry's point, one of your prioritized needs is a $250,000 capital program in the Office of the Commissioner. Something about state fairs.
The state.
Oh, the state fair program. This last year, Representative Ladd put forth a bill to fund infrastructure at our state fairs. And this would be, the idea when he had put it in was going to be that it would be a yearly appropriation. And that ended up being a one-time fund. And so we've asked to continue that program. Some of our state fairs are in desperate need of infrastructure upgrades and are having a difficult time because, of course, if we could guarantee that the weather would be good every year, we wouldn't be looking for this. But sometimes the weather or pandemics can really do a number on the fairs. They're a critical part of who we are as New Hampshire. And as some of you may know, the state fair's got a lot more money than what we're proposing back as late as 1980 because they were funded for premiums primarily, but it freed up other money by a 0.25% of the total take at Rockingham Park. And that was a program that went on from the 1940s, pretty much till Rockingham closed.
I was going to say that takes a lot lower than it used to be. You also have a $350,000 grants and grants improvement is where I noticed the prioritized need. And I've not yet discovered which division it's in.
Okay, give us a moment.
I wonder if you recall what that is off the top of your head. It just looked like maybe it was a program.
Probably. It's just-
The requested increase.
Charlie, what page are you on?
Well, I saw it in the summary. If I look at the first, the beginning of the document, the department roll-up shows $340,500 in additional prioritized needs both years for grants and grants administration. And then I don't know exactly which division it was in because I didn't get through all those pages. It may not be a big deal. It might just be the slough off of other things, but
You don't know exactly where in the summary you're seeing it.
no, I'm afraid I don't.
That's the fair.
You know what? It's not anything that we need to figure out today.
We can certainly send you.
Yeah,
an
no
email.
rush.
Sorry about that.
Page 6.
Yeah, bottom of page 6. Bottom of page 6.
I just don't know which division it is, and I think to know that they would have to.
For both 24 and 25.
Again, I don't,
You know, it's
I
probably.
think it might be under the animal industry.
Oh, okay.
We'll get back to you on that.
Yeah,
Yeah, no rush. I just thought I'd ask.
No, good question. And obviously one we cannot answer off the top of our heads, but
It's probably part of that. I believe it is part of that.
Well, that probably explains most of
And then I
it.
think it's got to do with the animal industry.
But if you spot something, and no reason we need to do it today.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I see they're on their way. Banking Department, sorry, is on their way, and I invite you to give your testimony.
Good morning. For the record, my
morning.
name is Amelia Galdieri, and I'm the Bank Commissioner for the state of New Hampshire. With me is Michael Jesenowski. He's the Director of Operations for the Banking Department. Thank you for the opportunity to present our budget, the Banking Department's budget proposal today. So I provided a handout. At the top of the handout, you'll see the Banking Department's mission statement. The Banking Department is committed to protecting the public's interest through the professional supervision of the financial services it regulates. Everything in our budget proposal is in support of that mission, so I thought it was important to start with that. So the Banking Department is organized into two divisions for the purposes of our budget. One is the Banking and Trust Division. In that division oversees the activities of 17 state chartered banks, 9 state chartered credit unions, and currently 41 non-depository trust companies and family trust companies. There's a couple in the hopper right now, so by year end, we expect that number to be perhaps one bigger. The second division is the Consumer Credit Division. That division oversees the several thousand Consumer Credit Division licensees. So mortgage bankers, brokers, small loan lenders, money transmitters. Several of those entities are what are commonly known as fintech companies, so companies that utilize technology to provide financial services, and is a growing field. Within those two divisions, the Banking Department has 48 positions, which includes 3 vacant funded positions, as well as 3 positions that are actively being recruited to fill. The Banking Department is a self-funded agency, so 100% of our funds are other funds. Every year we receive an appropriation, and over the course of that year, we collect fees, fines, and finally an assessment. And those monies are used to offset the initial appropriation. Moving on to our budget proposal. I've included some high-level figures from our budget proposal. The key takeaway from our budget proposal is that our budget is roughly, probably a little bit more than this, 80% salaries and benefits of our staff, plus related expenses such as IT support for that staff and training expenses. If you flip to the back of the handout, you'll see that the Banking Department has been tasked by the legislature with regulating a vibrant but ever-growing number of licensed entities, cue back to the fintech companies I mentioned earlier, and non-depository trust companies. And these numbers sort of reflect that kind of exponential growth we've been experiencing. In past budget cycles, we've been able to absorb this growth by increasing efficiencies, by, for example, leveraging information technologies and making good use of existing positions. However, the industry growth is now starting to outpace those strategies. And soon we'll have more exams to do than we have examiners to do them. And you can see with the trust companies, the Director of Trust Supervision, Nancy Daigle-Renaud, projected those numbers out so you can get a feel for how that growth is happening. For this reason, in this budget, we've made a targeted and strategic request for 2 new positions in fiscal year 24 and 3 new positions in fiscal year 25. And then outside of the budget, we plan to make use of those 3 vacant and funded positions. We're going to do a combination of reclassifications and reallocations to make the best and highest use of those positions to help us cope with the enormous influx of licensed and chartered entities. So I think all of that hopefully accomplishes our goal, which is at the end of my handout, of providing the banking department with adequate, experienced, and professional staff to cope with the extraordinary growth in the emerging fintech companies and the exponential increase in the number of trust companies supervised by the department. And because we're largely staff, and that's most of our budget, that's the extent of my presentation. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Sure. First an admission, I know extremely little about cryptocurrency. However, it appears I do know a lot more than the people who have been investing in cryptocurrency over the last few years. I was wondering if you could explain, or just how are you positioned to deal with cryptocurrency, especially how it impacts banking and banking regulations?
Sure. So right now with the current news that we're all hearing about FTX and BlockFi, Voyager, those have been the names in the news of the failing companies. Those entities are licensed with us to do a very small component of their business, which is money transmission. So traditionally, money transmission is, think of Western Union, they transfer money, fiat currency, back and forth between people. These companies are licensed by the banking department to take in either people's cash or their crypto and then transmit cash to other people. If they're doing business where they're taking in crypto and transmitting crypto, the legislature exempted that from our jurisdiction. So we really just regulate a small portion of what the companies that you're hearing about in the news do. That said, there are other ways that entities under our regulation could potentially interact with cryptocurrency. We have trust companies that could potentially be holding it in custody for their clients. And I think that's, trying to think if there's any other ones that I've heard of. I think that's the bulk of how we interact with cryptocurrency at the banking department.
Okay.
And so this part of the positions will go to the consumer credit division, which is really experiencing and having to cope with all of this cryptocurrency information that is coming at them in the news right now, even though it is just a small component of what these bigger companies do is what we regulate.
Okay, thank you for that. Switching gears, I know you're maybe not uniquely qualified, but you are certainly qualified to have a lot of your employees be able to work off-site, and whether it's work from home or work in other locations. The space you're in now, is that going to be a continued home? And are you looking, given your plan to have people work from home, please correct me if I'm wrong on that, but whether there's been any thought of downsizing that position or maybe changing out your position where you're located now?
Yeah, so we're actively looking at that issue right now. Our lease is up in May. So we're currently kind of discussing with our current landlord whether our space can be reconfigured, because if you were to walk into the banking department right now, we have a cube farm, as we call it at the banking department, of cubicles that used to house examiners pre-pandemic, but we've found that they can be completely in the field doing their examinations. So they maybe come into the office occasionally, but certainly not the need for that cube farm. So we're currently engaging with our landlord to try to reconfigure the space, reduce the space. However, it's taking a bit longer because of construction. Finding people to provide quotes for the construction is a problem right now, I believe. If my landlord was here to talk to you, that's what he would say. So it's taking a little bit longer than we anticipated, but it is something we're actively looking at because we have space that's underutilized currently.
Okay, thank you.
I'm good.
Okay,
Very good. Thank you very much.
thank you.
And I'd like to invite Veterans Home. Good morning. Need to hit the button. There you go.
Good morning. My name is Kim McKay. I'm the Commandant of the New Hampshire Veterans Home. And today with me, I have Stephanie Kelly, our Business Administrator. Okay. Let me get my glasses out. All right. In this slideshow you'll see today, we have some slides here that talk about the Veterans Home and the history of this. It has been around since 1890. I think it predates Charlie. And we are a 250-bed long-term care facility, no skilled care, all long-term care. We're currently funded by 3 revenue sources: the general fund, the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, and the residents themselves pay room and board. Today we have a statutory capacity of 250. We are budgeted around 225 due to the COVID situation and staffing that we're all experiencing. Our current resident snapshot is 124 residents. We have 7 more admissions coming over the next 4 weeks. And our average age of a veteran is 84 years old. We have 384 full-time staff to provide services to the residents. In theory, we have quite a bit of vacancy rate. The New Hampshire Veterans Home utilizes the VA grant program enabled under CFR 5141, which allows us to get partial or full payment for living reimbursements. The mission statement of the Veterans Home is to provide the best quality of life for New Hampshire veterans with dignity, honor, and respect. And I would say I'm pretty new to the facility. I came in January, and the one thing you will feel as the staff take this position and this mission statement with great pride and provide the best services for the residents. I thought it was important to just point out a couple of our challenges and our achievements, and because they affect our budget so much. So the first one is our current challenge of recruitment and retention of staff, and it's not just clinical staff, but also our non-clinical staff. Historically in the state system, we saw if a support service position was open, people would take it even if it was part-time to get their foot in the door with a state position. But now we can see vacancies in our laundry, our food service, they can get paid so much in the community setting. So we're struggling in those non-clinical areas as well. Some of our achievements to try to approach that and turn that around is that we launched an internal LNA, licensed nursing assistant program in our facility. So they, I'm sorry, I didn't number them. I don't know if everybody's with me. We've had 3 classes. We've graduated 9 LNAs so far. We just started a class 2 weeks ago, and there's 7 students in that class. So within this fiscal year, we will have 16 new LNAs in our facility. And our plan is to continue those classes back to back. We were able to work with DOP to enact the LNA trainee position. We created part-time positions so the staff, we can hire staff part-time before the class takes place, and then they can earn as they learn. So they work with us in the facility, help residents do the things they can within their licensing restrictions, and then they take the class, which is paid for, and if they stay with us for 1 year, they don't have to pay that class back. And then they become full-time LNAs. And so it's been really rewarding, and we've had some great successes with that. So when we saw that was working so well, there was something called an M&A, Medical Nursing Assistant Program, where LNAs with certain criteria through the Board of Nursing, they actually can take another class, and they can pass medications that don't require assessments. So we're seeing big needs in our nursing department, and having M&As that can pass traditional medications is really helpful. So we have created a program, and that has been forwarded to the New Hampshire Board of Nursing, and they're going to be reviewing that in December. Our hope is to create a career path. So not only will we be able to recruit people to become LNAs, join the nursing field, but they can also see a career path within our facility. We reclassed a vacant position to focus on recruitment. That position starts on the 2nd of December. We've been improving onboarding and retention with more support and mentorship. So if you're new to the facility, what does that mean? Who do you go to if you need help? Because it's not just getting them to the front door and hire them, but it's keeping people. If we invest that time, we want to keep them there. We're also improving communications. I was surprised when I came to the facility that not everybody had email. And so I know there's a cost with that, but communication is so important in a healthcare facility. Things happen daily that could change the way we act. So we could have one person test positive and we may treat that unit differently. And we were having a hard time getting that communication out to staff in a quick process. So we've now everybody has email, and including that part of the communication, and I think the employee satisfaction is that they know what's happening in their facility. They have some ownership to that. So I meet with staff on all shifts on a quarterly basis. So we're trying to do some of those kinds of communication building. We recognize outstanding employees with hero awards that their coworkers or their peers, nominate them. So we're trying that piece. With that challenge also comes our census. So low-staffed, low census, and that is not what we want to see. We have a very significant wait list. We have right now about 20 veterans in the community that are ready to come in the moment we have a bed, and we have about 46 applications that are being processed. So we know we could fill our beds. We just physically cannot do that with our staffing the way it is. So one of our challenges is the staffing. We've gone up about 10% since I got there. I basically met with all the staff and said, how many can we have here to provide the quality of care that they expect? So our goal is 131 with our staffing schedules like they are right now. So how do we meet those needs? So we consolidated partial units. We had some units that weren't full, so we combined them. We expanded light duty return to work programs. So we had, instead of them just being out of work, what else can they do here? Maybe they are in LNA, but maybe they could do some office work because we have openings, or they can fold laundry. So we're trying to bring people back sooner. We have increased the number of our volunteer opportunities. The Veterans Home has so many supporters in the community, from veteran service organizations to individuals. We have approximately 100 active volunteers, and that's a lot of support that we can feel. And we continue to mandate 4-hour shifts every pay period for nursing, all nursing, including nursing that our office. So our nurse managers, our assistant nurse managers, just to cover those shifts. On our vacancy snapshot, our overall vacancy rate is 35% for our facility. We realize the biggest vacancy is actually our nurses, and we define that as nurse practitioner, RN, or LPN, licensed practical nurse or registered nurse. We're about 48% with that vacancy rate, and for the LNAs, we're a little less with 43. We envision that will keep getting smaller as we have more and more classes, but it is very difficult to recruit nurses and have nurses come join our team. Right now, what we're seeing is that we're seeing other nurses come from other state organizations, and that just harms others. So we're hoping that we'll see more. One of the things I would like to do is just look at if there is a bridging program that we can do for nursing assistants to help support them to become LPNs and LPNs to become nurses. And maybe we can sponsor some of those educational costs. But it's not in the budget. We stayed on task for the budget. We have, as I mentioned, 3 revenue streams. And so general fund is the largest amount of 47%. And then the VA is a per diem rate. And there's 2 different ways we get paid. A basic per diem rate is $121 per day. If the veteran has 70% or more of a disability that is related to their service, we actually get $485.77 a day. We have currently 11 of those residents on the higher rate. The other piece of that is the residents themselves. We have room and board costs. If they have over $30,000 worth of assets, they pay the full room and board until they hit that $30,000 or less threshold. If they have below $30,000, we do a formula based on their total monthly income. Strategic priorities: grow the census with the employee support. Our goal is to be at 225 veterans. With that, finding that fine balance of providing the service, but also the quality. We still need to make sure we provide the quality, because to get those per diem rates, we must meet the VA survey requirements. They come out every April and they look at us and do a full survey of the services we're providing, the physical campus, that type of thing. We are looking at some health, life safety initiatives I think some people in this room are at our capital budget proposal. We do have some water that runs right through our basement area. So we do have some projects that we're hoping to address. And we also are looking at enhancing our security readers. We have security cards right now on most of our doors, but not all outdoors, all of the exits. So we'd like to try to improve in that. In this budget coming, we have asked to replace aging vans. We have some vans that are quite old, and I think they've reached their end as far as welding them together. So we're hoping to see that go through. We also are looking at installing some mechanical lifts into our ceilings so we can improve the ability to move people safely and lower the risk of having injuries to our staff. And then we are looking to increase our contracted services. We need to provide more in-house services around physical therapy, around laboratory. And then we do have a temporary staffing contract that was approved from the Governor and Council and the Fiscal Committee. However, the agency has not been able to provide us with not one person. So we are going to need to look at expanding that so we can go for a nursing contract. We really feel the burden of the lack of nurses during weekends, holidays, if we have COVID in the facility and people are sick. So we need to have some kind of backup plan with the contracts. And then the IT infrastructure upgrades, like I said, we need to be able to communicate with staff. We need to be able to communicate with our residents, and the residents communicate with their families. When we have a COVID outbreak, it makes the facility close down a little bit, and so the families still need access. And right now, in most of our building, you cannot get Wi-Fi, and based on the building structure. There's just a snapshot of our budget of what we're asking for over the next 2 years. Executive summary, we stayed within the governor's parameters. We did a 3% increase over the last budget. We level funded for 25. Again, as I spoke about, we asked for additional funding for consultation services. We also know that in the next year, our medical service contract is going to be up. And so we have a very low medical service contract. And so the concern is, will that stay that way? Because we all know how hard it is to find staff. And I talked about investing in clinical and custodial equipment. We have a high tradition of providing care, our high level of quality of care. Our residents expect it, our families expect it, and our staff expect it. And so with the continuing support of the governor and this committee, we hope to continue in that tradition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You mentioned the 35% vacancy rate, and it's especially highlighted by the nursing.
Yes.
Has the state's incentive program for nursing helped at all in bringing in nurses in the last few months, and what does that look like going forward?
Yes, I believe so. I think that we are cautious about how we present it to any new employee that's coming from the outside, to let them know that this is a 15% enhancement, that For us, it expires March 2024, and then the additional 15% till June 30. But we just hired a staff development nurse from the community. So we are seeing some movement. And again, we've also seen some movement from other agencies, which I feel bad about, but at the same time, we need them. So I think the enhancements are definitely helping with the LNAs for sure. People are wanting to join our team because it is equivalent to what they're making in the community. Nursing a little slower, and I just think that's because the community, there's less nurses.
Is this a matter, with nursing, is this a matter of, for many state agencies, it's a matter of pay them and they will come,
Yes.
you know? But with nursing, it's different. I mean, the nursing shortage isn't something unique to New Hampshire or New England or regional. It's nationwide.
Yes, sir.
Is this more of a long-term problem in actually training nurses? Because obviously it's not a quick fix. You can't get someone in here and have them be a nurse 2 months from now.
Right. I think part of it is we have to find ways to speak to them, so the quality of life. And so someone who's a licensed practical nurse maybe at our facility and has thought about becoming an RN, but doesn't have the monies, or how am I going to leave my job to do that? It takes a year to make that happen. It's $23,000 for them to become an RN. I feel like that's an excellent investment if we can ask for them to sign a contract that stays for 2 years. So I think there are ways that we can make it even more attractive to come to the veterans home. But I think the other comments of all the other facilities across the country are experiencing the same thing. And I don't know if that means we need more nursing schools. I don't know how we speak to that.
Okay, thank you. In here, you mentioned that 24% are basically private pay, people paying out of their own pocket for their revenue. Is that mostly through insurance, or are they just writing a check from their bank accounts?
It comes from their pensions usually, their retirements, a portion of their pensions. So they keep a 10%. I'm going to look at Stephanie if I start to misspeak. They keep 10% and $100, which I'm not sure, $100 and then 10%. And again, we're not tacking on the spouse at home's income. This is just their income that they pay.
Okay. And that's 2 housekeeping items. One, you had a position, what we have talked about, and my understanding is you've withdrawn that position?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you want to talk about that offline.
Yes, so we have a combination of a CFO and a COO position at the Veterans Home. It's very unique. And unfortunately, our person who's doing that has, well, fortunately and unfortunately for me, but for the country, great. He has been deployed, and so that has left a bit of a learning curve for me to cover that CFO position. So I was going to be requesting a full-time CFO position from for the budget. However, we're going to move towards the 8T, ask for a temporary position while he is not in service, and then consider, he is expected to be back in the next year. So I think the 8T will bring us through that.
Okay, great. And again, just housekeeping, in the capital budget, you had requested money for basically expanding the sprinkler system.
Yes.
That was met, I believe, through ARPA funding.
Yes.
So you no longer have that.
It's not, yes, not needed. It was, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. That answers my questions.
He asked most of mine.
He did?
Yeah.
You have nothing?
The only thing I want to say is I've been to the Veterans Home only twice, and each time was a very moving experience. And it's obvious from the people who work there and the time I spent there what a dedicated staff you have and how dedicated they are to their mission.
I absolutely agree. Incredibly dedicated. You can feel it when you come in, and the community support as well. And we're very lucky. Our veterans are, they deserve it. They definitely deserve it.
I feel that way when I come into administrative services too, but it's slightly different.
They're like, oh, you're here.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much
Have
for your
a great
time.
day.
Greatly appreciate it. All right, I'd like to invite Pease Development Authority up for their testimony.
Good morning. Thank you. Paul Breen, Executive Director, Pease Development Authority.
Good morning.
Director Marconi, Division of Ports and Harbors. And to my right is Grant Nichols, Assistant Director of Ports and Harbors. First and foremost, Pease Development Authority does not have an impact on the general fund. We do have administrative oversight of the Division of Ports and Harbors, and I'll ask Mr. Marconi to testify today.
Well, thank you, and almost good afternoon. The New Hampshire Port Authority was established by the statute in 1957, and it was a standalone state agency until 2001, when the legislature merged us administratively with the Pease Development Authority. At that time, the statute said that any existing classified employees shall remain. So at the time of that administrative change, there were 6 classified positions. Through attrition, one was replaced with a non-classified PDA position. We've just recently replaced another one, so the books say we have 5, but we're actually down to 4 positions. As Paul said, even though it shows up in the budget, because they are classified positions, we reimburse 100% of the salaries and benefits back to the state through revenues that we generate from our businesses at the port. As of right now, we have 8 full-time non-classified positions, and we only have the 5 that are on the books, but we have only filled. Actually, I misspoke. We have 5 positions. One of them we've filled with a non-classified. We do have an empty position that we're interviewing, and that is a Deputy Chief Harbor Master. And under the statute, the Deputy Chief Harbor Master has to be certified by PSTC as a police officer. So that position will remain a classified position. So our statutory charge is to promote the movement of freight through our ports and harbors and provide the development of boating facilities for the boat travel that moves up and down the coast or in our tidal waterways. And we've been pretty successful for the last 20 years supporting ourselves. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, you're sort of my model budget, because there are no general funds, and your budget actually looks like it decreased by about $100,000 from 23 to 24. You have no additional prioritized needs. That's as clean as it gets.
Well, I will say this, with all due respect, when they first merged us with Pease, I didn't know anything about them. I only knew what I read in the newspapers. It wasn't until I got there and I got involved in the administration as a senior staff member that I really found out what a pretty good organization they are. And what they did is they gave us resources we didn't have before. We've got a finance director that handles all of our bill paying and invoicing. We've got, personnel people. We've got,
Information.
yeah, our IT people. And most important of all, we've got a problem-solving team. We meet regularly, the senior staff members, and we throw it on the table. And somewhere in the mix, there are some good ideas that come out on how we solve problems. And I give credit to the Pease organization and the people in the legislature that set it up. And it's certainly been an advantage to us to operate as a business, serve the public, and generate the revenues we need to maintain ourselves.
Thank you. Any questions?
I desperately want to ask Gino a question, and I can't think of one to ask. So I know we're working with you on the classified issue, and the final results of that may not be completely happy for everybody, but we'll work it out.
All we're looking for is the answer.
Just want to congratulate you on being the second smartest person in your household.
I take that as a compliment.
Given who you're second to, it's a nice compliment.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you very
Any
much.
questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hearing will stand in recess until 1:15. That's your assigned chair. You have to stay in it. Okay, it's 1:15. We're going to reconvene the operational budget hearing, governor's budget hearing. And just for housekeeping, I know there's noise going on here. We have asked them to maybe move to a different task for the afternoon so we can get through this. If not, just, it's debatable whether or not we'll be able to, but we are listening above and beyond. So if you can get through it, we can certainly listen beyond that because we're now used to it, having spent the morning doing so. And at this point, I'd like to invite the Department of Safety to come up and give their testimony on their budget. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Robert Quinn, Commissioner of the Department of Safety, and with me today is Steve Avoy, the Director of Administration. Today, we will speak to the Department of Safety's FY 24-25 agency budget request. The mission of the Department of Safety is to continually enhance the safety, security, and quality of life in New Hampshire throughout professional, collaborative, and innovative service to all. The department has 7 divisions, each with a unique public safety mission and unique sources of funding. Demands for public safety services continue to grow in all areas, as do demands in our employees. The department has struggled over the last several years with increased vacancies, and our dedicated employees have worked tirelessly at all levels of the organization to maintain the highest level of service possible with fewer resources. While we have been successful in meeting the public safety mission to date, continuing to do so at existing staffing levels is not sustainable. Vacancies must be funded and filled. This budget funds existing public safety services required to maintain safety in New Hampshire through FY 24 and 25. However, there are several critical vacant positions that are currently in prioritized needs due to the funding constraints applied at this phase of the budget. Salaries and benefits increases, combined with increased equipment replacement costs and increased reliance on IT infrastructures and systems, have increased the overall cost of doing business. Prioritized needs of $16.1 million in FY24 and $13.8 million in FY25 are critical to maintaining public safety as the department works to meet increased demands for services at all levels. Our prioritized needs include 63 state police sworn positions that were previously funded in FY22 and 23. 18 civilian positions across the department that were previously funded in FY 22-23, 9 new positions required to meet demands for services, and lastly, 48 replacement state police cruisers. Throughout the presentation, we will discuss how these prioritized needs will impact public safety services across New Hampshire. Funding all vacant positions is a priority for the department, and we request that consideration be given to do so if resources are available. Director Steve Lavoie will now spend some time discussing the important public safety mission of each of our 7 divisions and provide a summary of changes, prioritized needs, and the related impacts on the service delivery. We're happy to take any questions that you may have throughout the presentation. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, good afternoon, everyone. So we'll dive into the presentation here starting on page 2, which provides an organizational summary of the department as a whole. And as the Commissioner mentioned, there are 7 divisions within the Department of Safety. Each is funded uniquely with various funding sources. And so it really makes sense for us to present our budget request at a divisional level, and that's what we're going to do today. Page 3, before we get into the division level, is the overall summary request for the department as a whole. So for FY24, the Department of Safety is requesting a total of $240 million, and in 25, $240.7 million to fund public safety services across the state. Those funds support 1,151 full-time classified positions and 13 unclassified positions. However, there are 107 classified positions that are currently within prioritized needs and not included in those amounts. What's also presented here is the fact that we're a very people-driven organization. 55% of our costs are associated with salaries and benefits. with the remaining factoring in with operating costs. Many of those operating costs are funds and grants that are distributed to locals and other state agencies. Our 24 budget increased by $7.2 million due to general increase in the cost of doing business, operating cost increases, including replacement equipment, supplies, and contracts. There's also an increase in federal fund expenditures that's associated primarily with disaster grant funding, a lot of that being related to the COVID disaster that occurred over the last several years. And those are funds that will be distributed to state and local agencies. $5.8 million in the increase is due to a change in administrative budgeting practice, which results in a double budgeting because of the dedicated funds that are used to support those areas. And $3 million in increase is due to increased DOIT-related costs. And those are attributed to major IT systems at DMV and at state police that had significant cost increases over the last year. As the commissioner mentioned, we have several positions in prioritized need with a total of $16.1 million in 24 and $13.8 million in 25. So if you turn to page 4, we'll move on to the Office of the Commissioner. The Office of the Commissioner, in addition to overseeing the entire department and all 7 divisions, also directly oversees the Office of Highway Safety, the Department of Safety's legal unit, and the Bureau of Hearings. Page 5 shows the Office of the Commissioner's budget request. For FY24, the Office of the Commissioner is requesting $20.0 million, and for 22, $20.2 million. 32% of those funds support salary and benefits for the positions within the Office of the Commissioner, which are 45 classified and 3 unclassified positions. There are no unfunded positions within this unit. The Office of the Commissioner, as I mentioned, includes the Bureau of Hearings, which conducts over 14,000 hearings every year, and also the Office of Highway Safety, which in FY22 awarded over $886,000 to 81 local police departments for enforcement activities. The budget is relatively flat. There's a little bit of a decrease from prior year amounts, and that's due primarily to moving some debt service expenditures that were being paid for out of the Office of the Commissioner to a separate accounting unit within special expenses to ensure that the funding is appropriate in those areas. And there are a few prioritized needs, small amounts, but $199,000 in 24 and $132,000 in 25, which are to fund additional costs for maintenance conducted by the Department of Administrative Services for our 33 Hazen Drive facilities. Then also $12,000 to fund additional retiree health estimated payments, and those were prioritized by the Department of Administrative Services. Page 6 is the Division of Administration's organizational chart. The Division of Administration provides internal support services to all the divisions within the Department of Safety and is comprised of 6 bureaus: Financial Management, Human Resources, Asset and Resource Management, Road Toll, Grants Management, and Facilities Management. Page 7 shows the Division of Administration's budget request of $11.2 million for FY24 and $11.5 million for FY25. 66% of those funds support salary and benefits for the employees within this division. Those are 85 classified and 2 unclassified employees. There are 3 unfunded full-time positions that are in prioritized need. One of those is a new position, and 2 of those are existing vacant unfunded positions. And some highlights for the division in 22, the Road Toll Bureau collected $181 million in road toll revenues to support the highway fund. And the mail unit processed 1.8 million pieces of incoming mail and 1.3 million pieces of outgoing mail. And the plate room distributed 567,000 license plates and 1.8 million plate decals to municipalities and DMV substations across the state. There's a slight decrease in overall budget from FY23, and that's due to a reallocation of DOIT expenses to other divisions within the department. Another change in the Division of Administration is the transfer of 3 existing facilities positions, which were funded in other divisions, moving them into the Facilities Management Bureau to support the department as a whole. On page 8, there's some details of the prioritized needs within the Division of Administration, including the 2 existing vacant Road Toll Auditor 2 positions. Just noting that audits are an important way to ensure voluntary compliance with the road toll, which is also known as the state's gas tax. And that not filling all auditor positions increases the risk of incomplete reporting and potentially leads to declines in highway fund revenue collections. The new position being requested by this division is a new Human Resources Coordinator 2 position. The Department of Safety has employees represented by 5 different collective bargaining units, and they include sworn civilian employees as well as 24/7 operations. It's a heavy lift. There's over 1,600 employees in total, and our HR operations need additional support to ensure that we can provide services to all employees. And finally, there's $1.2 million in DOIT expenditures for additional staffing, hardware, and software that are in prioritized needs. These are costs that the division, that the department as a whole absolutely needs, including staffing, hardware replacement, and software licensing. These costs are in the Division of Administration but support the Department of Safety as a whole. On page 9, we move on to the Division of Motor Vehicles, whose mission is to enhance public safety on the roadways of New Hampshire by ensuring that all drivers, vehicles, and service providers are properly credentialed. The division is comprised of 6 bureaus: driver licensing, financial responsibility, which is what driving history records are recorded, Bureau of Operations, Bureau of Registration, Bureau of Title, and then also the administration section. Page 10 shows the Division of Motor Vehicles 24-25 budget request. The division is requesting $31.7 million in 24 and $32.5 million in 25. 54% of those funds are salary and benefits, supporting 208 full-time classified positions and 2 unclassified positions. There are an additional 8 classified positions that are currently unfunded and sitting in prioritized needs. In FY22, the DMV issued 405,167 motor vehicle titles, performs 36,219 skills and road tests, and produced 381,497 driver licenses and ID cards. The increase from 23 to 24 is due in large part to an increase in DOIT expenses, as mentioned earlier, and those are for ongoing maintenance related to the DMV subsystems, the vision system and the map system. Both of these systems are critical to the day-to-day operations of the DMV, both at DMV substations and also at local municipalities. And both have to be, both of the costs are required to ensure that these systems remain operational. If you turn to page 11, the prioritized needs for the Division of Motor Vehicles, primarily dealing with personnel. So the first is to fully fund part-time positions across the entire division. Part-timers are used at locations across the state as well as for back office functions and are utilized to help leverage and change staffing resources as volumes fluctuate throughout the year. Also funding one data entry operator 3 and 1 clerk 2 position in the Bureau of Certificate of Title. These positions are required to process title transactions and limit delays, and also not funding these positions could result in delays in implementing new efficiencies, including e-title processing. There's also a request to fund 4 data control clerk 3 positions. These positions are in the Financial Responsibility Bureau, and without these positions, there will be impacts to driver history records in ensuring that those records remain up to date. Finally, the DMV Epping relocation request. The DMV currently operates out of the Epping location shared with the State Police Troop Station in Epping. The area we've outgrown the existing location. The volume is just too large. It's also not a great location to get driver licensing tests out of that area. There's been increased traffic along that area. And so the DMV is looking to relocate to a different location within Epping, and those funds would be required in order to do that. And then finally, the DMV is looking to open a new location in Plymouth. Right now, customer wait times in both Concord and Tamworth continue to increase because individuals in the Lakes region have to choose to go to one of those 2 locations. This would meet a need in that area and would hopefully reduce wait times in both those areas as well. Page 12 shows the Division of State Police organizational structure. As a state law enforcement agency, State Police patrols New Hampshire's highways, toll roads, and interstates, enforcing state criminal, motor vehicle, and other public safety laws. State Police operates 7 troop stations, a Marine Patrol facility, aircraft hangar, and provides visible law enforcement presence across the state. In addition, the division also operates the state's forensic lab, the criminal records unit, permits and licensing unit, and provides security at Legislative Office Building, State House, and New Hampshire Hospital campus. Page 13 shows the Division of State Police request of $106.9 million in FY24 and $105.7 million in FY25. 65% of those funds support salaries and benefits of 578 full-time classified and 1 unclassified position. As the Commissioner mentioned, there are currently 90 classified positions within prioritized need. In FY22, New Hampshire State Police stopped 74,671 motor vehicles, arrested 753 impaired drivers, and conducted 6,299 criminal investigations. There's a decrease in salaries and benefits as noted from the unfunded positions. There's also an increase in funding of part-time auxiliary troopers of $630,000, and that's to address ongoing demand for law enforcement services. $4.2 million of the increase in FY24 is due to the increased cost of replacement equipment, including portable radios and state police fleet vehicles. The state police vehicle replacement plan was not fully funded in prior biennium, and then supply shortages limited our ability to make all budgeted replacements that were planned in the prior 2 years. $2.2 million in increases are due to increased costs for ongoing maintenance of critical New Hampshire State Police IT systems, including computer-aided dispatch and records management system, and also increased maintenance of the state's message platform, which is used to pass criminal justice information between federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. On page 14, we start to look at some of the detailed prioritized needs for state police. $1.5 million is required to fund 10 troopers, 2 sergeants, and 1 lieutenant in the Detectives Bureau. These are positions that work in the Major Crime Unit, the Narcotics Investigation Unit, Special Investigation Unit, and are also serve as troop detectives. And they're critical to ensuring that we prevent a negative impact to public safety. In the Traffic Bureau, we're requesting $2.3 million to fund 16 trooper positions. These positions are located in Troop A in Epping, Troop B in Bedford, and Troop D in Concord. And corresponding to that request is $1.5 million to replace 20 vehicles in FY24. It's important to note that a vehicle is considered equipment for a state police trooper's perspective. A trooper without a vehicle can't perform their services. And so those two are really linked together. You'll see a similar linking between the Enforcement Bureau request of 14 troopers and 2 sergeants, and then 24 vehicles in FY24. The Enforcement Bureau operates out of Troop C in Keene, Troop E in Tamworth, and Troop F in Twin Mountain. On page 14, you'll see a request for $1.5 million for commercial enforcement to fund 14 trooper positions and 4 vehicles in FY24 as well. Commercial enforcement operates out of Troop G, and they're a statewide mission, and they're focused primarily on commercial motor vehicle enforcement activities. There's also a connect here to the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program, also known as MCSAP, which is a federally funded program that requires a maintenance of effort. And so it's critical that we fund the existing levels of services at state funded level to ensure that the federal funds are still available. $324,000 is being requested for substance abuse enforcement troopers. There's 3 positions with a mobile enforcement team. And this is a team that focuses on decreasing cross-border drug interdiction. They're needed to prevent negative impact to public safety response time, and then also ensure that officer safety issues and the mental health and well-being for remaining law enforcement employees is considered. There are also civilian positions included in prioritized needs. There's 2 Criminalist 2 positions, 2 Criminalist 3 positions, and 1 Criminal Evidence Technician position within the State Police Forensic Lab. The Forensic Lab provides services to all local New Hampshire police departments, and these positions are required to ensure the accurate and timely processing of evidence that are brought forward. There's 1 sergeant position within State Police Communications, which provides oversight over the 24/7 State Police dispatch function. And then on page 16, an Administrator 2 position, which oversees the Criminal Justice Information Message Switch System. This is the piece that we talked about with the DOIT expenditures that transmits data across the criminal justice system. And then we have some new position requests for state police. There's 3 new Criminalist 1 positions in the lab. This is for the forensic biology unit, which has not increased its number of full-time positions since 2012. There's been a delay in the turnaround time between the receipt of biology requests in the lab and the issuance of a report. And that has continued to triple due to staffing concerns. We're implementing new technology in this area, but also need new positions to ensure that we can maintain existing levels of service and operate that new technology. And then in the Traffic Bureau, there's 1 new Program Specialist 2 position to help support the digital evidence unit related to the body camera and cruiser camera data that's currently being collected now that that system has been implemented. And then finally, what's listed here at the very bottom, 1.6 million is 17 positions that were previously unfunded in prior biennium. So these were not funded in 22 or 23, but they are positions that are authorized but have been unfunded for several biennium now. Page 17 is the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, which is responsible for coordinating New Hampshire's response to major natural or human-caused disasters. On page 18, HSEM's FY24 budget request is $27.3 million. Their 25 request is $26.9 million. 26% of those funds support the 42 classified and 2 unclassified positions. The 74% of those costs are operating funds, primarily federal grants that are distributed to locals and state agencies as part of the Homeland Security Grant Program through FEMA. In FY22, HSEM activated the State Emergency Operations Center 10 times, facilitated 16 exercises and 67 trainings, and conducted 31 initial reviews and approved 44 local hazard mitigation plans. $7.4 million of the increase in FY22 is increased federal disaster money, which will be distributed to state and local disaster responses. The majority of that is coming from the COVID-19 disasters. $78,000 of the increase is a new radiological instrument technician position in the radiological instrument maintenance and calibration section. And that position is funded 100% by other funds as part of the annual Seabrook Station assessment. And then there are 2 positions that are unfunded and listed as prioritized needs, which are listed on page 19. In addition to these 2 positions, there's some additional facility maintenance costs and also retiree health payments that are in prioritized needs as prioritized by the Department of Administrative Services. Page 20 is the Division of Emergency Services and Communications, which oversees and operates the state's enhanced 911 system. 911 staffs 2 redundant public safety answering point call centers, 1 in Concord, 1 in Laconia. The division also maintains the state's radio network and promotes interoperability across the state. Page 21 shows the division's budget request of $18.5 million for FY24 and $18.9 million for FY25. 73% of these funds support salary and benefits of 130 classified and 1 unclassified employees. All positions are funded. There are no positions within prioritized needs. In FY22, the division answered 481,032 calls to 911 and maintained a 51.64 second transfer time for emergency medical dispatch calls. Essentially no significant changes. Some increases in operating costs due to telecommunications service contracts that needed to be rebid and ended up coming at a higher cost, and also some software related to computer-aided dispatch and automatic location identification. Prioritized needs on page 22 are those that related to facility maintenance and retiree health payments as prioritized by the Department of Administrative Services. Page 23 is the Division of Fire Standards and Training and EMS, which is committed to training, educating, and certifying emergency and community responders to protect the citizens and visitors of New Hampshire. Page 24 shows the division's budget request of $9.3 million in FY24 and $9.5 million in FY25. 64% of those funds support 40 classified and 1 unclassified employee. In FY22, the division enrolled 20,140 students, issued 1,280 certifications, and taught 897 courses. No significant changes to salary and benefits. There's actually a decrease in full-time salaries due to new employees that were hired at higher rates than their incumbents, but that's being offset by an increase in part-time wages due to increased demand for fire training courses and part-time instructors. This division really relies heavily on part-timers for fire training instruction across the state. $860,000 of the increase is due to the increased cost of instructional supplies to meet demands for the classes, and that's fuel for fire training, replacement equipment, as well as a new candidate physical ability test trailer. There are 3 new full-time fire service instructor positions in prioritized needs that are unfunded. These are required to respond to increased demand for additional firefighter 1 and 2 courses across New Hampshire, adding the full-time instructional staff that are necessary. As I mentioned before, these programs are primarily taught by part-time instructors, and it's been a challenge to find enough part-time instructors to meet the demand. Page 25 is the Division of Fire Safety, whose mission is to prevent deaths, injury, and property loss by promoting a safe fire, building, and hazardous materials environment for the citizens and visitors of New Hampshire through education, engineering, investigation, and enforcement. Page 26 shows the division's budget request of $4.8 million in FY24 and $4.9 million in FY25. 82% of those funds support salary and benefits of the 23 classified and 1 unclassified employee within the division. In FY22, these employees investigated 123 fire-related incidents, conducted 323 fire and life safety inspections, and conducted 1,139 building plan reviews. $139,000 of the increase from FY23 is due to increases in replacement equipment, including vehicles used by fire investigators when responding to a fire-related incident. And $105,000 of the increase are due to increased salary and benefit costs as a result of scheduled increments. What's important to note here is that the fire fund as it stands, which is supported by fees collected for driver history records, is not sufficient to fund both the Division of Fire Standards and Training and also the Division of Fire Safety. And so adjustments are going to be required to ensure that we can continue to support both of these divisions with those funds. A combination of expanded authorized use and then updated per record fees will be required in order to alleviate any concerns we have with the fire fund balance. And there is one new full-time position that's being requested by the division. This is a new program assistant 2, which is critical for planning, organizing, and coordinating admin rules and responding to 91A requests because those responses keep increasing. The division received 132 requests in 2020, 159 in 21, and are on track to receive 197 in 22. And so timely response is required by law and is unable to be met with existing resources. And so that concludes a summary of our budget request for 24-25. We'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Quick question. First on DMV. I know DMV has undergone a lot of technological changes over the last few years. For example, being able to renew your license online, things like that. Has that manifested itself within your budget as far as budget savings? For example, maybe unfunding positions that are currently vacant that have been made sort of redundant by these technological advances?
No, there hasn't really been an opportunity to eliminate positions. It's really more of a convenience factor for the public, so they don't have to wait in line, don't have to schedule an appointment, or able to renew certain things online. There's also there is somewhat of a shift because there's still back office work that has to happen associated with all those transactions. And so while there may be less positions for front desk related activities because of less people coming in, there's still work that has to occur, and it's just moved to a back office function.
Okay. Number 1 priority, state police? As far as funding the unfunded positions you have right now, that remains your number one additional prioritized need?
The troopers.
Yeah.
Yeah, the troopers, number one. It's, and I'll let the commissioner speak to that more, but it's essentially maintaining public safety services. Very dedicated force. They've been doing it with less folks due to vacancies. We're having success attracting people now. The market's starting to change.
That's my next question.
Yeah.
I know that the state has instituted an incentive program for you to hire more state troopers. And if you could comment a little bit about how successful that program has been and where you see it going, assuming we fund a lot of these currently unfunded positions.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think the recruitment and the retention bonuses are definitely something that will benefit in the short and the long term. And our most recent testing was a lot more promising. We had more showing up. We had a better class. We monitor that very closely. So I think that that has definitely been a step in the right direction. And that is our number one priority.
Right. Okay. Do you have any sort of projections that are given the current landscape, how many additional troopers you think you'll be able to get prior to the end of this current fiscal year, so between now and June?
Well, I can't give an exact number now, but what I will say is by the time, if we have a test and say at the test, the physical and the written test, we get 50% pass rate, then that we have to go through the rest of the process, which is an oral interview and the testing, the polygraph, et cetera. But like I said, the last class, we had 20 that took the test and 12 went on from there to the next step. So that looked promising compared to other classes.
Okay. If you, for example, were to hire 20 between now and June 30th, would I take I believe the 69 positions you want funded and subtract the 20 from that? Or is that the 69 positions plus whatever you hire?
Well, I think any time we hire, we're subtracting them. So we would automatically subtract those. So yeah, I could say this, they're working very hard in the recruitment side, and it is their top priority in the state police. But I'm confident in the team that they have over there, that they're doing everything possible, and the measures that have taken place already, I think, are going to help.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Any questions?
So you want, excuse me, you unfunded 81 positions, and I'm going to ask about that just because it's unusual. Nobody else is unfunding positions. They're mostly refunding positions. Are any of them filled?
None of them were filled at the time of the budget development. Some of them may be filled now. We have not stopped recruiting. And so the positions were unfunded to meet the revenue targets that we had at the time. And that was the only way that we could achieve those targets.
So most agencies started with their positions, and then, to the extent that they didn't do anything different, they didn't do it on the people side. I'm looking at your budget, and you're actually less people than most parts of the budget are. You're 55, 60% people. Is it the nature of where those people are? I mean, I know 90% of your general funds are state police, and is that what it comes down to, or?
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. So the state police division is funded by a mix of general, highway, turnpike funds. General fund increases were allowed, turnpike, highway funds were not. There weren't other areas that we could find savings without significantly impacting the operations.
Okay. And does every new trooper position come with a car?
When we budget, we include the car, the radio, everything.
That's what I meant. And so what's the other stuff cost? Salary, benefits, and then
equipment.
The car and stuff.
So the cars, we budget for a fully outfitted car. We're looking at high 40s.
Okay. And is there anything else they get like that? Or is that's all in? That includes the computer and everything else?
Yeah, if you want to round out to 50 for computer, equipment, uniform, vehicle upfit, all those components.
Great.
So along the same lines of your trooper positions, does your federal or other sources of income, will that cover any additional staffing? Or is most of your staffing going to then be generally funded? Like, I'm not sure how your federal grants work in your trooper area and the federal money that comes in, but are you at a fixed federal amount, or do you have more troopers? Can you have additional federal money that comes in to help offset some of the cost?
Right now, we're pretty much at a fixed federal amount for the federally funded positions.
Okay.
The risk is the maintenance of effort requirements associated with those law enforcement activities and not being able to meet the state portion, which puts those federally funded positions potentially at risk.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to give their testimony. Good afternoon. No. Two hands up. I think we're ready.
Great. Well, thank you. First off, my name is Lindsay Courtney. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. And with me, I have Heather Kelly, who's our Director of Operations. And we certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today regarding OPLC's FY24 and 25 budget request. I wanted to start off on page 2 with just a brief agency overview. I know most of you are probably familiar with the agency, although we have seen some significant organizational changes recently. We oversee the administration of 50 professional licensing boards. 7 of those are directly regulated by the office itself. While we are a fairly new agency, established in 2015, the boards are not new. And OPLC's task has been to consolidate all administrative functions into one regulatory body. The second bullet point on page 2 highlights some of our key licensure data, and certainly more is available in our annual reports. With a licensee pool that equals the size of 16% of the state's population, OPLC's operations certainly significantly impact workforce in this state. And so our proposed budget, was designed to fully resource the agency to ensure it is able to timely respond to workforce needs. The third bullet point details our personnel positions that we have currently. We have 82 permanent classified positions. In addition to that, we presently have 19 full-time temporary positions. We are requesting that we convert 6 of those to permanent positions in the budget. Essentially, we're anticipating that as we move from a manual personnel-driven process to an electronic process, we will be able to unfund some of those positions through attrition. And at present, we only have 3 vacant positions, including the 19 full-time temporary. On page 3, I just wanted to touch briefly on our vision, which guided our proposal today. Our licensing boards have for years operated with very rudimentary manual processes, which has created significant barriers to workforce. So our vision is really to transform and modernize support for New Hampshire's professional licensing boards. We propose to do this over the next several years by shifting from a manual, personnel-driven process to streamlined electronic processes. And our budget was designed to help the agency achieve its vision, mission, and strategic goals, which are captured more fully in our strategic plan, which you also have a copy of. On page 4, we provide some objectives contained within our agency budget. In designing our proposed budget, we focused on our strategic goals for FY23 to FY25. Among other things, we want to increase licensure portability and enhance customer service by leveraging technology, as well as continue to focus on establishing internal controls throughout the agency and for the boards. How are we going to pay for our proposed budget, which I believe stands at about $15.1 million in FY24? As you know, OPLC is a self-funded agency. Its revenue must not exceed 125% of its costs. But we are proposing a budget that essentially would result in a minimal lapse to the general fund. In other words, our proposed budget does propose an increase in expenditures, but the budget would be fully funded by existing revenues. We're not anticipating an increase in revenues, but just to fully fund the budget with existing revenues. On page 5, we provide a summary of our budget requests. We are proposing to modernize operations by leveraging technology in a few ways. We'd like to transition to a fully electronic, customer-driven licensing portal. This would virtually eliminate OPLC's receipt of incomplete applications. We estimate our receipt right now is about 95%, which would result in a significantly decreased licensure timeframes, obviously eliminating barriers to workforce. A new portal would also provide the state with access to important necessary data for workforce analysis, data that we don't presently have across the state, and I'm not aware of any other agency that's able to compile that data. We are already working with stakeholders to understand the important data elements, and we're currently promulgating rules right now on behalf of the agency to streamline licensing procedures in anticipation of procurement. You should know also that DOIT did receive, we worked with DOIT to procure ARPA dollars for this purpose, but we do require continued support of our business analysts that are presently temporary full-time positions in order to proceed with the procurement and implementation of a new system. We are also proposing to transition to a fully electronic, customer-driven continuing education tracking portal. Just to give you every part of OPLC's processes that were created by the boards many years ago was required a person to actually take a step. We are trying to transition completely away from that and have the user essentially guide themselves through the licensure process. So on page 6, just an overview of establishing internal controls, how we're going to do that through the budget. Obviously, to leverage technology appropriately, we have to have internal controls in place. As many of you know, this has been a significant challenge for the agency. It almost would have been easier, I think, if the boards, if we had just started fresh instead of trying to fix everything that has been going on for years. Boards created their own ways of doing business for many years. They operated as their own fiefdoms. Establishing internal controls requires significant support and a change in the culture that is supportive, to be supportive of complying with the law. We presently have established temporary full-time positions to attorneys and Administrator 1, who is our internal controls administrator, who are absolutely necessary to continue to put internal controls in place. And so we are seeking to convert those permanent positions to full-time. So that's what you see, the increase on in class 10. Primarily, that's on page 9 of our agency budget book. We also anticipate a slight increase in Class 26 for organizational dues. We are statutorily required to participate, and they're based on our licensing numbers, which we do anticipate to go up a little bit, hopefully, if we have increased workforce. With Class 46, we are proposing a fairly significant increase in consultants. What we're trying to do is get away from board members conducting business on their own on behalf of the boards into a contractual relationship with expert consultants so that we can better manage the course of their conduct and ensure compliance. So that's where we're proposing a raise or an increase to Class 46. And then a slight increase to Class 66 for staff training and education. We have developed board member training portals. We would like to encourage board members to participate, but at least we can control staff. And so we would propose staff training and education in order to promote compliance. A couple of other things as outlined on page 9 of the agency budget book. I would just want to note that Class 30, the increase in equipment, new and replacement, that is primarily for vehicles. We actually may be able to purchase those vehicles this year. It was unclear whether or not we'd have inventory. So at the time of establishing the budget, we proposed to increase that line item. You also see Class 531 impaired programs. That is a statutorily required program that we are required to contract for, specific to nursing, but we can also offer it for dentists and pharmacists. This went out to bid, and the contract price is located there. There's also a separate dedicated fund, and we raise fees specific for that purpose for those licensed professions. And then finally, you'll see an increase in our lease to capture the amendment to our lease that was approved last year through Governor and Council. So thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. On the use of consultants, does the increased use of consultants have a direct impact on the operation of the boards they're hired? I mean, do they tend to make these boards less relevant?
I think that's probably, yes, I think that's true. I think what we found, though, is over the years when boards have taken it upon themselves to perform all functions, be judge, jury, and executioner, that there are issues with that. And we'd like to professionalize both our workforce and the board members, leverage the board members for their expertise, but solely for their expertise in their professions and not for their assistance with administrative functions.
Okay, thank you. And one other question, I noticed that as a line item, the rent, its rent leases other than state has been up and down. You know, if you could just take me through why that, it's gone from 500,003 and back up to 750. I was wondering if you could take me why that, major operating expenses, the second line
Let's
down.
see. Are you in?
Department summary.
Oh, okay.
Page 3, yeah.
Oh, got it. Rents, leases other than state. Yes. So what happened is we were in Philbrook, which was a state-owned facility during the pandemic. DHHS needed our building, so we vacated the building. We procured a portion of the building that we're in now, which was not sufficient, but it was what was available. So we executed part of the lease that was, it was approximately, I think it was $393,000. And then we procured another part of that space once Deloitte vacated that. We went to fiscal. And so FY22, that represents the entirety of the lease, but we only paid for half of the building for a certain portion of the year. We do need to go to fiscal for FY23 in order to pay for our lease, which totals approximately $751, and that's what we've asked for.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. That's been an ongoing challenge. I can let Heather speak to that a little bit better. It's part of our establishing internal controls. So we are using activity codes for each board to establish where the expenses are currently going. Some activity codes were not used appropriately, and expense classes were not used appropriately. So we have adjusted internal controls to make sure expenses are being allocated appropriately to the board. Some expenses were being allocated to the agency instead of the actual boards.
You take the agency expenses,
So we changed our allocation method last year. The allocation method used to be based on revenue, which never really made sense to me. The percentage of revenue brought in, we'd allocate a certain amount of that percentage of costs back to the board. We are proposing to allocate, or we do allocate, shared costs to the boards based on licensees. But license number, the idea being that every licensee has access to the same services. There was a whole committee this year designed to look at our allocation method as well as our fees that was established by SB 330. The problem is if you have, the concern we have is if you allocate, particular cost of a prosecution to a board, your fees are going to go up and down and vary significantly. So the idea is that if we charge on a per licensee basis for shared costs, then it's pretty consistent. We have, in working with the governor's office, not decided to put a hold on modifying any fees. If you look at our annual report, you'll see that board revenue is all over the place in terms of that 125% mark. Some are making it, some are significantly exceeding it, some are not meeting costs. After the work with the committee established by Senate Bill 330. Once we got some clarification, we do anticipate moving forward with some rule changes to make sure everybody is not greater than that 125% mark. No, it's this one over here.
Oh, good. And I worry about that. And I remember at one point it was, I don't even know, architects, somebody was paying like 700%. Their fees covered 700% of expenses. And right at some point, if I'm an architect, why don't I sue for my money back?
Yes, that's been our concern as well. One could make the argument some are paying way more than they should, raising tax implications, which is why we have, for the past 3 years, tried to move forward with legislation that would allow us to make sure everybody is less than 125%. This budget is really designed to be a 100% budget. The feedback we got from the Legislative Committee on 330 was that 125, we don't need to be near 125%. Because we're not functioning the way we used to, and that we need to keep a certain amount of money in the bank. So,
do you publish annual data?
Yes, through our annual report. Our most recent one was released November 1st. It's on our website.
Oh, and so it'll show, like if I'm an architect, I hate to pick on architects, but I'm an architect and go, oh, they're collecting 116%.
Yes, I can tell you cosmetology is probably at 46%, and there are some that are about 200%, and you'll see that in our annual report.
Well, that's a better range. A few years back, somebody was at 700. So
yeah, no, we don't have any 700s.
Outstanding.
As long as the CPA group is not at the 200%, I'm okay with that.
Any other questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Now invite police standards and training to give their testimony. Good afternoon.
For the record, my name is John Skippa. I'm the Director of New Hampshire Police Standards and Training. Police Standards and Training's mission is to shape, strengthen, and sustain the competency and professionalism of New Hampshire law enforcement in service to our state. The Police Standards and Training Council regulates the hiring and educational standards for all police, state corrections, and probation parole officers here in the state of New Hampshire. We operate the New Hampshire Police Academy, which all municipal police, county sheriff deputies, state troopers, conservation officers, liquor investigators, and any other full-time law enforcement officer must attend to become certified as a full-time police officer in the state. We also operate the part-time police academy that all part-time police officers must complete to obtain their part-time officer certification, as well as the New Hampshire Corrections Academy that all state corrections officers attend in order to obtain corrections officer certification. We also provide specialized advanced and in-service refresher training at our facility in Concord and regionally around the state to assist officers in completing their annual requirements to maintain their certification. As part of our responsibility for regulating over 4,000 certified officers in our state, we convene and rule on disciplinary hearings that may suspend or revoke the certification of officers that have violated council rules or committed a crime or an act of moral turpitude. We are an independent executive branch agency governed by 14-member Police Standards and Training Council. We are not affiliated with any law enforcement or prosecutorial agency, thereby avoiding potential conflicts of interest with our regulatory function and decertification duties. We provide services with 26 full-time and 6 part-time positions, which include sworn staff, administrative, and maintenance employees. Our staff is assisted by adjunct instructors, most of whom are unpaid volunteers, and a small number of contracted instructors. We operate a 77,000 square foot training facility located on 20.87 acres of grounds across from NHTI, Concord's Community College. DAS provided PSTC with target allocations from the Governor's Office of no more than 3% increase for FY24 and 0% increase for FY25. Our submitted efficiency budget requests meets those requirements. Our adjusted authorized budget for FY23 is currently $5,620,030. Our FY24 request of $5,788,631 represents a 3% increase above the FY23 adjusted. And our FY25 request of $5,788,631 represents a 0% increase from FY24. It's important to note that Police Standards and Training has taken on a number of new responsibilities since our last budget cycle. These new responsibilities are the result of 2022 legislation through administrative rule changes based on recommendations made by the Governor's Law Enforcement Accountability, Community, and Transparency Commission, and through realignment of responsibilities between state agencies. SB 376-FN 2022 session assigned PSTC with providing crisis intervention training to New Hampshire law enforcement officers with the target of having at least one officer from every law enforcement agency in the state trained. Executive Order 2022-06 assigned PSTC with the responsibility of overseeing the statewide accreditation program for law enforcement agencies. This program is not funded beyond a DOJ grant that will expire at the end of FY23. HB 1682-FN-A 2022 session established a Law Enforcement Conduct Review Committee under Police Standards and Training. This committee will be responsible for overseeing and reviewing all investigations regarding allegations of police misconduct as defined in statute. Through Executive Order 2020-06, Administrative Rule POL 403-check.01 has been amended to increase the number of annual in-service training hours for all certified law enforcement officers as a condition of continued certification from 8 hours annually, increasing incrementally to 24 hours of annual training by 2025. Police Standards and Training has assumed primary responsibility for overseeing and delivering active shooter alert training from the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management in 2022 so as to define training areas of responsibility more clearly. Our additional prioritized needs requests for FY24 includes 2 full-time positions to assist with some of these new responsibilities. One position is a Program Specialist 3 to manage new programs given to us that includes the active shooter training and the statewide accreditation for law enforcement agencies. The second full-time position is a Training Development Manager, which is critically needed to help us develop online training content for New Hampshire law enforcement officers and agencies. Through the LEAC recommendations in Executive Order 2020-19, annual in-service training requirements have been increased from 8 hours to 24 hours annually for all law enforcement officers. DOIT has requested an additional 16,998 in FY24 and 18,145 in FY25 for shared costs increase in software costs, support, and consulting services, and DOIT increases for additional funded positions. Our total agency additional prioritized needs request is for an additional $192,105 in FY24 and $196,186 in FY25. Our proposed FY24-25 budget reflects compliance with target allocation set forth by DAS while attempting to properly and appropriately resource our current obligations of providing contemporary recruit training to newly hired officers, creating and delivering in-service training, regulating and monitoring compliance with professional standards, as well as preparing to meet the number of new obligations as outlined above. Thank you for listening to our presentation, and I stand ready for any questions.
Great, thank you very much. As far as people go, you have a smaller agency as far as the number of employees. What's your current vacancy rate for your employees?
We have a background investigation being conducted on a candidate for an open position, and then we have just last week advertised for the 3 positions that support the Conduct Review Committee. That's 2 training specialists and 1 attorney for position. Again, those are being actively advertised right now.
Okay. With the emphasis on hiring new police officers, not only we just had the Department of Safety in and talking with their trooper requests, but obviously municipalities are going through a lot of the same problems that the state is having. Assuming that they are able to meet their hiring goals, does this budget reflect, do you have enough money in this budget to be able to train those people that they want to hire, the additional people that they want to hire?
No.
Okay.
I think it's important for this committee to recognize that because of recruitment and retention issues that have really manifest themselves in this year, where we really saw a push, and really almost at the beginning of this year, I actually went to Police Standards and Training Council to ask permission to run overlapping police academies and increase the number of academies that we were delivering so that the choke point was not at Police Standards and Training to get those new officers hired through their training and then back to their home agencies. We'd like to think that We were able to do that very quickly. My staff did a wonderful job in addressing that, kind of boots on the ground. But I think to answer your question, if all of those positions got hired all at once, there would be a backlog of getting folks through the police academy in a timely fashion. That would be a wonderful thing if we could fill all those open spots at once, and I don't anticipate that that's going to happen. Right. But there is a kind of a critical need to move people through the academy, because most agencies are seeing attrition rates at, let's just say 10%, and their recruitment efforts are probably yielding 4%. So it's that dire need of, we got to hire these people and get them through.
Thank you. Sure.
Good afternoon. This is along those same lines. Are you seeing class sizes shrink in terms of recruits wanting to go through the academy, whether the police academy or the correctional academy? Are there less that are just coming through the door, therefore less on the the back end in terms of being able to be hired, or has class sizes been relatively consistent?
So it's kind of a strange manifestation. We're seeing very full classes at the police academy, the full-time police academy. And in fact, we have a class that's scheduled to start in January, and that's already full. And then we have a second class that starts in February. We're going to overlap these classes again. And that already has about 30 registered folks in them. On the other hand, our part-time police certification program, at the beginning of the year, we were going to have an academy, and we did not even have 10 people. And so it did not make sense to run that through. I do know that also the Department of Corrections has had some classes that are smaller than usual as well. Again, we're seeing a slow hemorrhage, if you would, where there's a lot of people leaving our profession, and we don't see as many people signing up. And I think more so, I know that Commissioner Hanks is here, but more so on the correction side. But it is something that we're seeing here in the state and across the country.
What's your capacity for, let's just say you had as many people as you could take. What's your capacity to train in a year?
So,
and then I presume different kinds of, part-time academy, corrections, et cetera.
Sure. We could do 100 part-time people in a year. We could do, right now in our present rotation, we do 210 full-time people a year. And I'm sure that we could probably do that same number, 210, with corrections as well. Certainly, if we were able to find more training space, which is something that we lack as well, we might even be able to increase that number if, in fact, we were able to find that many folks that were ready to join law enforcement here in New Hampshire.
Well, it's actually the question I'm getting at is your limitations right now are based on number of people who want to be trained, or your capacity based on physical plant?
I would say that if the number of people applying was not a variable, then we're clearly limited by we're under-resourced. We don't have enough training staff, and we don't have enough training space, and that has been like that, in my opinion, for a very long time. We are literally responsible for certifying every law enforcement officer in the state of New Hampshire, and yet, our in-service hours have increased from 8 hours to 24 hours. We've been asked to do that mission with less people over the last probably 10 years. And candidly, ladies and gentlemen, in an effort to toe the line and be on target, there was things that we needed to ask for that I just didn't ask for. So we are under-resourced.
But if you had more space or you had more trainers, if you will, do you have, seats in the chair? You have enough people to sit in the chairs? Would you have enough students, for lack of a better word?
So I think again, that's those butts in the chairs that we're talking about. They're not signing up. They're just not signing. We're not seeing replacements. The attrition rate is just much greater than the recruitment rates right now, and that really is across the board.
Can you give me a sense of how dramatic? Like, what was it like 5 years ago, in terms of number of, let's just say, full-time police officer candidates?
So I would say that we were, and I can speak to the short time that I have been the director. So when I very first was appointed, we were running classes at right around 65, and we were running 3 classes a year. And there might be a couple of recruits that would have to wait for the next class, but it was pretty consistent. I think the Corrections Academy enjoyed greater numbers as well for recruit officers. We're still seeing people signing up for that full-time academy. The urgency is coming from the communities that are probably experiencing. We tried to run a survey. We didn't get a lot of responses, and so the numbers are only as good as the numbers. But we're seeing a estimated 20% decrease or 20% open positions, vacancies on average across the state of New Hampshire for New Hampshire law enforcement. Anecdotally, I've been a New Hampshire police officer for almost 40 years now. I have never in those 39 years seen the New Hampshire State Police have that many vacancies. And that should serve as an example of really what this state is experiencing right now for vacancy rates across the board. There's very, very few agencies that, if any, candidly, that have full staffs right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to invite the New Hampshire Lottery Commission to give their testimony next. If you begin by telling us how no one in New Hampshire won that $1 billion Powerball lottery.
It's funny, we've had 3 winners over $100 million in the last 5 years. So, we got our numbers anyway. So, I mean, it's warm in here. Is it warm in here, Charlie? I can believe that. Why?
That's a heck of a prop. But this is the wrong hearing to use that money in.
I figured you spend it once I hold it out, knowing how the state works, as soon as I showed it. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Charlie McIntyre. I'm Director of the New Hampshire Lottery, otherwise known as Chief Bookmaking Officer for the state. And with me is our Chief Bean Counter, Jim Duras, our CFO. I'll go over briefly the slide I handed out, obviously, is one we take tremendous pride in. In the past 2 full fiscal years, we've transferred $290 million of net profit to the state. In the 2 years prior to that was $205 million in profit to the state. and our expenses barely moved. In the private sector, when you increase net revenues by $85 million and barely increase expenses, that is considered better than good. And so I submit our request for the budget for FY '24 and '25. One of the benefits to my job and our position is that we are net zero to the state budget. Ours is just a permission to spend from. Our expenses come from our revenues. So that $85 million increase in net profitability also included our expenses. One of the worst parts about my job and our job is that you folks spend it before we make it. And so we have to take into account market conditions and variabilities that I just can't foresee. I would note most heartily the increase in gas prices in the Ukraine war that neither of us saw when we did our revenue estimates last time. There's nothing worse than gas prices for lottery sales. Nearly half of our net revenues, our sales in traditional lottery, happen to places that sell gas. So when gas spikes over $4, you don't walk in the store to use the bathroom. You fill up your tank and leave. And so that being said, Jim, if you wouldn't mind going through the prioritized needs, there's only a few of them, obviously. I know we're behind, so I'll be quick. We'll be quick.
Yeah. So we have 7 prioritized needs listed. I'm sorry, 6. Again, I'll go quickly. One of them is based on our sales area. Years ago, we had one back office system that we used with all of our gamer information, which customers, in our sense of the word, would be in there. Now we've added iLottery platform, which is a completely separate system from that. And now we've also added DraftKings system, again, a third system. So whenever we want to pull data and information about who our customers are and to design games, increase profits, any of those things, we have 3 separate systems going on. So the first prioritized need is for $2.4 million over the 2-year span. That is to create a data warehouse and a business intelligence tool along with a CRM system so that we can gather all that information through one system from those 3 different systems, and Lord knows what's happening on down the road as well to incorporate those systems into a program like that. Another one is we have $126,000 in. Our generator is over 30 years old at this point. Our generator, obviously, it is what it is. It's our backup power system, which is vital to our agency. If we do lose power and our gaming systems can't be up and running, obviously, anytime you're not selling tickets and you're losing money. So that's a system that's been out according to engineers' report, should have been replaced in 2017. We also have a server room as part of the same project. We've had it engineered. Our server room is also protected by water sprinkler systems. That is not a good idea. You don't want to be dumping water all over your computer equipment if alarm does go off. So that would also include an upgrade to that system, which would get it into, I can't remember what it's called, but it's something like that. Yeah, I've read about it, but I can't remember it. And we also have a project in that we've asked for, and I'm losing my spot here. That would be a roof replacement. Along those same lines, we have a very leaky roof, and I know some other agencies have dealt with that issue for a very long time. I would again say the little bit difference is ours is that we have some of those leaks that are getting very close to that server room as well, where if something happens there and we're shut down. And one thing I always have to keep in mind when I'm looking at these is if our internal control systems go down, when you have a Powerball jackpot like we did a few weeks ago of $2 billion, if our systems go down because of some problem like this, it's not only the state of New Hampshire, but it's the entire country that can't verify those numbers. And we're now the state of Minnesota who's not allowing a $2 billion winner to be announced. And we also have put in a request for media costs and things like that. Again, everything's gone up significantly over the last couple of years, and I'll let you address that. Yep.
Yeah. So, for example, media cost, one is first, our partnership with DraftKings requires us to do a media spend in the state, and that's by design. I don't want to say limits, but it accurately reflects the amount of media necessary versus other states which get blasted by media from sports betting companies incessantly. Mass has legalized sports betting finally. We'd like to thank them for not doing it for so long that we profited immensely from their citizenry. And so we'll be competing in an open market with them. Also, the cost of media has gone up about 20%. The cost of production costs have gone up about 20%. As you see from our budget, the vast majority of our budget is not people. It is services and goods. And so with the inflationary lift, all the things we buy went up similarly in terms of cost. We had to get from Indiana to get a vehicle, to find a vehicle we could buy. And so media, like I said, the $500,000 increase in both of the years is specifically for media purchasing and production costs. That's it.
And probably your positions, if you want to touch.
Oh, and then there's certainly the 7 positions which growth requires support. And in the last 10 years, we've doubled net profitability, and we're looking to support essentially that effort. It's not by accident, it requires people and effort and such. So, we're proud of the number of accomplishments we have. We're amongst the top lotteries in virtually every category in the U.S. So we're proud of efforts. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. You mentioned Massachusetts. I know they've had a little difficulty implementing their program, much to our delight. But what sort of impact are we expecting on our revenues from their implementation of sports betting?
So that's a good question. I get a lot, as you could imagine.
Right.
Right now, we derive probably 25 to 30% of our net revenue, net gaming and sports betting from Massachusetts players. I would expect it to go down slightly. I don't know how much, only for a couple of reasons. One is we now have their player information. They're now customers of ours. So there's that. They make up a larger percentage of actually who visit the facilities that are at Seabrook in Manchester. And we don't have that fancy state income tax they have in Massachusetts. We plan on taking full effort of that as a marketing principle. And they're comfortable going where they are now. The closest physical location to northern Massachusetts is Everett, which is not really built out for a physical sports book. Parking is tricky. They're trying to put kiosks for sports betting in the parking lot, which is about the dumbest thing you could do. And they're not having much success. So I don't think it's 25% is my point. I don't know the exact number. New Jersey thought they were going to take a massive hit when New York legalized it. It barely moved the needle. So I'm hoping not much, but I expect some.
To what extent, first of all, nice opening. I mean,
Would Bill picture 1,000 words?
none of the rest of us have a shot. To what extent are we used to all know people who were addicted to, maybe that's the wrong word, sorry, scratch tickets, right? And they would just, every Tuesday they'd buy like 12 scratch tickets and sit in Dunkin' Donuts scratching away. To what extent is the online things and the Keno and all the sort of new availability of sort of the instant gratification betting cannibalize that?
So you're asking them what's the meaning of life question, essentially, like what does new gaming do? If you read the research, which I do, it would suggest that the number of folks who have problem gambling is not a variable that changes. It's 1.5% to 2%. That number exists even in Hawaii, which has no lawful gambling. The availability of gambling increases those folks' spend and problems. And so any increase in the amount of gambling should be met commensurately with an increase in treatment. So in a population of 1 million adults, for example, in New Hampshire, 2% is, 20,000 people would have a problem who, if they're engaged or not in recovery, should have an issue that should be addressed. I don't think more stuff equals more gambling. And oddly, sports betting is a very niche product, meaning very few people do it. In our biggest month, which was last month, we only had 30,000 people actively engaged with the platform. So that's less than 3% of the adults in the state. And that included almost a third from Massachusetts. And so it's not a big pool of people that do it, if that makes sense.
How's that compared to, say, scratch tickets?
Well,
get more
the
than
most ubiquitous would be Powerball. And so Powerball would be, I'm just saying that if you're looking for the biggest pool, Powerball, we sold 60% of the adults in the state a Powerball ticket last year. So that's the biggest pool.
Really?
Yes.
I wouldn't, I'd have lost a bet on that.
Were you one of them?
I was not.
How come you?
I'm not going to say that gambling is a tax on people who can't do math. I didn't feel like buying a ticket appreciably changed my odds.
Appreciably changed your odds? It's so funny. When this person who won Powerball, when they signed the back of the ticket, I said, "Well, why'd you sign it?" "Well, I didn't think I'd win." I'm like, "Well, they won, $400 million, so they had a good day."
Not a bad day. I would like to have that day. But I'm not helping myself.
They forgot the director's 10% contribution too. So I'm sorry.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You could just leave that stack of money with administrative services over there. Thank you.
Well, here you go.
Thank you. And I see the Department of Corrections is here. I'd like to invite them to come up and give their testimony. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon.
I am on.
Afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Helen Hanks. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections. And with me is John Hanson, our Director of Administration. I do find the accounting irony going after lottery and listening to that presentation to corrections, as we are primarily a general funded organization. So thank you in advance. I'll take that stack of money, Charlie. The Department of Corrections' mission is to reduce recidivism by providing safe, secure, and humane supervision and evidence-based rehabilitation to enhance public safety in New Hampshire. And we have been proudly doing that and doing it quite well. We were created in statute in July of 1983, and by RSA, we are responsible for providing, maintaining, administrating such correctional facilities and programs as may be required for custody, safekeeping, control, and correctional treatment and rehabilitation of people incarcerated in New Hampshire. We're also responsible for the supervision of persons placed on probation and parole in New Hampshire and administering those probation and parole services across the state of New Hampshire and across state lines. We act in an advisory capacity in assisting other law enforcement agencies and community in preventing crime and delinquency. And importantly, and please do not forget, we ensure that victims of crime are treated in a manner consistent with their victim rights bill and that the criminal acts engaged upon them have rehabilitative qualities. On page 2, we list a short list of challenges and accomplishments. We are continually experiencing major challenges in recruitment and retention and have certainly seen those exacerbations post-COVID-19. The Department of Corrections held its own and did an amazing job with the staff there through those very tough years in a correctional environment, fighting a infectious disease you can't see with our staff and our staff that were working 24/7 in our state facilities and who were not home, but working very hard. But post-COVID, we've had a lot of people choose to retire deservedly. And as you just heard in the previous testimony of Police Standards and Training Council, the deficits we saw before are only further exacerbated by the current law enforcement deficits, not just in the state, but nationally and in corrections. And as timely as things are, the state of Florida
has an article out about putting 300 National Guard service members across their correctional facilities to fulfill their mission. And as the state of New Hampshire has done that on occasion, we continue to persevere each month and each day and look forward to finding additional resources to help this agency. But it is a real problem, just not in the state of New Hampshire. It is a real problem across the country. We are challenged primarily with aging infrastructure at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men, the institution in the North Country, as we refer to it as NCF. Our North Country facility was built in 2000. Our new women's facility built in 2018. The infrastructure at the Concord State Prison for Men is a historical research project in and of itself, but it needs to be rebuilt. And I thank the governor in advance for his opening sentiments about moving us forward in that direction over time. With that said, we have implemented a lot of things to try to improve the health and wellness of our staff, given the overtime requirements we place on them as a state. And we've implemented an employee wellness program, which we continue to advance. We've increased capacity to provide substance use disorder treatment services through a program we call our Focus Program. And I will affirm for you that substance use disorder is one of the #1 drivers of reincarceration. With that said, we've also turned our minds to medication-assisted treatment and accomplished increasing the medications that we employ in that treatment regimen. And there's details of that work, and happy to talk further about that with anyone offline, as I love to intrigue Commissioner Arlinghouse with our work. We have collaborated with the community college system of New Hampshire to allow residents to participate in computer numerical control machining boot camp for 9 weeks and continue to have those. Those are important advancements that we've made during COVID, post-COVID. I know we're still in COVID. To improve the education and vocational training that we offer people who are incarcerated, because that is one of the #1 rehabilitative activities that we can do to reduce reincarceration. With that said, we've also continued to work with some grant funding. We do get some grant funding by the National Science Foundation titled Prisons Evolving as Connected Communities. And we've been engaging with community stakeholders to develop a prison model of connected community that will address information and technology to create both a in and out model, if you will, of incarcerated education and vocational skills. I'm a member, as well as another member of my team, of a newly formed New England Commission on the Future of Higher Education Behind Bars. And we've done really unique things working with partners such as CAST in universal design learning to change curriculums that you'll see in our school institutions, our Choose Love program, and have adapted that to adults who are incarcerated. And that was a national first for the New Hampshire Department of Corrections. And that program is off and running and changing people's perspectives and reducing violence. Those are just a small list. Look forward to our future annual report or our past annual reports to learn more about our accomplishments and our challenges. On page 3 is a high-level summary of our proposal for FY24 and FY25. Our costs are primarily, I don't think you'll be surprised, salary and benefits. We are a human resources-driven organization. The other large area is our medical and pharmaceutical expenses, and there are other operational costs that I'll get into the detail. As you can see, we show our actual of FY 2022, our adjusted authorized of 2023, and the differences between our 3% efficiency, because you'll go, that's more than 3%, I can do that math, is associated with the inclusion of funding we had for body-worn cameras that was not part of our FY 2024 forecast, as well as adjustments in our probation and parole team's salaries and rent. I wonder who charges us rent. So those allowed us to have a slightly larger, what appear to be a larger, but it is still within that 3% efficiency for 2024, and then trying to stay relatively static in 2025. I will not go through all of these lines, as I know you will look at them with the intent in which you have received them, and I will certainly continue to be available to ask questions. On page 4, we dive into our personnel services. They do average about 74% of our total general fund requests over the biennium. That is our classified, unclassified, and part-time salaries. It includes our holiday pay, part-time pay, overtime pay, and benefits. We continue to aggressively recruit and work forward retention. The FY 2024-2025 budget does include funding 973 positions. It sets our overtime at 5.49. You might ask me why. I will tell you why a little further, that it's not a higher number. We are still asking for the statutory authority to continue to move monies associated with vacant positions. That has been a very effective financial strategy. We do that very transparently going before the fiscal committee and governor and council. We did up that overtime line as a base because of different bargained salaries and wages that would affect it normally. So you'll see the budget footnote that we propose underneath on page 4. On page 5, we show you a trended analysis of our overtime. Some of that overtime is indicative of adjustments in salaries through bargaining, but also increased vacancies. Right now, organizationally, we have a 28% vacancy rate. When we look at targeted areas, ones that hurt us the most, our security positions are as high as 39% across the whole organization. Other positions that deserve recognition, our chef positions are at 50%. Those chefs feed 5,700 meals a day. Yes, with resident labor, but they are the lead behind that project every single day. We have a high vacancy rate in our Southern clinical team who provide those medication-assisted treatment and other mental health disorder treatment services, so in need of rehabilitation. And this overtime is indicative of continuing to move the agency forward. So overtime strategies we've engaged in, we talk and ask all of our retirees if they want to come back and work part-time as long as they're in good standing. And we have anywhere ranged from 19 to 25 people choose to do that. That helps in any way, shape, or form, as you can imagine, based on both this finance. But that last year, for example, we had over 300,000 hours of overtime across all sites that were filled by existing staff. We've created new opportunities to use our Group 2 correctional line personnel to do trained jobs, such as one-on-one precautionary watches and or using them in control rooms that are not armed, not weaponed posts. That has helped fill some voids and allowed our correctional officers to go home, which we do want them to have the chance to be with their families. We continue to explore other opportunities to do that, to advance the burden of the work that we do, but to use people who are certified and trained to do the work. We're not going to do that without providing appropriate certification to orient people to those posts. We've also taken an opportunity because our population has decreased over the last decade so significantly that we shut down the second floor of our Hancock building, which was over 100 beds. That reduced our security post requirement by 14. Now, granted, our vacancy rate has gone up, so absent that, it would have been a worse situation. At our new women's prison facility, we have closed a 56-bed C3 general prison housing unit. That reduced us by approximately 4.5 posts. So we look for those opportunities frequently and all the time. On page 6, you'll see our trended of new hire correction officer trainees, uniformed staff terminations. Those are separations that could be people being recruited by other law enforcement to go to other agencies such as state troopers, liquor enforcement, and municipal law enforcement. And then staff retirements. You can see that post the height of COVID, we had a large departure that was normal across the country. In advanced news, since October 7th, that new hire corrections officer training number is now 12. So we've gone from 5 to 12 just since October. That's a good sign. We've engaged in numerous recruitment and retention strategies. We have recruitment and retention committees, Southern tier, that represent all professions across our agency on the Southern tier. We have the same in our Northern organizations. I participate as well as other members of my staff in a Correctional Leaders Association recruitment and retention committee so we can learn from others what they're doing in their corrections departments and what we can teach them about what we're doing in our department. We've been very assertive in doing exit interviews. We've increased our employee recognition, both through their longevity and their acts of valor, as well as acts of kindness and any other acts in which we can appreciate employees. We have enhanced our employee communications. We've established actual employee dedicated spaces. Some are still under construction with the hope of being finished, I think this week, to give employees spaces within our correctional facilities that feel distinctly different than working in a prison tier every single day, and they deserve that. We have created a leadership academy and, for employee development, and that will be deployed soon, as well as contracting for a corrections employee-specific wellness application. That's for your telephone, not a software product for your computer. And we're moving forward with establishing a family support organization. And these are just some of the things that we have accomplished. On page 7, we can talk about our recruiting strategies. We've had a dedicated part-time recruiting corrections officer, as well as reassigned through a temporary voluntary opportunity to recruit a sergeant to work full-time, to be dedicated to job fairs, school events, security onboarding, and any other retention efforts. We've updated our marketing materials so that we can show people that orange is not the new black. We are the New Hampshire Department of Corrections, a law enforcement organization full of professionals. And we have, even in 2021, we went to 16 different job fairs and speaking engagements, virtual or in person. And from it says calendar year 2022, we attended 91. And just looking at September through today, those are 27 different events that we've gone to teach people about what corrections is and opportunities to work with us. We started an Introductions to Corrections program course that's offered at the Berlin High School and the Milan High School. And those have been great opportunities for our North Country partners, as well as we have a standalone part-time corrections officer academy that doesn't involve having retirees come back, but that hasn't taken off, and we're exploring what we can do to just make that a fully functional opportunity for college students and people who are unsure if this is that profession they want to go in, but we can get them in and get them in a limited post capacity and use them through a part-time corrections officer academy. We have increased and elevated our social media presence because that is a reality of how people learn about what's going on in our world today, but we do that through factual presentation. And we've participated in local community events. Even just recently, we received the #1 public safety float in the Concord Christmas Parade. And yes, I was the conductor of the Correctional Polar Express. We've streamlined our job website for hiring, and we're constantly looking at opportunities to improve our hiring process and keeping people engaged as we move along. So we are fully committed to being a solution to our solution, and I hope that those cards help you be part of our solution by recruiting someone to our agency. Even if you want them in yours, send them to ours. On page 8, I overview our medical and pharmaceutical services. That averages about 12.8% of our costs. It's important to recognize our healthcare partners are in the community, and our community healthcare costs are predicated by the healthcare marketplace, which that costs more. And it goes up when we look at the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services cost projection as a way to try to understand where we're headed as a state as far as those costs are incurred to us for those that are in our care and custody. It is important to also state that those who are incarcerated are the only population who have a constitutional right to the access to health care, and we take that seriously. We will continue to ask for the footnote that has allowed us to go back before the fiscal committee if we have not been able to forecast expenditures so that we can continue to cover those costs on behalf of the state of New Hampshire within our department. We have had some significant accomplishments there, even though they weren't on the first page. Our medical forensics team has, through the partnership with the Department of Health and Human Services, been approved for a 340B purchasing opportunity, and we've targeted those with our hepatitis C drugs, and we'll continue to look for opportunities to expand those because we can get pharmaceuticals at a significantly reduced cost. And that is our plan, is to provide services, reduce costs, but provide effective treatment services. On page 9, we go over operational expenses that each cost approximately more than $1 million. That represents about 9.4% of the budget. Food should not be a surprise. The commodities market around food has increased. Gasoline has increased, and the way we get things to and thither is costing us all more. Current expense, the things that we need on a daily basis, those have gone up. Those numbers are there. That is the consumables we experience every single day. In this budget, we used the opportunity with the 3% increase to really target equipment that is old and needed to be replaced 5 years ago, and that includes our fleet vehicles for our probation parole team, our industries team, and our warehouse team. So we take a very targeted approach at our budget target by trying to move some things forward in the next biennium budget that we've been trying to accomplish over the last several. It also includes improving infrastructure in our dental suite because our dental equipment is almost beyond its aged use, and that will come up in the next biennium budget. And a dental chair is very expensive, surprisingly enough. And we continue to look at the automation of our pharmacy. On page 10, I think everyone understands that utility costs have increased and are escalated. I want to make it clear that the Department of Corrections, we run small communities. We have numerous individuals living in the same space, moving through water, electricity, you name it, we're using it. Our costs are impressive this year, and we don't expect that to change in 2024 or 2025. Included here is a similar budget footnote we have not been afforded the opportunity to have in the past, in which we want to be prepared as we move into 2024 and 2025, which would allow us to look for appropriations in that line moving forward if so needed. In our Office of Information Technology expenses, we have similar expenses, but multiple locations. We have 10 district offices for probation and parole. I think it's important to recognize we don't just run prisons. We run 10 district offices. We run 3 prisons, 3 transitional housing units, a transitional work center, a partridge in a pear tree, you name it, we have it. And it requires technological infrastructure. The department had made grounds upgrading and moving to what I call base technology. We lost some of that ground during 2020 and 2021. This budget tries to continue to move that forward because with reduced staffing, we need to find efficient technology solutions to help them be more efficient in the work that they do while we continue to recruit for new employees. All right, moving right along. Page 11, you'll find as our list of additional prioritized needs. We forecast that we'll need more in our utilities line. We'll need more in our OIT expenses. We have offender management systems, electronic health records. We need new software for the in-service, Police Standards and Training Council's requirements for law enforcement training. We'll need to meet those and match those as our employees are under those requirements, as well as use of fiscal force reporting. Creating a transparent, fast, and efficient technological solution is part of keeping our staff in the work site so we can prove what happened and what did not happen. In addition to, there's a portion associated with our employee assistance program. Those are small amounts, and our workman's comp. Those are an additional prioritized needs as the agency wanted to dedicate its target to the things the agency needed on a regular basis and to move the agency forward. On the last page, page 12, is a summary of everything I just discussed in detail. For your reading pleasure, it does not include the Parole Board, as they are up next, is my understanding. With that, I will certainly avail myself to any questions you may have, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Quick question here. On page 3, at the bottom, you illustrate how prescription drugs and medical payments to providers from 23 to 24, and 23 looks like they're going up about 10% in about, for prescription drugs and about maybe 50% for medical payments to providers. Could you just briefly explain what's driving that, number one, and number two, whether you've seen anything coming out of Washington, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act or anything which are designed to bring down costs, certainly prescription drugs and other medical procedures that may change this number downward?
Certainly, that is a fair question. Part of the work that we have done is change the statute to cap our payments in state law to Medicare plus 15% or Medicare plus 25%, depending on what type of license provider you are. The other work we've done is we've worked with Director Lippman of our state Department of Medicaid and Medicare Services to ask the federal government to grant a waiver, what's called the inmate exclusion, which means we cannot use Medicaid for anything other than an inpatient eligible stay while someone is incarcerated. And we've targeted what we call our re-entry encounters, 45 days prior to release, that we're asking Medicaid to grant a waiver so that those people who can be Medicaid eligible can have those encounters to reduce their reincarceration. I referenced substance use disorder. One of those encounters is MAT and MOUD with a provider. It's instinctual that if you meet your provider face to face, you're likely to go see them again. When they are a ghost appointment and you've never met them, we have a disconnect post-release onto supervision trying to get them to their providers. So from the federal perspective, those Medicaid waivers being asked for, not just by New Hampshire, but other states, are important to the continuum associated with corrections. As far as rates of payment, that's a tough question given the current healthcare marketplace and their shortage of staff. We're going to be driven by that same shortage of staff, but we're going to continue to look to Medicaid and hopeful that the state continues to reinvigorate Medicaid expansion, because that is a critical resource and tool for corrections and those leaving corrections as a pathway. Otherwise, our state will be back in what I call the insurance cliff. There is no mechanism except for fee-for-service if the state does not reauthorize Medicaid expansion. We, as I mentioned, have that 340B purchasing opportunity. We are looking to where we can expand that to reduce the cost of pharmaceuticals. But when we look at treatments for HIV and even hepatitis C, and that being one of the primary hepatitis C infections that we're fighting in corrections, those are recurring costs and are driven by the cost of those pharmaceuticals.
As far as switching gears to corrections officers, what are the number of corrections officers you have on staff today? And then I realize that that number is too low. What is the ideal, first, what is the minimum number that you feel comfortable with the state having to meet the needs of your department?
The minimum number I would feel comfortable would be somewhere over the 500 mark. And right now we're about 350. So filling the current funded positions is our most critical mission. Once we fill those, we'll come back and ask for more. And that's been my presentation the whole time I've been the commissioner of the department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm not going to ask you about being conductor on the Polar Express.
It was fun. You're jealous.
A little bit, maybe just a little bit.
You could have handed out money like Scrooge.
I have a question about your residents. What's the right term? Guests?
Residents is fine. Some aren't leaving.
Residents, thank you.
Yeah.
Your resident population over time is relatively stable, declining, increasing?
So it has been declining for over a decade. We continue to monitor, however, what's going on post-COVID with judiciary proceedings. We've seen a slight uptick in parole violations, but not a significant increase in new admissions for new crime. But we watch that on a monthly basis. So I say that we were already short-staffed while it was going down. So the population decreasing allowed us to shut down areas to help our short staffing, but our short staffing has increased significantly since then.
Yeah, I didn't mean to draw a connection between the staffing
I
issues.
just want to be clear that the public watching understands that.
Probably a very important point.
Yeah.
Are there operational cost differences between the men's facilities in Concord and the ones in Berlin?
Not significantly.
Not dramatic, okay.
From the perspective that given a more efficient design in the Concord men's prison, we don't know what gains we could make with the existing staff. So yes and no. The North Country facility was designed in 2000. It was designed clearly with efficiency in mind. It was also designed so if we needed more housing units, they could literally drop them in like a Lego set. The New Hampshire State Prison for Men wasn't designed at all. It was built over time and expanded upon and is like a college campus, which is the most inefficient design for a corrections facility.
Okay, wow, that was perfect.
Thanks. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Adult Parole Board next. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, panel members. My name is Roger Phillips, and I'm chairman of the Adult Parole Board. With me today is Jay Mackey, who's director of operations. We submitted basically a two-page memorandum here with us to support our request. Basically, our budget for the next biennium, excuse me, is without priority needs, is basically the same as it had been in 2002, 2003. I think it's a 1.5% increase, basically for such things as increased travel costs, both in-state and out-of-state, and really some minimal things like in the event we needed a translator to have a little money in the budget to do that, and then a little money in the budget to do overtime. Our prioritized requests of what I'm concerned with, and that for the first one, which doesn't require legislative action, and the other one that does require. We need another person in the 6-member parole office, another staff person, a CCM, and this memorandum or request, I think, outlines the duties of the CCM. What happens is that one person is assigned the responsibility of preparing parole packets. It's a very time-consuming, intense project. There are more than 23 different categories. A lot of information has to come from the chorus system, so that we can put that together so parole board members can make a decision as to whether or not parole should be granted or not. Parole board members, as best we can, try to predict future behavior. And that's really based upon the behavior of the past and then the rehabilitation that's occurred within the prison system. So what I am really concerned about is that in this, the person who's done this, who does it now, it's just kind of a rush job. It's really labor intensive and it's very stressful. And the two people who had done this before left the parole office really because of stress-related reasons. I want to prevent burnout, and I think it's extremely important to have this position approved. The other positions really concern legislative action, and that is when a few years ago, 2002, when we changed the parole board from a 9-member, essentially voluntary position to a 5-member paid position. The initial proposal was that they were going to receive $30,000 per year. That was reduced in committee to 20. We are really very fortunate in having an excellent parole office and an excellent parole board. But I'm really concerned that I want to keep it that way. I think it's really in the best interest of New Hampshire to do that. There'll be a position that opens up in 2023. Hopefully the person who's there now would be willing to continue on. But that's why we're asking for that increased compensation. And the other thing is that I think there ought to be some compensation for the vice chair of the parole board. And we also asked that be $10,000 more than a parole member. And then the other final thing for statutory amendment concerns that once in a while, I think it happened 3 times in this past year, that we couldn't put together a three-member board, which is required for our hearings because of sickness or other reasons for unavailability, and we had to cancel a hearing day. And so I had proposed that perhaps we could call on those who had previously served in that position to fill in. And that, I don't think that would happen very often, but it's really just a $1,500 item that we propose for that, if we could just call on them. And that would be a lot less expensive than increasing the number of Parole Board members, and I think would be an appropriate solution. So I think that's it for my 5 minutes, but, but happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Couple of questions. How, on average, a rough estimate, does a Parole Board member work per week on Parole Board activities?
Well, it varies,
Right.
Obviously. We always have hearings on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So statute requires we have 36 hearings. We normally have 45 or more per year. It isn't so much the hearing day time as much as the preparation time for those hearings, especially for parole hearings. Those digital packets consist of, up to 60 pages. There's a lot to read without even getting into the other. So it's not a 40-hour week by any means, but it's really 3.5 to 4 days, depending upon whether they have to sit 1 or 2 days that week.
Okay, and the composition of the Parole Board are attorneys?
The composition is they require 2 attorneys. Also, they require someone with either law enforcement or correctional background. Also, someone who is in the criminal justice field, perhaps a teacher or something, and then someone without any official designation as a general member.
Okay. Right
Right now, we're fortunate in having someone who was a retired captain from California of San Quentin, who is extremely knowledgeable in these matters, representing correctional side. We also have someone who served as a police officer who is now training in criminal justice, who teaches at a college. And then we also have a retired surgeon who's sitting on our board. We have really a dedicated board, and I'm pleased with that's going on, but I want to make sure that we can continue in that fashion.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm good. I just want to say thank you for your service. The Parole Board's been through some ups and downs lately, and it's nice to see it on an up.
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the commissioner of the Department of Correction and her staff. They've really been helpful. And of course, I've had to call you in August to find out how do I do it? So this is my, I was disappointed in April, so this is my first time with a state budget. But it's really nice working with the state and New Hampshire and seeing people work together on a common goal. And I think it's working well. We're making steady progress.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now going to take a 3-minute recess, and we'll be back with administrative services. Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene the governor's budget hearing. Up next is the Department of Administrative Services, and good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the Commissioner of Administrative Services. And joining me is
Cassie Keene, I'm the Deputy Commissioner.
And then I would just note for the for the record that fully half the room is employed by the Department of Administrative Services. Most of the rest of the people in the room are administratively attached to us. And then the only other people are people who will soon work for us, if I get my way. So, we're a complicated agency, and I like to start presentations with a big giant sheet of paper, which is the org chart for our organization. And I do that because, first of all, because if it's on a regular size sheet of paper, it's completely unreadable, which says something about our organization, I think, that if you put us on a regular sheet, we're unreadable. We're a large, complicated, and diverse agency. In my presentation, we'll talk a little bit about why. Who, I think is where we start. Sherry helped with the slides, and she came upon this. Who, why, what, where? That's the organizing team. If you're clever, you'll notice that in the presentation. We're a big, diverse agency that's kind of hard to describe to people. And let me start with something I do in an interview. Typically, Cassie and I, or Sherry and I, do a final interview with everybody we hire. And part of what we do is talk about the parts of the agency they don't know. We have 8 major divisions, right? And they run a gamut. And the who we are, a central service agency, explains who they are. I'm going to start with healthcare. The Division of Risk and Benefits does a lot of things, right? They do workers' comp, they do lots of insurance. But first and foremost, and the thing that's probably important to everybody who has appeared today and will appear tomorrow, is we run a $500 million per biennium, probably a little bit more than that now, health plan. It is a central component of our benefits package. And the benefits package is one of the things that attracts people to work for the state of New Hampshire. It's in large part why I'm here, except my love of all things administratively serviced too. But that's a big piece of it. It's a very complicated endeavor, and it's something that we do. Accounting, we do all of the state's accounting. The Division of Accounting Services is a function. It's actually the core of how our agency started, to have a state budget. There didn't used to be a governor's budget before that, and agencies would sort of spend and then accidentally run out of money. People decided that was a bad idea. We came up with systems of pre-auditing and encumbrances and whatnot. We pay 13,000 people every 2 weeks. It's a lot of people and a lot of pay, and it's something that happens without anyone noticing, but is an enormous amount of work constantly, correcting issues so somebody accidentally doesn't get paid $2 million one day. Although if it's me, I've asked them not to correct that. Although I think I'd have to give it back, so doesn't work. But we pre-audit a couple 100,000 payments every year. Running the state of New Hampshire is an enormous operation. There's a lot behind the scenes. The state comptroller in some states is an elected official. Here, it's an employee of administrative services. Software, the machinery, the software that runs everything that we do, not the state's financial system, but yes, not the state's budget system, but yes, not the state's personnel system, but yes, but everything the state does is run by a division that we call Enterprise Applications Management. Occasionally, it used to be called FDM. Only it's not just financial data, it's everything. And we do that. Facility management, there'll be a big piece of my presentation in a slide or two. We manage more than 4 million square feet of office space, 2.5 million ballpark in the city of Concord alone, 90 buildings, and that's Karen Rentamaki, who's probably somewhere where I'm pointing. And she's here because at some point it gets complicated and I will need her help in making sure I don't say anything stupid, which it might be too late for already. Purchasing, we buy stuff. The state purchasing agent was one of the first pieces of centralization in the state arsenal, so to speak, in 1915. And the idea that we should buy things. We should procure competitively for 2 reasons. One is we procure competitively so that we get a good price. we get a good product. And so everybody's got a shot at the state's business. It's taxpayer dollars. And we have no right, we have no ability, we have no justification for making sure that a company that we trust and like gets the business all the time. Everybody gets a shot because it's taxpayer dollars. This is a very large and complicated agency. It gets more and more complicated too. The Governor and Council see some contracts and they see more and more every time they meet. They decide there's another group that they want to see, and it ends up being a lot more work. Personnel. Personnel has featured most of today in this hearing in discussing personnel. We hire people. We make sure we hire people correctly. We make sure we pay people correctly. We make sure we have policies and procedures. We try to recruit people. A lot of people are retiring. We try to recruit them as best we can to fill in for the people retiring. There are now 14 unions in the state. Employee relations was set up in the mid-70s when there were one or two, the SEA, then the troopers. Now there are 14 unions. It's a collective bargaining is a massively complicated endeavor, both for management and employees and the employee representatives. It's a big piece of what we do. Budget control, you perhaps are familiar with this, Mr. Chairman, and various sundry people around the room are familiar, but the State Budget Office and our State Budget Officer I'm pointing in the general vicinity of, who doesn't just keep me from using yardsticks, but manages the state budget process. We do an enormous amount of fiscal control for the state of New Hampshire. It's a central part of our mission. And budgets go really well. We enjoy them, but they go really well. Public Works, we build stuff. Design, engineering, construction. We don't build roads and bridges, but we build everything else. And it's a massively complicated thing that we do. We have engineers and architects working for us. We have accountants who work for us. We have purchasing agents. We have budgeteers. We have pick something and we got it. And I'm not mentioning all the other little things we do. On the big giant org chart you see in front of you, there's a list of every nook and cranny you can possibly imagine. 10 or 15 things I don't do. I haven't talked about, and I probably won't today. But we are like a giant English muffin of state government. We have lots of tiny nooks and crannies that peanut butter, if you like it that way, will melt itself into. That's how I like my English muffins. But it's a great, complicated thing. What do all those things have in common? It's a little weird, isn't it? If you think of everything that we do, it's almost like they just assigned everything and couldn't think of where else to put to this one agency. But there is a rhyme and there is a reason to what it does. We are a central service agency. We don't regulate banks. We don't sell lottery tickets. We don't run the state's Medicaid program. We don't run a prison. None of those people can do their job if we don't do ours. I believe that very strongly and sincerely, and it adds nobility to what we do, and adds a tremendous sense of mission to what we do. We are that central service agency. We're not a central service agency. We are the central service agency. And that gets into why you should care. Why you should care is not just because we're the first department alphabetically, although that's a good thing too, but every agency relies on the processes and procedures and approvals and whatnot that come out of administrative services. They're central to their mission. We're aware of that every day, and we try to make sure that we keep it in mind every day, that we make differences big and small, no matter how big or small you are. The state and its policymakers rely on us on a regular basis to know the answers to questions. Sherry's had to run out of the room 2 or 3 times from elected officials asking her questions and doing little minor research projects for her, for them. She's doing for them. But we are a fiscal policy and control organization that manages the laws, the rules, the regulations of the state. We do a really good job. I expect way too much out of the people who work at administrative services, and I get more than I expect. Because I said 2 years ago in this budget hearing, all the smartest people in state government work for me. and then I said to somebody, well, or will soon. But I think it's true. It's a tremendous place to work because of the tremendous staff, but a lot is expected of us, and we try to deliver every day. Despite staff reductions, I list here the staff reductions, 41 full-time staff from 2010 to 2017. We haven't lost much since then. We've been pretty stable. But with no reduction in work, in fact, increases in work, I think, right? I don't say that just to Cassie, but particularly to Cassie. So day in and day out, we balance the needs that are presented to us. Every commissioner, every governor, every legislator wants greater speed, greater flexibility, greater operational ability to do their job. But we also have a statutory role as the state's chief, and actually written in statute this way, the state's chief fiscal and policy control officer. I think that's technically me, but it's us as a unit, and it's a responsibility that we relish. And we don't do it by spending a lot more money than you think. How do we spend the money? So this slide is occasionally somewhat misleading, but I'm going to show it to you and then describe it to you. You can divide our budget into 3 bits, and you have to divide our budget into 3 bits. I used to say that we are retiree health and everything else. We are a department that does a lot of things, and we also provide retiree health care to thousands of state retirees. That is not an operational thing. That is a benefit that is afforded to people, and it's under the law, and its costs are something that we have to do. So every time I talk about our budget, I will describe it that way. There is a Central Facilities Bureau, which I'm going to describe in a minute, which is functionally double counting. It's not an $8 million increase to the budget, but it's an internal service allocation formula. So I'm going to set that aside. And if you look at the everything else part of the budget, 75.1 million to 75.2 million to 75.5 million, that's not a dramatic increase. Why do I say that you need to exclude the central facilities charges out of everything else? Well, if you turn to the next slide, it's a wonderful chart on page 5. At least I like it. What do? We are, like DOIT, we bill every agency. Every agency will talk about how much money they're paying if they're in a state building, how much money they transfer to general services. It's listed in the class lines, and they list how they do it. And to some extent, we tell them what to charge, and they charge it. In the past, we allocated staff rather poorly. We took the most expensive guy and charged him, I say guy because it was a guy, and charged him to the most expensive accounting unit. Or the biggest accounting unit. We took the second most highly paid person and charged him to the second biggest accounting unit. At some point, that's vaguely sort of kind of allocating, but not really. Like the one guy, the number 2 guy, was charged to an accounting unit where he almost literally one year didn't go into that building, but we were charging that. And it's just because they didn't do anything differently. But we challenged the Division of Plant and Property to come up with a better way of doing it, and some of this grew out of one of the governor's challenges to try to combine some of our facilities bureaus in a way that made sense. Court facilities as a big bureau is still separate because they have a governing structure that's different because of court accreditation, and their court facilities, a different branch. But the other facilities are combined. We tried to centralize facilities expenses, and Karen and Andrea in particular spent a lot of time going through our charges and said, what's centralized and what's building specific? And I'm going to oversimplify. Think of a utility bill for Londrigan. That's clearly a charge that should be assigned to Londrigan and only the agencies in Londrigan. The state's electrician, or one of the state's electricians, who does work in 20 or 30 buildings, should not be assigned that way. He should be assigned centrally and then get billed out. So we put those central charges in an accounting unit called Central Facilities, hence the box AU Central Facilities. I use 2 pretend buildings. Well, they're actually real buildings. One is the Spalding building, and the other is the M&S building, which DRA is in. And so we allocate costs to those buildings. That accounting unit will reimburse the Central Facilities accounting unit. So it's an intra-agency transfer. And it's essentially the equivalent of an internal service fund to allocate our costs. The costs then in the Spalding building accounting unit are the actual Spalding building charges, which are in this particular case paid entirely by the Department of Labor. We then bill the Department of Labor because we bill actual expenses in this arena, and they then pay us for those charges on an annual basis. That's how that's done. It's a more accurate way of doing things because we will be charging the money that is actually spent and we will be allocating the centralized expenses correctly instead of, there used to be a building, I won't say which one, that looked like it had no work done on it because we didn't assign a staff member to it. So it looked like nothing was done there, which just simply wasn't true, but it's just the way things sort of worked out. This way, everybody is paying their allocated share of what's actually happening in the business. On the other hand, though, that creates an $8 million charge that is just circling. And it's not new money, it's allocated money, and it's functionally double counted. So that's why I exclude the $8 million in that. So if you turn to page 6, I almost skipped a page. What's our budget story? If you had the color version, you'd notice that all of the who, how, what are all in blue. It's very clever, actually. So what's our budget story? You can see it. I have our efficiency budget here, our prioritized needs budget here. I told you what's happening on everything else. I list here general funds and other funding, so you can see that both for retiree health and for the department's operations itself. Our cost increase is minimal, to say the least. On general funds, we actually, on the operating part of the budget, declined 2.3%. On retiree health in the first year, we declined 6.4%. In the second year of the efficiency budget in 2025, we're still down 0.07%. And on retiree health, we're up 3, but there's money in prioritized needs. And I'm going to get to that. Retiree health, we budgeted don't exceed 3%. And if the costs are greater than that, even if you have to pay them, stick them in prioritized needs. So there is a cost in prioritized needs. If you turn to page 7, you can see how this breaks out across the department by division. And you can see that it's fairly equitable by division. If anybody really wanted to talk about a specific division, we could go into detail. I suspect nobody really wants to get into that level of detail. So I'm going to skip to page 8, although plenty of time for that in questions. And I'm going to talk about what our prioritized needs are that we talked about before. The biggest one on the top line is retiree health. I'm really proud of retiree health and the work that's done there and the work that's done in risk and benefits. In fact, our deputy commissioner used to be the director of risk and benefits, but don't tell her I told you that. It's a very well-run division with an eye on the bottom line, provide tremendous customer service, but with an eye on the bottom line. And we pulled a massive rabbit out of our hat a couple years ago by moving toward Medicare Advantage. I do that every time. Medicare Advantage and dramatically reducing the amount of money, state dollars that were being spent on retiree health. That is not going to keep happening. And I've tried to alert lawmakers for the last 3 or 4 years that we have no more rabbits and we have no more hats, and costs like healthcare are going to go up and healthcare costs go up. This is how much healthcare costs go up. We have some residual from the savings. Actual expense on retiree health was $52 million instead of a much higher budgeted number. And it's why the adjusted authorization in fiscal 23 is 67.8. We'll probably come in under that for the same reason, but we'll be at 64 million in fiscal 24. Still analysis that comes in, and we do a constant reanalysis of that. But the costs in the second year are higher than that, and total funds at 75 million, and that would require an additional 3.4 million in general funds beyond our efficiency target. So you have that. The other items here, we try to put as much of utilities into the efficiency budget as we could. We did a pretty good job at that, but utilities are difficult, shall we say, this year. You may have noticed that if you have heating oil at home. I certainly did. We have some additional general fund needs for deferred maintenance and deferred maintenance just means the state has an aging physical plant and we don't do a great job. We do a great job keeping up with it as best we can, but it's aging. And It's a request for 2.5 million in the first year and a little less than that in the second year. You give me 10 times that amount of money, I would be able to spend 10 times that. Our deferred maintenance list is hundreds of millions of dollars, and that's only because we don't make it complete. Because there's just, you've been in some of the buildings in state government, and some of them, the DRA building, for example, is quite nice. Some of them are less pristine than that if you go in the main building on the State House campus, and we're doing the best we can. There are a handful of position requests in our budget, and there are a couple worth highlighting. One is the general fund requests. One is an accounting position that is essentially for federal reporting. There's some discussion about federal reporting being done at Gopher, federal reporting being done at Administrative Services, because we do the federal reporting, and it will have to be done over time. All of the ARPA and all of that money will roll out over many, many years. And that is the biggest general fund portion of that request. The second biggest on our list is an HR position. We have a very large, complicated agency with 450 positions, many of whom are part-time, and one of the smallest HR staffs in the state, administratively attached agencies and whatnot. And it is a critical position. In addition to that, we've looked at redoing some of the maintenance positions to create some full-time positions. Our vacancy rate is about 18%, and among full-time positions, it's about 18%. It goes up and down a little bit. We've actually hired more than 100 people over the last 12 months, maybe 115, 118. I haven't looked at the numbers that recently, but at least 10 a month. But we lose a lot of people too. We're up net a handful of positions, but like a lot of places, we're trying to keep up with that. But there's a lot of churn that goes into that, and we have a small HR staff and a small payroll staff, and we're trying to keep up. So that's one of those positions. DOIT transfers is something everybody has in their prioritized needs, but those are just some things I want to talk to you about more generally. There are a handful of things I want to highlight, though, on page 9. Where do we go from here? There could be 20 things on this list, and I struggled to make it fit on a page, particularly when Sherry did the weird V on the side that lost me a little bit of space. One is the cloud. People need to be aware of that's happening. The state's enterprise system is going to go to the cloud. We can't not update, whether it's with the existing vendor or a new vendor. It's going to be an expensive enterprise that is going to have an impact on every department. And the only real alternative is stagnation, which isn't really an alternative. That's why I mention it. Procurement standardization is something we take for granted. I know the governor has a strong interest in the notion of people, one-stop shopping. If you want to sell teacups to the state, for example, you would need to be able to go to one website and figure out, how can I bid on the teacup business, or the tea cozy business, or the teapot business? I want a shot at that, and for every agency, not just the statewide contracts. And we're working jointly with DOIT on that. But in addition to that, the state procurement committee, which Senator Carson has played a big role in for about a decade, and goes back to the 2015-16 changes that created 21G and the rules there. But one of the things that they've pushed us on dramatically is standardized procedures, so departments aren't doing things differently, best practice, and better reporting in what we do. A component of that, software upgrades will get us there, but there'll be a lot of little projects that get there. But procurement, doing a better job on procurement and taking into account not just the needs of the agency procuring, but the needs of the people doing business with the state and wanting to do business with the state is going to inform a lot of things we do. I want to talk about strategic facility management, and I put in parentheses here 90 buildings. Somebody mentioned to me that it might be a good idea to kind of refresh people's memory that there are a lot of buildings. We're not talking about a physical plant. We're talking about the state's ailing physical plant. I mentioned the main building, and I don't say that to mock it or Londrigan to say that to mock it, but there are buildings that need a lot of work. And you walk around the building. I had a meeting. We have a lot of meetings in room 5 in the annex, which is a lovely place. But you forget, if you don't have a lot of meetings there, that it's awkward. And so every time we have a meeting with somebody from out of state, they spend or out of the state government, they spend the whole time like staring at the ceiling and looking around at the pipes and the 1970 paneling on the wall and the green pipes that are exposed and thinking, where am I? I actually had a state rep who said to me, hey, you know what? In the capital budget next year, why don't you make sure you've got some money in it? We shouldn't be bringing people into a room like this. And I always think, why? We're in here every day and we work here. And it's not good enough for people to come in if it's good enough for people to work here, it's good enough for everybody else. On the other hand, it really does need a little bit of work. And a lot of the buildings like that. We need to do a better job figuring that out. The Central Facilities Bureau is a step in that direction in modernizing our operation. It's something Karen thinks about every day. I hope I'm pointing at her. Oh yeah, she's there. Raise your hand. Oh, there you go. Thinks about every day. We need to do better long-range planning, in particular for the greater Concord campuses. If you think about our buildings, it's the SOPS campus, the old hospital campus. There's the downtown area. There's the Hazen Drive bit and the Smoky Bear Boulevard bit. And we need to do a better job planning. And we're working on efficiencies within our operation, but it's something the governor's been supportive of from before he was sworn in, about the notion that there are significant deferred maintenance needs of the state. We need to be there. Human Resource Support Unit. Human resources is an issue with every bit of state government. Not just doing payroll correctly. That's a really big thing, though, doing payroll correctly. And we need to do a better job doing payroll correctly and not having to fix everything all the time. But some agencies are quite large. We've met with some of them today who are quite large and have a much larger staff than others. Some are quite small, and we're going to talk to some of them in a few minutes. And, you know, if you have 3,000 employees, you probably have a slightly larger HR operation than say, we met with the Department of Agriculture earlier with 40 people. They don't have an HR person. They don't have a CFO. There are a lot of things they can't do, which means there's a different level of service, knowledge, expertise, et cetera. We created an HRSU to answer the question, centralized or decentralized, by saying both. Big agencies do a good job without having to pull people away from them and take everybody and ship them off somewhere. But small agencies can't. And we want to build safety in numbers and create that. And we work very hard by combining resources to create critical mass and provide better service for people. We're doing that in the HRSU. We want to keep doing it more directly in that. And we probably want to do more with payroll along those lines. Mostly, though, I want to say to you that everything, we service every agency, and I said before, I'm very proud of that. It's important to note that everything you do, everything every other agency do, ends up affecting us. You had a discussion with Justice about rent payments. Guess who takes care of the facility? Guess who signed the lease, for example? We sign the lease, we take care of the facility. If we're going to manage that facility, we might need a position to help manage that facility. If we buy the Granite State College building, for example, the Department of Education is not going to put facilities management people in its budget. At least they're not supposed to. But they're, and we would manage that. If somebody builds a new computer system, Liquor has been for a few years building a giant new computer system. And I think we have as many admin services staff hours on that project as there are Liquor staff hours on that project. And so what happens is everybody's priorities suddenly become ours and upend our business. And I would just ask you, as you go through the budget hearings and budget discussions on an ongoing basis, remember that. And it's not that we're opposed to that. It's not that we mind that. We relish it, and it's what we're here for. But we would like to know. And you know, I'm thinking of a project 2 years ago where it made it all the way through the budget, and then somebody called me up and said, "By the way, you understand that they're giving that to you to administer." And it took it doesn't matter which project right now. but it could have a P and an F in it. But it took an enormous amount of time away from people who were already fully committed. And if we're going to plan ahead for things like that, we need to be able to plan ahead for things like that. With that, if anybody dare ask a question, please feel free.
Light's just gone on. Yeah, just a high-level question. Many questions, which we can deal with offline, but the assumptions that you use to make the budget. Now, as you said, you're responsible for purchasing, procuring real estate. You're the state's real estate, or the landlord, basically. You provide heat, air conditioning, other fuel. You pay and provide health care, all at a time when we have record-setting inflation. Real estate prices have gone through the roof. We've had record fuel costs, and income in the state that you're competing against is skyrocketing. What assumptions did you put into what those prices of goods and services, real estate, fuel into the budget? Are you without giving, I don't need specific numbers now, but are you saying things might get better? Things are going to stay the same? Or are you planning things getting worse?
I think the assumptions we use are relatively conservative. We over the years, it's a balancing act, right? I'm going to use healthcare as an example. If you don't budget enough money for healthcare, it's a catastrophe. And people will remember 15, 16, there were sort of huge issues around retiree health. If you budget too much money for healthcare, everyone's mad at you because you have budgeted money that could have been used for something else. And so over the years, we've done a significant amount of refining. And, Cassie can talk to you about, we'll talk a little bit about Siegel and some of how we've sort of refined what we do on, and let's use healthcare as an example.
So we've been working with the same healthcare consulting firm for about 20 years since we became self-insured for healthcare, and we every cycle do budget working rates. We start in April before the budget year, and then we refine those numbers later in the year based on what's our experience. Well, how's our enrollment going? And our experience is made up of who goes to the doctor, who goes in the hospital, how many readmissions, those kinds of things, but also what's going on in healthcare and what are the inflationary factors. So we're constantly revisiting the numbers to try and refine them. And since I've been working in the department, which is about 10 years now, we have worked really hard to not build in as much cushion to address what Charlie was saying, which is that you need enough to take into account growth in healthcare costs, but when you budget too much, it hurts other programs and people in state government. So we work with our healthcare consultant all the time to revisit the numbers and to revise them so that they come in as sound as they can be, and we've been very, very successful.
I think along those lines, it's a good question. So on, pick an area, our utilities numbers, Karen and Donnie Perrin will have sat down, both having been former energy managers, and kind of go over what's happening in the market. What do we want to look at in budget, and what are we doing on electric? What are we doing on gas? What are we doing on the various components of it, and try to predict. Can we predict? So we did a really bad job 2 years ago predicting, right? Because if you thought inflation was going to be 8.5%, good for you. But I didn't. And right now, what are we guessing? Gary Lunetta in procurement is doing supply chain analysis based on industry numbers every month and guessing. But we had a salt contract where we saved 36%, and we were all proud of ourselves, and the next year went up 5%. And by the way, we did an equally good job. We got a good price. It just went up. I think that what we're thinking broadly is that inflation is leveling off, but nobody dare think it's ending. And from a price standpoint, I heard the governor talking about a recession and possible recession this morning, and I thought in my head, and this is terrible, right? I'm thinking, what's it going to do to prices? Is that going to help or hurt? I'm not even sure anymore. And what's it going to do for recruiting in terms of jobs? And it's sort of where we are operationally.
Okay, great.
This is probably a combination of more of a comment than a question, but Department of Corrections, when they did their presentation, had a comment or a proposal for House Bill 2 for their utilities, asking for it to be non-lapsing between the biennium, and then if it fell short, to have money appropriated from funds not always appropriated. And I just wanted to add that in the Department of Administrative Services budget, they have that same language that's usually built in every year on utilities. So I just, in case those that didn't know, what Corrections was proposing is something that Administrative Services already has in their budget. And I think it's probably safe to say is that in terms of the efficiency budget, it was up to the targeted 3%, and the prioritized needs is what brought it to a more estimated number. If I look over to Karen, she'll probably say I need all of that and some.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I don't get to leave.
You get to come right back up here. Okay. I'd like to invite the advocate for special education.
Hi. I
Can you
believe
please
very
state your name for the
strongly.
record?
My name is Charlie Arlinghouse, the advocate for special education who has not been selected yet. It's administratively attached to the Department of Administrative Services. I was going to say I know a little bit about special education, but I don't want to go there. There's a placeholder in the budget for you. Like I said, the position has not been filled yet. My understanding is it's likely, I'm not involved in the filling of it, but that's likely to happen in the next month or two. What would happen is we would then work with the new advocate to fill positions. The budget, if you look at it, is actually modeled to an extent on, I don't want to oversell this, but to an extent on the child advocate, but at a smaller number. And it's the amount of money essentially in the appropriation. And it's, I think the vision of it is 2 to 4 people. And in the first year or two, they're going to figure out their path as they go. That was easy.
Thank you. I have no questions.
I'm done, right?
Yes. Conservation Land Stewardship Program is next.
We might be a nook or a cranny, I'm not sure. This is the first time CLS is going through the biennial budget process. That said, CLS continues to do what it has done for its nearly 3 decades of existence with little change. In short, the CLS mission is to protect the state's interests in conservation investments it has made. The majority of land conservation projects occurred through the Land Conservation Investment Program, LCIP, that ran between 1987 and 1993. After this acquisition phase ended, the first iteration of CLS was set up and staffed in 1994. The LCIP was considered such a successful endeavor that in 2000, the more familiar LCHIP was created. Each year, CLS prepares an annual status report for the Council on Resources and Development, CORD. This document found on the CLS website succinctly explains the program. RSA 162C governs CORD and includes the LCIP properties. The main source of funding for CLS comes from the endowment administered by CORD that was set up in 1993 to provide for the perpetual stewardship of the LCIP conservation interests. In front of you are 2 charts that illustrate the makeup of CLS. The first chart articulates the parts of LCIP, Land Conservation Investment Program, which was the original program. The second chart illustrates the entire CLS program that includes the responsibilities that CLS has taken on through a memorandum of agreement with New Hampshire Fish and Game and the Division of Forest and Lands at DNCR. These MOAs provide the other sources of funding that support CLS. CLS does not receive general funds. The majority of these properties CLS works primarily with are conservation easements. These are privately owned properties in which the state holds a legal interest and has a primary stewardship responsibility. CLS also works with 78 municipalities that participated in LCIP as well. The municipalities hold the primary stewardship responsibility for these 250 plus conservation properties. We refer to the overarching function that CLS performs as stewardship and monitoring. The responsibility is to keep an eye on each property to ensure that the conservation values the state invested in remain intact. We do this through regular communications with the landowners and municipalities in conjunction with site visits. And lastly, I would, since we're a new agency, I'd just like to thank the DAS fiscal and HR folks for being so welcoming and helpful to us as a new entity. So happy to take any questions. And
Yeah, I was wondering if you could just talk about some of your challenges. Maybe you had agencies and departments come in here and talk about that the workforce is their largest challenge. We have others that affording the proper amount of technology is their major challenge and things like that. What are yours going forward, do you see, that you're going to have to address as far as on a budgetary standpoint?
Probably the single largest one is our sources of funding are very limited, and we keep bumping up against what we can draw respectfully from the endowment, which is 5.5% is the max on a rolling 12-quarter average. And that we just have to figure out. The sort of functional challenge is these 78 municipalities with their 250 properties and the 200 landowner or properties that have landowners are constantly changing. Every property changes ownership or managers. And so we have to keep on top of that just because a new owner is, we need to get to know them. They need to get to know us. A good landowner, the most important thing we do is to strive to have very good landowner relationships, because if we have those, our work goes well. So, and we can use a new car someday soon. And that I haven't figured out, but so if things are quiet, it tends to mean we're doing our job well, because really it's to prevent problems from occurring, solve them from the bottom up whenever we can.
Thank you.
Did that answer that?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, okay.
I traveled the countryside with Steve the other day, weeks ago, and his interest in the land and knowledge of his job is tremendous. The car wasn't great. I agree with that. But for a state car, it wasn't bad. I think you're the only person to have ever visited every single property. Am I correct in that statement?
Correct, yeah.
So that in and of itself is impressive. Your transfers from other agencies declined from about 68 grand to about 35 grand in the second year of the budget. And walk us through that, because I think broadly speaking, that's a challenge we might want to look into.
Yes, it is a challenge, and we had the opportunity to chat in the car a little bit about it. Basically, Forest and Lands, as part of DNCR, our contract was for the properties south of Route 2, we'll say, from Lancaster to Berlin. And they have acquired very large, Connecticut Lake's 143,000 acres, a number of 25,000 acre properties. And they are sort of at a staffing capacity, and they need to get some other staff help for some other things. And so they kind of came to, you should get it in their words, but I think they came to a tipping point where they said, we really need someone to look after all of our easements north of Route 2, which tend to be commercial forests by and large. And so they said, let's just have one person do all of our conservation easements along with the other assignments that this person will get. So that means that contract goes away. That means we push up against our endowment limit that the major portion of our program. And what I conversed with Commissioner Arlinghouse about was either we have to find a new contract or Stephen retires and and they create a different model. I'm very serious. I mean, something will have to be figured out. The good news is we have a couple of years to figure it out, and I'm all ears for any ideas on anything. And
so that it sounds to me like the issue is we have to either solve a $30,000 problem a few years from now, or get rid of the one guy who knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Which doesn't sound to me like the best option.
Well, no, ask my partner, and I am very fortunate to also have a young 31-year-old person who joined in June of 2021, who's just technologically much superior to myself and very hard worker. And so teaching her everything there is to know. So I am replaceable. Very much so.
Very good. Great. Thank you very much, sir.
You're very welcome.
Okay. And the Housing Appeal Board. Invite you to come up and give your testimony, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So do I need to hit the button?
Nope, as long as the red light's on, you're good.
All right, fine. Well, my name is Elizabeth Fisher. I am chair of the New Hampshire Housing Appeals Board. I'm here with our very capable clerk, Elizabeth Menard. So there are two Elizabeths at the Housing Appeals Board. There are also two other employees. One is Edward Rogers. He is a licensed land surveyor and engineer. And also our last board member is Michael Klass. And some of you may know Michael because he's worked for the state for a few years. He's an attorney. We were formed in 2020 through some legislative action, RSA 679. I was appointed in July of that year, and then through some budget issues and the rest of it, actually opened the agency over at Johnson Hall in October of 2020. We took our we hired Elizabeth, and she started right after Christmas of 2021, and we opened our doors in January of 2021. Prior to that, we literally were shown our space, and the next day I brought in pens and paper, and then about 3 weeks later some desks showed up, and so in a very short time period we were able to put the agency together. But I want to at this point thank the folks from Administrative Services and the rest of the state of New Hampshire who literally held our hand and brought us up to speed. I was one board member, the chair at the time, Greg Michaels. Neither of us had ever worked for the state of New Hampshire, and we brought Elizabeth back from California. Thank you very much. She's a New Hampshire gal, but brought her back, and so we were truly clueless on how this all worked. And I have to tell you, as a native of New Hampshire, I have daily impressed with the quality of the folks that work for our state, and want to thank these folks here, as well as anybody else who ever got a phone call from me or anybody, or Elizabeth, and answered the call explaining in detail what it is that we needed to do. So as I mentioned earlier, we're 3 board members. We have a clerk. We function very similar to Superior Court. And so our clerk is the face of the agency. Anytime there is an appeal, let me explain what it is that we do. If there is an appeal that a town or city has denied some aspect of a planning, zoning, historic district, anything involved with housing application in a city or town, and they are denied whatever it is that they have asked for, or a piece of it, they have 2 choices. Within 30 days, it can either go to Superior Court or they can come to the Housing Appeals Board. And so within those 30 days, they file an appeal. It's very inexpensive for them to do that. Within our legislative mandate and also our rules, of which Elizabeth was very involved with writing, that was an interesting process that we went through. They can choose to hire an attorney, or they can come pro se and appear before our board. We're under legislative mandate to, within 90 days of the file of that appeal, that they have a hearing, and that within 60 days following that, that they actually get a decision out of us. If either party is unhappy with that, they have the opportunity within 30 days to appeal it directly to the New Hampshire Supreme Court. The beauty of that is, if any of you are familiar with housing development, it's a long, hard pull to try and get projects across the state in any community to be approved. And there are many, many cities and towns in the state that do it very, very efficiently, but there are some towns and cities that struggle with that. And so we are an alternative to Superior Court in that we have a short window in which they have to, that we need to respond. And often, and this is not a dig at Superior Court, but often it can be 9 months before you even get your initial hearing. And then you get ready to go to court. So we think that what we're doing is a service to the property owners of the state and also the cities and towns. This is our first budget process. The first one, I think, came out of the governor's office and through the legislative process, and then even the revision of that, because at one point we were defunded, was through the legislative process. And so again, I want to thank everybody from the Division of Administrative Services for helping us understand what we needed to do. The numbers that you see before us, I think, are pretty bare bones. 99% of them have been provided to us by the various state agencies that we depend on to fulfill our mission and our legislative mandate. If you have questions with regards to our orders and our decisions, we have a very robust website in which, once the 30 days have passed from when we've made a decision, we put all of our orders up on the website. And so they're available to the communities to read, to the anybody who's interested in this. And we take a lot of time to write these orders and try and use them as an educational opportunity to explain to people just what the rules and regulations are with regards to housing and housing development. One last thing is, often people will say, well, you know, you're a super zoning board or you're a super planning board. We're not. We take a look at what your rules are in your community, and we act accordingly. So I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Sure, I have a lot, but your agency is one where it's obviously taken a lot of scrutiny. Not your agency, but what you do with land and land development, and especially the need for workforce housing and things like that, which have come to the forefront of state government and certainly of politics in the state of New Hampshire. I just want to be sure that, I mean, you were born in an area of COVID and came into being in the state in that time frame. Going forward, though, looking more towards hopefully a more calmer time, you know, do you believe you have the proper resources in this budget to meet everything that's going on now and then going forward into the next biennium?
We think that we do. The challenge is that we never know what's going to come through the door with regards to cases. We were doing some statistical information, and as I said, we opened in January 2021, and for that first year, we had somewhere in the line of 29 cases, okay? We've already surpassed that now. And so more and more entities are recognizing that this opportunity exists and are taking advantage of them. Now, some cases take longer, some cases take shorter time because they might be less complicated. So we hope that that is the case. We have within our budget some funds that if we needed to bring in some additional legal assistance or engineering assistance, then we can do that. And so we'll try very, very hard to make sure that we fit within that. Now, if all of a sudden, the floodgates open and there's all kinds of stuff that's coming through the door, then I suggest we'll have to have another conversation. But at this particular point in time, we're a pretty well-oiled machine. Elizabeth keeps us in line. We all know what we need to do, and I think we're pretty efficient in what it is that we do.
How do you provide for your legal services or additional legal services? Do you contract out?
At this point, we have not had to do that. Within the legislative mandate, there is the opportunity for recusal. Should I have a conflict, then I need to, I don't do, but the Supreme Court identifies somebody to take my place. If the attorney needs to recuse themselves because they have a conflict or whatever the issue is, or the engineer does. So we have some folks who have been vetted by the Supreme Court, and they identify who it is that's going to come onto the case. And so those folks are paid $75 a day in order to do this. And so in many cases, they're doing it for the good of the community and the good of the state. It's certainly, nobody's making any money in this deal. But we try very, very hard to make sure that, we can do it within a budget. So I'm comfortable with it. But again, if all of a sudden we start getting, 3 cases a week, then we're going to have a conversation. But at this particular point in time, we're pretty comfortable with it.
Okay, good, thank you.
Just have one. The state has a lot of adjudicative bodies that.
I'm sorry, say
The
that.
state has a lot of adjudicative bodies that don't have space.
Yep.
Where do you hold your hearings?
What do you what?
Where do you hold your hearings?
We hold our hearings in Johnson Hall in room 315. And room 315 is a space that is available for pretty much anybody who is tied to the state of New Hampshire. We outfitted it. The Office of Child Advocacy gave us a table. I went over to the barn and the farm, and we got some tables and chairs and those kinds of things. But the space is available. There is a calendar that folks can go on to and reserve that space. Getting in and out of the building is a little bit of a challenge sometimes for the different agencies, but the space is available and it's used.
Do you ever think that this comes up a lot with a bunch of people who are you happen to have a hearing space that a shared room in your building, but there are a bunch of people who sort of are vagabonds, if you will, and probably six or seven different boards. How often do you use the space? Do you think there would be obstacles to being co-located with other bodies, other boards that have to have hearings and sharing
To come
hearing
into
rooms?
315? To come to use that
Well,
space
no,
as
what if we moved you? Let's just say for the sake of argument, somebody once decided that building could be made better.
Oh.
It seems unlikely.
Yeah, well, that's, in all honesty, that's up to you folks to make that decision. I think that there's certainly opportunity if some of the vagabond groups that you're talking about would like to come and use the space. We reserve Tuesdays and Thursdays for our hearings, but that leaves Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for folks to be able to use that space. And also, if we don't have a particular hearing or only have a hearing in the morning, then they can certainly contact the the clerk, and we'd be more than happy to give the space up. Part of the challenge was, and why we ended up going up to 315, was that once COVID, once the state opened it up again, we had space about the size of this area rug in order to hold our hearings. And so if you start to have parties that come in and there's 6 or 7 people, and we do have them, we also have some visitors. People are sometimes curious about what it is that we do. And so we'll have folks that come in, and there'll be 4 or 5 other people from different communities that are going, what is this Housing Appeals Board, and what is it that they do? We also use the WebEx system, and so we often have many people that watch the proceedings, and whatever the schedule is, that's clearly onto our website. And Elizabeth takes care of all of those details.
And there are people watching right now.
So.
Hi there. So I just had this is in regards to sort of just your resources. I think you said statutorily you have 90 days that you have to have a hearing, and then you have decisions within 60. Are those deadlines reasonable for you? Or, you said you are a very efficient, group, but is that?
Well, I think they are. And part of it is the makeup of the board.
Okay.
All 3 of us, this is not our first opportunity in dealing with land use. And so we're blessed in that both with Ed and Mike, the attorney and the engineer, they have been in that business for a long time. I also come from, I'm second generation developer. My dad was a developer, and I've done quite a few projects. And so this is not a new avenue for us. And as we've gotten to know each other, we sort of fairly quickly get a feel for where this is probably going to go. And then it's a matter of making sure that we're following the statutory requirements, but also the statutory decisions that have been made with regards to land use. And then always looking back at what's called the certified record, which is the story about how the folks got before us and what it is that the town or municipality did. So it's a little tight, and I'm always kind of cracking the whip that, we've got an order due next Monday, right? Next Monday. And so, we'll finish that up this week, and then Elizabeth will do her magic, and it will be issued.
Okay.
So it's tight, but we get it done. And, you give us another 60 days, we'd probably take it. But this keeps things moving along, and it allows people to be able to make decisions as well. Because time is money.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to invite the Office of the Child Advocate for their testimony. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassandra Sanchez. I'm the child advocate for the state of New Hampshire, and I have with me today Program Specialist Karen Kimmel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the Office of the Child Advocate, which I will refer to as the office moving forward. Please allow me to give you a brief update on the office, which will give you context to the workload and therefore the resources needed. The office is in its 5th year of existence. It was established as an independent and impartial oversight agency in 2018 in response to multiple gaps in functioning of the child welfare system, culminating in tragedy. In September of 2020, Chapter 21V was established, replacing RSA 170G18, codifying the Office of the Child Advocate in its own statute and expanding the mandate to provide oversight of all state-provided, funded, or agreed-upon services for children that fall under the executive branch. The new statute also mandates that we visit children who are in state custody and assist them when needed. Further, under RSA 21V2, the Child Advocate ensures children receive timely, safe, and effective services, strengthens the state by collaborating with parties on cases under review, ensures children receive dignified treatment, examines system-wide services to make recommendations, advises the governor, legislature, agencies, and the public on how to improve services, reviews policies, procedures, and practice to contribute to their improvement. The Child Advocate's mandate further includes investigating complaints, providing assistance to a child, consulting with policymakers, providing information and referral services, performing educational outreach and advocacy, and reviewing facilities where children may be placed. This broad mandate empowers, authorizes, and equips the Child Advocate to advocate for children with concerns about unmet needs. In January 2022, the office adopted a new mission to lift up children by promoting equitable and effective reforms that meet the best interests of all New Hampshire children and strengthen public confidence and accountability in the state's systems that support children and families. Current operations include 7 full-time employees and 1 temporary part-time employee position, with the fiscal year 2023 operating budget, which is $824,274. The Office of Child Advocate's most recently reporting year ran from October 2021 to September 30th, 2022. The following data speaks to the volume of work managed in the office. We received and reviewed 2,508 incident reports, which is a 31% increase from the prior reporting year. We received, reviewed, responded to, and monitored 318 citizen complaints, facilitated 3 system review mappings of critical incidents with teams of DCYF personnel. We reviewed 120 critical incident reports and completed approximately 50 summaries, which include child or parent deaths, missing children, near-death incidents, and domestic violence. In June of 2022, we started producing monthly data reports to the Oversight Commission on Children's Services. And since July 1st, 2022, we've participated in over 25 events of outreach, education, and information sharing. We are attached to the Department of Administrative Services for administrative purposes only. Apart from certain personnel matters, we still conduct the majority of our administrative responsibilities, such as recruitment and hiring, purchasing, inventory, budget development, and training, to name a few. Given the extent of administrative duties the office is responsible for, 2 out of our 7 and that part-time staff spend a significant amount of time focusing on these duties. This leaves 5 full-time and 1 part-time staff dedicated to other duties within the mission and mandate. While we have been remarkably productive, we need additional positions to meet all mandated obligations. The office has identified a need to add a full-time public relations representative and training officer for fiscal year 24. One of the goals established through our strategic planning process is to expand public knowledge of the office as a resource to understand and advocate for children and the best child-serving system. Duties within this role would include extended outreach efforts via an active social media presence and enhanced website, additional education efforts through community partner sites, and trainings offered about the mandate of the Office of the Child Advocate, state agencies, policy and procedure, and available community-based programs. Much of the world has shifted to utilizing technology for information gathering and sharing, youth especially. Currently, the office has social media accounts and website, but given the limited resources within the office, it is difficult to keep these up to date and to offer creative forms of outreach, such as educational videos. This position will ensure the office is known as a resource and recognized, as well as assist children and families to navigate systems most effectively. So, sorry, I mentioned that already. There have been requests for additional community partners, to attend meetings for further outreach and explaining of the mandate of the office. But given the high workload and current staffing, much of these have had to be scheduled for 2023. The office currently has a legal secretary part-time position, which we would like to extend to a full-time position for fiscal year 24. The primary responsibility for this role is to manage data entry of all the incidents we receive, including restraints and seclusion. DCYF compliance with reporting incidents commenced in December 2019. In 2021, we received 1,909, whereas I had mentioned in 2022, we received 2,508, which is that 31% increase. The volume is beyond capacity for other positions within the office. The mandate to surveil incidents will go unmet without this position. With the increase in critical incident reports received, it is impossible to review and enter all immediately, which decreases our capacity to provide timely, relevant data analysis for system support and reform. More hours for this position would optimize the data analysis and further support the mission of the office. In 2021, the office worked with the Department of Information Technology and Department of Administrative Services to enhance our ability to use and format Salesforce. That is our third prioritized need there. We use the Salesforce platform for case management and data collection concurrently. And with this, we monitor for trends and make recommendations to improve systems. Our Salesforce case management system is an unfinished pilot of the state of New Hampshire enterprise that must now be enhanced for purposes of usability and generation of meaningful data, including measuring outcomes of the office's work. This project is intended to better capture data, allowing for consistency in data entry and optimizing substance of reporting. At the end of the project, the office will be able to provide more context in reports and system reform efforts. System improvements will also allow for better ability to track state agency and child serving agencies' compliance with contracts, laws, and policies and procedures. Without this enhancement, the office will have delayed or insufficient data capture and less timely investigations related directly to children's current safety and well-being. The office will also have decreased capacity to measure outcomes and provide timely, relevant recommendations for system support and reform. An RFI was put out in the fall of 2021, and an RFQ process was completed in the spring of 2022, looking at the most minimal version to meet the office's needs. And it was determined the minimal amount needed for that project is $200,000, which would be a one-time project. The office was created for oversight, the importance of which elevates in times of economic and social crisis. There is an abundance of evidence demonstrating societal stress paralleling stress on state social services. This is a point of highest risk and liability for state systems. Both the children and the state benefit from a focus on prevention by accessing services within the community and an independent eye on overwhelmed systems to ensure best outcomes for children. To meet this mandate of RSA 21V equitably and in a timely manner, the office is requesting a prioritized budget of $1,205,000 for fiscal year 24 and $1,027,000 for fiscal year 25. Thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Yeah. The question is, in this handout, you mentioned that for the last year, from October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022, you had 2,508 incident reports. How does that stack up historically? And is there, I guess my assumption would be that that number is low, because during that time it was COVID, kids were locked down, they weren't in school, the abuse that some were facing couldn't be visibly seen and reported. Since we've come out of that and kids are back in school, have you started to see an uptick of that? And so really that 2,508 number, historically, where's it been and where do you think it's going?
So there's not too much historical data, unfortunately, because the data capture with the division began in 2019. So we don't have extremely extensive historical data, but what we do understand also is that there are some limitations to the compliance and the reporting. So we do foresee there being more than what we have here. We have programs that replace children out of state, and although they are contracted with our state to provide reports for all incidents, the ability to oversee and ensure their compliance is a bit more difficult to do than in-state programs. So we may be missing some of those in our data capture. And we also at this time do not receive any incidents of restraints or seclusions in schools specifically. And that would be another area where we would have the ability to oversee. And if we did receive that data, we would have a great uptick because we do understand there are a lot of restraints and seclusions happening in schools across the state.
Okay. And on your, where you mentioned, when you illustrate the current budget requests, the 810,966 figure, that does not include the additional prioritized needs. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. That would be your operating budget or your efficiency budget for.
Correct. That is what the efficiency budget would look like. Yes, separate from the final amounts with the prioritized budget are on the last page.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Hi. You have, so I'm thinking about the incident reports. To what extent are people reporting to you? Are people reporting to HHS at some point?
So we are to receive the same reporting that HHS receives. So there are reports that are generated and sent to them, and we are linked to their system to receive those reports through an email chain. So we do receive the same reports that HHS does. We are working to ensure compliance internally. So we do have regular meetings with them to talk about what they're receiving and ensuring that we have the same number of incident reports that we also have and are able to review internally.
Oh, okay, so this is in addition to, it's the same report, so to speak. I mean, in theory, if the system works just so, they also receive 2,508 reports.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, that's helpful. My only other question is the, I forgot what it's called now, even though I just testified, special education advocate.
Yes.
And I realize it's a different thing, but to what extent is there overlap?
So I believe the overlap for the special education child advocate would be for the complaints that we are receiving from families in regards to concerns for their child's IEP not being met. At this time, we do field those calls and we refer them out to other agencies that can address their concerns, because that is not the specialty within our office. And with the change in mandate, given the creation of the new office, that has shifted for us. So it would reduce some of our complaint calls, but they would not necessarily have the overlapping view to look into the restraint and seclusion unless it was in some way related to the child's IEP, where our view of the child is a holistic view of the child and would include a child in a general education classroom that may be restrained or struggling in some way, that we would be taking a look at what their behavioral outcomes are and what the behavioral management plan of the school is.
Where do you refer those calls today?
A lot of them we refer to the Parent Information Center. Some we refer to legal aid services. And some of the families we are just educating on the process of special education, sending them back to the school district.
Although probably pick is better than referring them back to the.
Yes.
SAM. Good. Okay. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Okay, next and final for today on the agenda is New Hampshire State Commission for the Aging.
My understanding, as of this morning, is that the person who would testify has tested positive for a virus of some sort, which I won't name, and has decided that it would be in our best interest for her to send written testimony and not to come into the office. I can present her written testimony, but I don't think I need to, and we could take it as read.
You'll submit the written testimony?
Yes.
And we will read it.
Very good.
On our own time. Great. Thank you, everyone who testified today. Thank you for all the people on the committee here who helped me out and put all this together. And we will adjourn for today and reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. I believe it is.
Let's presume that's, okay, Michelle is nodding, it must be true.
Yeah. Great. Meeting is adjourned. Hearing is adjourned.